Michael Helms. What's up? How are y'all? Everybody good? Fired up? Ready to go? Everybody getting in here? Fired up? Let's go. Let's go. We have a busy one today. We're supposed to have some wildlife in here today. Just hang on.
We got wildlife every day, pal.
Hang on.
You seen Adler?
Yeah. The Alabama Wildlife Center, the education director and executive director are scheduled to appear today in the last live hour of the show, and bring a big owl and then a red-tailed hawk as well. They've got their For the Birds charity gala coming up on March the 4th. It's a big fundraiser for them. They're nonprofit. And alabamawildlifecenter.org is their website. But anyway, just to promote that and everything, they're going to come by and are scheduled to bring those with them. I don't know if that will change. Could bring something else. I don't know. But,
we like wild animals in here.
Yeah. If you think about it, think about the wildlife that we've interacted with for the history of this show.
Lot.
It's been a lot.
We've had multiple.
We have. I mean, everything from zebras to monkeys to lions to, you name. Think of the bear we went and saw. Remember the bear we went and saw?
We fed a bear, grizzly bear, fed him marshmallows.
I was trying to not think scared because I know they can read your mind. They can sense if you're frightful. I did not like sticking my hand in there.
What about when he brought them little ones out? The little grizzlies?
Yeah.
And they were like wrestling each other and all?
Yeah. It's got something else, man. Wow. So anyway, just think about it. I don't want to pet or be around animals that can take you. I just feel uneasy about it.
Yeah.
But they say they can sense if you're scared. I don't know if that's true.
Hank, the camel, he comes by once a year.
Yeah.
This year he was actually inside the studio.
Right.
I walked in the door and there he was. He's pretty big too.
Yeah.
So now, what do y'all think we need to do with that owl that's in Adler's? If it sees it, it may attack it.
You think we need to introduce him?
Oh boy, that'd be weird. I bet.
Do you know one of the most unnerving things is when I put that possum on my shoulder?
I remember that.
I don't like that.
I remember
don't like
had
possums.
an interaction with him too.
I don't like
nailed
them.
one this morning, but I swerved and missed him.
Really?
Oh, they're everywhere.
We went rabbit hunting this past weekend. How many rabbits do you think's run out in front of me since then?
Yeah, because you're not hunting. They probably come in the yard and just sit there and look at you.
I've seen them. They're all over the place. Went for a walk last night. They just hopping along the little tree line. Look at them. There they are.
They notice you don't have a gun or a dog with you.
So that's supposed to be today. So be looking for that. They are scheduled to be with us last time. They're bringing a possum. That just, I don't know, man. I literally had to close my eyes and think happy thoughts while that thing was on my shoulder.
Yeah, it's a tail. It's the tail. Of course, they're just ugly too. They're ugly in the face also, and they hiss at you.
They do. They'll tear you up too if you don't watch out.
They got some teeth.
Little canine teeth on them.
Yeah, they got a little mouthful of teeth.
Have you ever held a raccoon?
Have not.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. I don't think there would be one that would allow you to hold it, but I'm sure there's some tame ones out there.
Yeah, I think people have had
my dad had one when he was a kid.
I don't want any part of that.
Tell us stories about it.
Well, tell me one.
If you had to have raccoon or possum, which one?
Oh, raccoon.
Raccoon.
That's me. That's the same way.
Yeah.
He said it would steal all of his shiny change. They like shiny stuff. He said he'd go in there and find it under his pillow. He
had a raccoon in his room.
Well, I guess I don't know if it actually lived in his room. At all time, but. He's told many raccoon stories. When
I've heard 1,000 stories.
He said he had to
go
run it off because it kept beating up dogs and stuff, and he had to get rid of it.
I've never heard that story.
Yeah,
that's correct. You're taking a sip. Okay.
He may have made the whole thing up. Just tell us.
I doubt it.
Think he was sharp when we were kids. I don't know. All I can go by is what he said.
So he had a pet raccoon. Mm-hmm. Did it have a name?
I don't know. I'm sure it did.
I really wish you knew that. And
he got it when it was a baby.
Okay, and then it got.
It
got a little bit older and then started being a nuisance, and so he had to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you get rid of it?
Take it out, and he said, hear him tell it was sad. He kept trying to follow him. And he had I may have made that part up. I think he just went and let him out.
The raccoon kept trying to follow him.
Yeah.
Hey, I've seen. Hey,
that's probably one of the stories your dad makes up.
Raccoon get after you.
Oh, yeah. Remember how they say that if they get a dog in the water, they'll drown him?
Mm-hmm.
You ever been coon hunting?
There's some yes, but once.
I haven't.
One time.
That's one thing I've never done.
The raccoons are extremely athletic little things.
Oh, they're extremely agile.
We have pictures
little hands
at the Moultrie feeders of them hanging upside down, and then with one little paw just scooping corn out in their mouth.
They're good at it.
I'm like, good night. How'd you even get there?
I know. Hang upside down that long just to eat some corn.
And then the other ones are sitting there like, sling it down here.
Sling it down here.
It's like there's one guy that's like, I got this.
He's the most athletic one. The other ones sit on the ground, wait on him to feed them.
Literally hanging upside down.
Oh, yeah. Very agile.
Yeah.
Give them little hands.
Oh, they're just busy little things. Huh? Then they'll go over and they'll wash them in the water.
I always wanted one when I was a kid.
Really? Was it because you knew your dad did? Or
I just kind of wanted one.
You wanted a raccoon.
We had a couple possums for about a couple of days, and Dad made us let them go. They were little possums.
Mm-hmm.
We got them out of an old rotten tree. We pushed it over.
Yeah.
And we put them in the dog box that we used to haul the hunting dogs in. And Dad finally said, get them possums out of there. So we had to let them go.
I love stories like this.
They weren't as ugly
how
when they
we
were
got
little.
to that after talking about the Alabama Wildlife Center, and now we're talking about possums and raccoons. You just never know. I didn't know. I've heard, I don't know how many stories about your dad. I've never heard he had a pet raccoon.
Oh, yeah. He's got all kinds of stuff. And again, he either made a bunch of good stories up or I don't know.
You think you could ask your mom the name of it, the raccoon? Maybe?
Nah, she wouldn't know.
She wouldn't know?
No.
Dadgummit. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. It is 15 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour's rolling. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. It's the Good Time Gang. We're here, and we thank you for being a part of it. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. So as we roll on back, there's some stories that I don't think we can discuss all of them. Just the headline.
Well, most people can discuss them. We can't.
Right. I wasn't ready for that one.
Yeah, wasn't it? Well, I wasn't ready for where we took it.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But anyway, wow.
There's an Unfiltered Bride podcast, and a wedding planner talked about a story that
so you go in there.
She was involved with, and it horrified the listeners of the podcast.
Yeah, horrified me.
And the host actually said that's much worse than cheating, and I would have to ask y'all if you believe that or not.
Because that goes to a level
we're going here
of depravity. I mean, it's not even close.
I'm just going to read you the headline, and then we're going to go on to the letter. Okay.
So we're not going to
I'm a wedding makeup artist.
You think she made this up?
I don't know. And my bride almost walked out on her big day.
Almost.
After finding the groom being breastfed by the mom. There it is.
His mom? Yeah, we were talking about when your kids that are like 5 or 6. That's a little much. This takes it to a whole new level.
The bride walked into the toilet area, and what she saw was enough to almost end her wedding.
I'm gonna say almost end it.
See, that's the line. That if that didn't end it, then nothing will.
You talking about an image burning in your mind? How would you get rid of that?
I don't know. You think the groom was like, hold on. All right, so let's go on. Let's move on to this letter.
Here, let me make an announcement. The wedding has been called off, and y'all can come get your gifts back. We got a problem backstage.
We have a letter here.
Yeah, let's talk about this story.
World War II love letter hidden behind wall in New York home. Delivered to family 80 years later. How y'all like that?
Obviously, it wasn't who it was written to. Was not probably not alive, right?
Probably the kids of the person that wrote it.
Yeah, and it goes through the daughter and all. It goes through all that here. She said she had no idea her parents.
Still thinking about the other story.
Had saved and hidden away their only means of communication while her father was serving in the U.S. Navy during World War II.
Why did it stick in the wall? Why don't you just mail it? Why would you? Yeah, I wrote this love letter. I'm gonna hide it.
There was a
Might have
love
been
letter.
their thing.
But why didn't he send it to? Did he write it or she write it?
Well, do you want me to just read the whole thing? I'm trying to
Kinda.
just set it up here.
Nah, you ain't got to read it.
It is said that true love stands the test of time. And from Carol, and I don't know her last name, in Vermont, it's her parents' World War II era love letters that provided
Letters.
the love, yes.
Oh, so she
that,
probably kept
that
the
were
letters
gifted
that
to
he
her
was
by a
read.
complete stranger who found them nearly 80 years after they were written.
Okay, so she would receive them or send whatever.
It
but
looks
she
like
put them
someone-
all. She kept them all and put them for some
A
reason.
stranger did. A stranger found them
Yeah,
and
but
then
she had to
delivered
have
them.
stuck them in the wall.
I guess
is my
so.
point.
I was really so surprised they found these, she said, who's 76, the daughter, as they told Fox News Digital. The daughter said that she had no idea her parents had saved and hidden away their only means of communication while her dad was serving
So it was
in the
letters
U.S.
back and
Navy.
forth.
Right, looks that way.
And
In the
then they
letters,
said, "Here's
they
all
were
our
very
letters.
concerned
Let's
about.
stick them in the wall.
Yeah, it looks like they were very concerned about my mom's health. She's talking about what they were saying and all this kind of stuff. He called my mom dearest and honey, and he goes on through all that. But really, it's that the complete stranger found these and then found the lady and said, "Hey, these are your mom and dad."
If you find them, do you go to all that trouble or you just throw them away?
Well, I don't just throw them away. I don't think.
What if they're well?
Greg, don't take it where it was taken in the break, please.
Well, I mean, it's her mom and dad. I mean,
You saying the letters might have been a little spicy?
what if this?
Is that
it'd
what
be
you're
funny
saying?
if you say, "Oh, look at these sweet love letters," get to read them, also go, "Whoa, whoa,
All right, so
wait a minute."
so in one
Wow.
in
Wow.
one
really miss her.
Yeah, wow, you were glad to see her when you got off that ship.
all right.
He's in the Navy.
Yeah, that would be my luck though to have something like that.
Yes.
Y'all listen to these wonderful love letters and start reading them aloud.
Oh,
and I'll sit and
wow.
go, "Oh wow."
Can't read that. We'll
Check
skip
this
that
out.
one.
Talking about how things cost. He said in one of the letters, he had told my mom he spent 5 cents and treated himself to dinner one night. 5 cents. She kept him alive during the war. He lived for her. It's like the love story you read about in movies. After reading the letters,
I heard that's going to make a movie about it.
they might.
It's called Love Letters in the Wall.
There's just so
Mom.
much here. Everything was still intact too. Nothing was smudged. Nothing was discolored. They were pretty amazing condition. And there's a picture of them here in the story.
Do y'all hide things
Huh?
at the house, like from other people? Or have a place like.
Well, I did have some.
Now, listen,
I had. did
I have like
some-
a shoebox I throw like when I get a card for Father's
that's
Day.
well,
or
that's what
something
I'm
like
saying. Do y'all
that. It's
kind
not
of
hid though.
so?
Right. I
mean,
did. I had some hid some peanut M&Ms in a drawer.
All right, so
sometimes
man,
because my
listen,
kids kept
listen
eating.
to me. I think
Did
this
it
will
work?
help.
Yeah.
I think this will be
They
better.
busted me one time. I was going to get them. He goes, "What's that?"
Why you nothing?
When I say hide, I mean you've bought something that you're not ready to give it to them. Do you have a hiding place for it?
yeah.
That's because that's possibly what happened here. I'm not ready to mail this. Let's hide it.
Well, no, she received them in the mail.
Yeah.
She
Well,
received
And
them.
then that for some reason they kept them all
I
locked
guess.
from it. Then they said, "Well, let's stick them in the wall." Now that part's weird.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
so back
But
to
she
my
would
thing.
read them, and I guess these are the letters between them two during the war.
So if you buy something today for Terry and Lisa,
Okay.
and you're not giving it to them for
Yeah.
a month, do you have a particular place you always put it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there ever a chance that you would forget that it's
And
there?
years
Yeah,
later-
you talking about
And
hiding it
years
from yourself?
later,
Yeah.
someone find it.
We've done that
There's
for
potential.
Christmas gifts for the
Yeah,
boys.
for his multiples.
Yeah. I found something in the garage not too long ago. Oh, wow.
Well, he would like
forgot
this.
to give that to him.
We've
Yeah,
all
but
done
I'm trying to hide it, you know?
But you're right. Yeah, that's possible.
Very
Years
possible.
later, go, well, dang, I was going to give you this.
Dadgummit.
Sorry.
Picked
Excuse me.
out this for Valentine's. Dang it.
We'll try next
So
year.
you keep your cards in a shoebox.
Yeah,
I am terrible at that. I probably should do
and I'll
that.
just throw them all in there. Because you feel bad throwing them
I keep
away.
them. I keep most. Let me rephrase.
Speedy
I keep
throws his
most
away.
of them.
Speedy
Don't know.
burns his.
But I put them in a little drawer that
I don't know where mine are.
You burn them.
Well, having 3 boys, you don't get a lot of cards.
No, you don't.
You know?
That's a good point.
You know what you get? Hey, happy Father's Day, Dad. Love you, man.
And I'm sure the majority of mine are for my daughter.
If you're lucky,
Right,
you get that.
right.
yeah.
Yeah, I doubt Taylor was writing you much.
No, probably not. If you did, it was something inappropriate.
When it is different now too.
One of them cards that, trying to be funny.
Think about that. That was the only way to communicate back then.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
So we don't really write much now anymore.
You know, one thing
Used
is
to have pen pals.
one thing that really sticks out to me in
Why
this
don't y'all
is,
start writing each other letters instead of doing that silly stuff y'all do on the internet and kind of go like throwback?
Yeah.
You could talk about Australian Shepherds and stuff like that.
right.
Why don't y'all do that?
One thing that really stuck
Takes
out in this
Polaroids.
story,
It's called Snapchat.
in this
Greg.
story, if I could, that I read but just really stuck out to me is that she kept him alive during the war. He lived for her.
How'd that keep him alive? Every
you
day?
think about
If
just,
something-
again, I don't know, but just from the movies and from history, the horror and how hard things were for the soldiers that were over there fighting. I mean, if you're knowing that you can get back to your loved one, that
gives
was the
you
main,
something to look forward to. But
yeah.
now, technically, though, if a bomb fell on him, there wasn't a lot she could do about it.
No, but I
know
guess
what- I
it
know
gave
what
him
he
the
was saying.
resilience to go. I got to get back. To
Yeah,
her.
I'm gonna
you know,
try to.
yeah, I want to be alive.
I gotta go.
But that's my why. You know, I want to get back.
But if he'd have been wrong place, wrong time,
Yeah. Oh yeah, great. Thank you for
but
sharing.
it worked
that,
out
but yeah.
evidently.
Right. I mean, he's not Superman, but he wanted to get back to his wife.
I get that. That's good.
All right, we'll take a
Sounds like
break. We'll be
Nicholas
right
Sparks
back.
movie to me.
Us three lovebirds will get back.
Yeah.
Our wives are lucky to have us, aren't they?
Remember the time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor. Terms and conditions apply.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
We are rolling back now, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, we are discussing a number of different things in the break. We'll do that. Some can't be aired. Good night. But one thing I was watching, and helps, you and I have talked about it a little bit off air, and I know Tyler's watched, I think, all of them, is Full Swing on Netflix.
Yeah,
it goes
I've seen
behind
a
the
couple
scenes,
episodes.
the PGA and Live, and how that, kind of broke down, and just really more about how the pro golfers and those around him deal with that life, and it's really good.
It is.
I think
very well done.
What does it have, about 6 or 7 episodes or something? I can't remember. I think I've watched 4, I think. But it's pretty interesting, and one thing that really shows you is, anytime you're playing an individual sport like that, and it's not a team sport, I mean, you're your best and worst. You're your worst enemy, of course, and you can be just mentally. It's tough, and just the grind of how they deal with that, and then some of them do a little bit better than others, just the way they approach life. It's really good, but it's Full Swing on Netflix. And now, look, it's every now and then it's got a little bit of sports language in it, but it's really more of behind the scenes. It takes you into the locker room, takes you to their homes, takes you to the practice range, takes you just when they're, traveling, trying to get from course to course. It's pretty good. Pretty good. And then it also, when the whole Live thing broke out, and that started becoming a big deal, it's right in the middle of when they were doing this documentary series, behind the scenes stuff. And then some of the bigger names, Dustin Johnson and others, when they jumped and went to Live, how everybody's dealing with it and stuff like that. If that's of interest to you, and you really don't even have to be a golf
very
fan,
similar.
It's really good.
It's very similar to that tennis thing that I was telling y'all about, Breaking Point, a couple weeks ago. You don't have to be a fan of tennis to enjoy it. And same thing with this.
Yeah.
It's very well done. If you like the IndyCar series, you're going to like this too.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Formula
because it's, whatever it is.
I'm like, that's a prime example because I know nothing about Formula.
Yeah.
We'll never watch a Formula One
Right.
race, but I love that series.
Yeah, and
I
I
think Daniel
for some
Ricciardo's
reason
not going to be on the next one.
Oh,
really.
I think so.
I didn't watch the Formula One thing for about a year, and then finally gave in and watched it one day, and I was like, why haven't I watched
pretty
this?
good.
I love it. I love watching behind-the-scenes stuff of people at the highest level of whatever they do, and then how they deal with it. So I don't really care what sport it is. It's just
And
very interesting.
Last chance, you know,
Yeah.
it started out football.
Yeah.
Now it's basketball. The past 2 seasons,
Right.
I've enjoyed that.
I really like that coach.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
good. He's not.
Yeah.
He's
No
rough,
nonsense.
But,
Yeah.
but he's not. you
Yeah.
know, ridiculously crazy like
The other one.
the football
from
guys.
Right. Speaking of basketball, I saw where Alabama played South Carolina last night, and they were chanting to Brandon Miller, lock him up.
Well, you know, basketball crowds are going to look for an opportunity.
They
Yeah.
are. They'll chant.
Yeah.
They'll chant.
What if he'd have pulled
sure.
a pistol out and said, "You keep on"?
And it doesn't matter what comes out to clear this kid. They're still going to chant it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
That's just
oh,
the
right.
way,
It's gonna happen
just
from
the way
now on.
basketball fans
This whole
go.
season, it's going to.
And because of the misreporting and what you just said, Helms, Brandon's lawyer did release a statement of how everything transpired yesterday because they were like, hey, we got to clear the air here because the assumptions and the misreporting on Brandon has gotten to a point where I've got to make sure y'all understand the facts on this. And it won't take but a second here, but this is what his lawyer released. He said on January the 14th, Brandon Miller, who, if you don't know and you don't follow basketball, he's the freshman phenom that's going to be taken in the top of the NBA draft this summer. A very good player. Brandon had a game, Alabama basketball had a game on January the 14th. After the game, he was asked if he wanted to go to the nightclub at the Strip with Darius Miles there in Tuscaloosa. Unbeknownst to Brandon, Darius Miles brought his legal handgun and left it in the back seat of Brandon's car. Brandon never saw it or handled it because it was put under some clothes in the back seat or whatever that they had. When they got down to the Strip, Brandon decided he didn't want to go into the nightclub but would rather go down to a restaurant, get something to eat, and all this kind of stuff. Darius Miles, who at the time was injured, I think, but also part of the basketball team, that's how they knew each other. Anyway, asked Brandon to come back and pick him up later on that night, and Brandon responded and said, first, I need to take someone home. He was giving somebody a ride home that was there at the restaurant with him, and I'll be there, but it'll be a little bit. So he gave that person a ride home. And before Brandon had gotten back, apparently Darius and the other gentleman that was is being charged with capital murder,
the trigger man.
right? Darius had words with Miss Harris and her boyfriend Cedric Johnson, and so Brandon finally makes his way back. And without Brandon knowing any of the context of what was going on or that there was a verbal altercation of some kind, Brandon, already on his way back, got another text from Darius that said, "Are you coming back to get me? And make sure you bring in my gun." And Brandon wasn't sure, I guess, because he never saw it. So anyway, Brandon
It wasn't Brandon Miller's gun.
No, and that was one thing they
that's the
wanted to
way it
clear
was-
up
it was
is
kinda
that
portrayed.
it was Brandon Miller's gun, but it was actually Darius Miles's gun. And
Just happened to be in his car.
there's been some confusion there, but this is according to a statement released from Brandon's lawyer. So Brandon got back and never got out of his car, and there was also the accusation that Brandon tried to block in Harris and Cedric, but he was not part of that. According to his lawyer, he said he got back and never got out of his car or never had any interaction with Miss Harris or her boyfriend, Cedric Johnson. He never touched the gun or knew of what was about to happen. So Brandon didn't block anybody in, but instead parked his car. And then gunfire erupted shortly after that, and Brandon's car was hit by stray bullets. So Brandon quickly left because of that. And as soon as he heard someone had been injured and law enforcement wanted to talk to him, he's been fully cooperative with them and the investigators. And all the events that I just talked about, that this is from his lawyer, can clearly be backed up by video evidence and text messages. So that there's no dispute into what according to his lawyer, he said this is not just Brandon's side. I mean, there's video evidence and there's text messages that back up. So that's why Brandon's never been charged, never been arrested or anything like that, according to his attorney.
And this is why you let things play out and you don't scream things like Miller should be kicked off the team and Oaks should be fired. That it's silly. You give it a minute.
Yeah, let the facts come out. Let them tell you what they knew or didn't know.
Yeah. So anyway, that's just an update from something we talked about yesterday. But that was Brandon Miller's attorney clarifying Brandon's presence related to the January 15th shooting death of Miss Harris there in Tuscaloosa. So anyway, I hope that clears some of it up. And some of you might have already heard that, but some of that helped me a little bit because I was confused on whose pistol it was and all that, but hopefully that clears it up a little bit.
And unfortunately, you could read it 10 more times, and people are still going to be calling today for people to be fired and kicked off teams.
Yeah, because that's the thing to do.
Yeah. But basketball, Alabama played South Carolina last night, and you can hear the crowd at times when there was a little, lull in the activity, screaming, chanting, "Lock him up."
Well, now they're going, like we said, they're going to do that, and whether you're innocent, guilty, or whatever.
I heard from an Alabama fan, thank goodness we've gotten through playing Auburn and Tennessee.
Wait till wrong place, wrong time is broke out. That'll be chanted too. That's going to be a good. That'll be a good one too. When he's on the free throw line, wrong place, wrong time. That's coming.
You're all over that, Helms. That's good stuff right there. As far as the chants go in fandom.
Well, the Tide made them eat it. They won. So
they did.
Jakey chant.
Hey, pretty good.
Yeah, they are.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back right at 15 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us here in just a few. Don't go anywhere. Adler as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health. just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZQL invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health challenge. Join today at ZQL.com to get weekly sleep tips from experts and learn how ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help enhance your journey to better sleep. ZQL's Better Sleep to Better Health challenge. Visit ZQL.com now.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes until top of the hour.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is sponsored by LearBubba.com. Here's something to brighten up your day, if it needs to be. We got you a free silver bar.
Yeah.
Well, technically, our team at SSI asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our viewers and listeners, and they agreed to give all of you a free silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce, and although there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that gold hits that number, the facts are if you bought gold today at their favorable prices and the cost of gold jumps close to predictions, you're in for a major return. So check them out at LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. For the next week, all new LearBubba.com customers in our audience will receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Speak to them directly at 1-800-707-4575, or their website again is LearBubba.com. That's 1-800-707-4575 or LearBubba.com. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor button. That Lear Bubba, L-E-A-R. That's LearBubba.com. All right, so as we roll on back, if you live in places, and this is one thing that we have in the Southeast, we'll have severe weather, right?
Sure.
I mean, all right, we'll have stuff like that.
We'll have a little bit.
But I'm on a hike, and I'm scared that I'm going to run into or encounter an animal that can take me. It's pretty low in the Southeast. I mean, it depends on what area you're in. I know we have,
wild dogs are more of a threat than
they are.
Correct. I'll give you that. And there's some
we see some black bears. They usually run away. They don't want that.
Well, a huge moose in Alaska
the moose
kicked a woman in the head after sneaking up on her.
Wait a minute. So she wasn't messing with it, trying to get a picture like normal idiots that get attacked by moose.
Well, no, A woman in Alaska was kicked in the head by a moose while walking her dog last week, and it was all caught on camera.
Something about the woman the moose didn't like?
I don't know. I don't know what attracted. Yeah. It said, I thought someone had been paying attention and hit me with a bike or something, or somebody had not been paying attention, hit me with a bike. I didn't know what had happened. She said, I'd put my hands up on my head, and I'm like, I'm bleeding. She then looked up and realized she had been kicked by a large moose that she and her dog walked past earlier. So she saw the moose earlier, I guess, in the walk.
And he run her down.
Yeah. Knowing that the moose had been somewhere behind me, and now, here's the moose in front of me. I'm like, what
Here I am
what
with
in the
a knot
world?
on my head.
But, you just
What
don't.
about the dog? He'd be okay?
I guess so. It says the moment a moose kicked her in the head in Anchorage, Alaska, it was February 2023. It's February 16th here, it says. It says that the incident may be hard to believe if it were not for video captured by a fellow Anchorage resident, Kate Timmons. Oh, God, you guys, the moose is chasing this person.
Yeah,
she's
I saw that
commentating.
on the news. I saw that. She's hollering. Meanwhile, the moose is digging.
Yeah.
Ka-clunk right over.
Yeah.
But he just moved on, I guess. He didn't stand around and stomp anybody.
But, that's not something like
He didn't get you down the woodpile.
Terry and I went for a walk last night.
Yeah.
I'm not really worried about a moose.
Now, if you were going on a walk in Alaska, you might.
Yeah.
Huh?
For sure. I mean, I did see some little bunny rabbits. Not a moose.
They don't knock you down, though, normally. If they do.
And then you get you in a woodpile and stomp on you. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Guys, this moose is chasing this person. Go, love. Hey, watch out! Watch out!
Go, love. Oh, they're blowing the horn and everything.
Go! Are you okay?
They were trying their best to distract the moose.
Right.
Go, love.
Go, love.
Go, love. I wish you.
Part of me, and I don't want you to be hurt, but part of me, if you got ran over by a moose,
really,
pretty funny.
You want that?
I don't want you hurt, but I want you getting up and dusting.
Greg, the problem is if he gets run over by a moose, he's gonna be hurt.
Well, I added that part that he just got skinned up a little bit, but he was okay. But just the look on his face, and like, where'd that come from? Well, that would be
chasing this person. Go, love. Hey! What? Go, love. Go, love. Go, love. Go, love. Hey! What?
So the lady just didn't hear him until the moose stomped her, got her down the woodpile.
Thought enough to go, I got to record this because something's not looking right here.
Yeah.
Capturing it on video is wild.
That's what I'd say. I'd like to see you.
Hey,
Speedy.
I wish you called us love.
Love. Probably not going to happen.
Like, because, we'll come in and we'll go, morning, and then normally we have something like,
well, we can't say what we normally say to each other.
But what if you said, hey, love?
That'd be weird.
Instead of what I said to y'all this morning, I said, hey, and then what if I'd have said, hey, love, or hey, loves?
I'll go ahead and say that. I would be more offended by that than what you actually said.
Okay, wow.
So, that's good.
Take that off the table.
Oh, my gracious.
Love. Hey, love. Well, wait a minute. I don't know.
Huh?
What was that?
I don't know. It's just how I would say, hey, love.
Hey, love.
Oh. What about this? Y'all remember this?
Gee, an unhappy ending.
Yeah, in the cartoon, we always had a happy ending,
In the world.
That's Bullwinkle.
That's a moose talking.
Hey.
You like old Bullwinkle.
Hey. I wish you don't like this. I didn't know we had Bullwinkle. Hey. Say it again. Hey. All right.
That's
I'm
good.
sorry. I'm done with that. There's also some parents that are catching heat for adding lifts to their son's shoes to make him tall enough for rides at Disneyland.
Guys, they do the tall thing for safety reasons.
Right.
And
so you
just
don't
because
slide
you
out
have elevated shoes, that does not make you that height.
Yeah.
So when you sit down, you're going to fly out of it.
Yeah, they're getting heat. The family's getting heat after posting a theme park hack.
Meet my son, Cannon, our thrill-seeking boy who can't get enough of Disney theme park rides. The only problem, you ask? He's just not tall enough for the big ones. But we didn't want that to stop him from feeling the rush, so we took matters into our own hands and crafted a shoe that just might do the trick.
And it made him taller. It's raised shoes for their
good
son.
News.
Now he's tall enough to go on rides at Disneyland.
I know you've always wanted to ride.
Adler could not have walked in at any worse of a time
good
for him.
News, Adler.
How are you today, love?
Oh,
that was his dad for the Kelly family, breaking down how they made their son.
Our Daredevil
Cannon,
son, as
taller.
he flies out of the roller coaster.
How about the old? Do you remember the line? The bar,
Oh, when I was a
where you
little
had
kid, I was small, and I remember not being tall enough and getting mad about it.
Yeah, you wanted so bad to ride.
Yeah, I
the
wanted to
ride.
ride.
Just so bad. Can I
tried to be
please
tall
please
as I
let me
could.
ride the ride?
You know, I'd try to make
Yeah.
myself taller.
Right.
Because I always
Golly.
liked roller coasters.
Yeah.
Fun.
Oh my goodness, I remember that. Just going up to that little line, you're like, "Am I?"
Getting
And then
nervous.
because you can't see, and you're looking back trying to see, and you're sitting there, and they give you a thumbs up or thumbs down. But
Yeah.
you're right, they do have that there for a reason. So you might not slide up under the arm or
Yeah,
whatever. It's for safety, but still.
And I'm sure they exaggerated. You're probably fine.
Oh
Still.
yeah, exactly. But they're getting some heat because they think that
Well,
they're
then they
being
got
unsafe.
sharp about it and had to make a video.
Oh yeah.
Tell everybody.
When's the last time you were on like a big ride that you were like not concerned about, but you were like, I can't believe I'm riding
God,
this.
that's years. I haven't been. I
It's
haven't rode a
been
ride
15,
in
20 years for me.
Yeah.
See, I was at
I don't
Six
get
Flags,
to
I'm
those
sure.
places much.
I used to. I loved them.
I don't either.
I just don't. We went to.
Let's start going.
I guess I had an opportunity when we went to Dollywood during COVID.
Okay.
Remember that trip up that way?
Yeah.
And I had an opportunity to get on a big time roller coaster there, and I was like, I don't have anything to do with it. I rode a little bitty one with Maddie. But I didn't want, I just like, you know what? Caroline and Braden's got friends that are going. They ain't no sense in me getting on it.
Right.
You were scared.
I'm a grown man.
You know, we have the Alabama Adventure that's just right around the corner.
Yeah, it's got a roller
and
coaster,
the
right?
guy's going to be endorsing them. We've got to actually go out there.
Oh,
and,
you'll be riding.
You don't watch it. I might be on one of the roller coasters. You don't know it.
I love a good roller coaster.
I used to love back when it was just the traditional Scream Machine and,
Right,
and Mind
yeah,
Bender. I don't think I've ever been on these new ones that they have.
Black Goliath's the big one.
Yeah.
Whew. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, if there's
And
something
we don't know, but that's very strange.
If this is as simple, you cut me off in traffic, then that's an extreme reaction. Now, if this is some person that he caught in his house with his wife, and he's been chasing him, that's different. Maybe there's something in the story I don't know.
We don't know.
We
don't know.
But if this is as simple, hey, you cut me off back there, that's an extreme.
Something's weird because the victims haven't come forward saying, hey, this guy came after me or whatever. So they're looking for both of them. But
yeah, it could be a drug deal going bad.
This goes back to, and I'm sorry to even bring this up, but these left lane slow drivers.
Yeah,
and we've done this 1,000 times, so I'm trying not to hit repeat on this.
Right, yeah.
But I had an incident the other day where I was traveling from Birmingham to Montgomery, Alabama, about an hour drive south, okay? And this person got in the left lane and was going about 4 to 5 miles an hour slower than the speed limit in the left lane. And I didn't count, but I would guess it was 10 to 15 cars behind him. There were 18-wheelers in the right lane, so nobody could go anywhere. So finally, I finally get a chance to pass him, and it's been, I don't know how long. I felt like it was half my life.
Did you reach for your sledgehammer?
Okay. And I look over, and he just looks over at us and just keeps. And I'm thinking to myself, how does somebody do that?
I don't know.
How do they sit there? Because I know they got mirrors. Do you not see there's 20 people behind you?
To me,
what are you doing?
To me, that, and we've talked about it, as you said, 1,000 times. But to me, it is one of life's great mysteries.
Hey, it really is.
I mean, I've often wanted to sit down with a left lane person. I'm not talking about somebody who just looks up and realizes, I'm in the
got
left
hung
lane.
out there. Yeah,
I'm talking about that person that defiantly stays out there, stacks up all the traffic, everybody's stacked up. They're causing a major quagmire, and it doesn't bother them.
It's amazing.
I would like to sit down with them and say, let's talk about this. Talk to me why you didn't just simply move over and let people by, why you're not over in the right lane. We all want to know. I'm speaking to you on behalf of all.
People want to know. All 30 that were behind you didn't get by. You had somewhere they had to be.
You represent one of life's great mysteries, and maybe you can answer it for us. So we'll come back. I know some of you have phone calls on that too. But if you haven't seen the security footage, wow. I mean, it's there's something missing from this story.
Yeah.
The reason why I don't think it was drug related is there would have been guns. The fact that it was a red truck with a
look,
sledgehammer.
I had to I'm drawing, grasping at straws here. I don't know.
It's got to be beyond how you cut me off. You think?
Gotta be.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our toll-free number. Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba show and then some. We were talking about this surveillance video that shows road rage to a level, 400 level road rage, including a sledgehammer. Some people are claiming, and we'll get to your phone calls here, that there's been an update. We can't find the update.
No.
That there was a relationship involved in this, which would explain it a little more. But it has all of us kind of examining ourselves on road rage. And Eddie Van Adder would like to come to the mic.
Okay, so I struggle. Rick, you struggle.
Well, I'm not a 400. I'm a 225.
Okay.
250.
That's still
not
not good. It's
not
still
100.
kind of high number.
It's
Now,
not
what do you judge it on, the fact that you get ill when something happens, or you respond to it?
I get very upset, and I will respond to a certain degree. And the only reason why that I think I'm back at 225, when I was at 250, 275, I'm going from 100 to 400.
Right.
There were times that I had to fight everything in my being not to run someone off the road into a ditch. Okay, but
Okay.
It's about
There we
250.
go.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
about 250.
I guess I'm a 100 then.
Yeah.
Since we've set that scale.
So, I mean, I get upset. I yell in my car. I used to be real bad, you know. I'm getting better. I'm getting more mature, trying to be smarter with where I expel my energy.
Right.
And most of the time, these infractions that we have on the road are usually about a 10-second inconvenience.
Right.
And I'll be 5 minutes still steaming about it.
Yeah.
And I ran across something online. This is just a good analogy that helped me. It might be stupid. Greg, you probably think it's really stupid. So pretend you have $86,400 in your account. Okay, $86K in your account. And somebody stole $10 from you. Okay? Would you be upset and throw away all $86K? Would you throw that away in hopes of getting back that $10? Or would you just move on? See, we have
What are you talking about?
We have 86,400 seconds in every day. So don't let someone's negative 10 seconds ruin the rest of your 86.
Well, the last time I saw it, it was longer than 10 seconds.
Well, can I
Felt
say
like
this?
it was 5 minutes.
You're
right
see,
now.
no, you're not getting it.
That's
you're not
good.
Getting it.
I
You're
like
not
that.
getting
Here's
it,
the
buddy.
here's
They
the
stole
That's the
$100
biggest
from
load
me.
I've ever heard.
Here's the flaw in that
I'll use that
analogy.
later.
Here's the flaw in that analogy. I can't
You could make
stand
a poster.
I can't stand a thief.
You can't stand a thief. That's right.
I don't
here
want
we
nobody
go.
stealing anything from me.
Well, just think that you're shedding money every second you
Right.
interact with them. You're just shedding money. They're just.
No, I know what you. Well, I've actually gotten a lot better, and my wife has explained to me that but like I've gotten down to the point now, which may drop me down to like 150. I've gotten to the point now. I can't seem to remove this. What's this idiot doing?
Right.
What in the world?
Yeah.
I just
What-
just a
what-
quick flip and I'm done.
It's just
Well,
quick
how long
flip.
is that?
That's it.
But Adler, your analogy
good,
of the
Greg.
10 seconds may not be true if they're blocking the left lane and they do it for miles.
Now that's bad.
and,
That is bad.
And see, that's stealing a whole lot more out of my account.
It's
Yeah, that's a
frustrating.
lot,
It's frustrating, guys. I'm
My
with you.
hand will automatically go up.
But Greg, your reaction causes a reaction. Rick's does not.
A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. Lots to do. Lots to do. Looking forward to chatting with you. This hour starts with our national anthem. Here we go. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. America's favorite radio show. Here we go. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. They've given you a kickoff hour on all the various Rick and Bubba platforms. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Every option you can think of to catch the show live or archived on your own time. That's your call. Or a combination of both. I get the live part, then when I can't get live, I go get on the archive. Whatever. Find it all at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience. That's one of our options. Watching us on YouTube, live or archived. Also, he'll grab a best of hour every day. Kind of nutshell it for you, both on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is a unique podcast that happens not every week, but most every week. Another one of those coming out this weekend. We'll tell you a little more about that on the show today because we'll be recording that today. It will publish this weekend. So the gang's all here. I'm Rick, and right over there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in.
But I seen fire and I seen rain. I seen sunny days that I thought would never end. James Taylor. Bubba, how about it?
How about you, buddy?
Fire and rain.
How about it? Fire and rain.
Yeah, I remember.
It was warm out there.
Well,
yesterday.
Well, and today too.
We set a record yesterday.
I'm trying to. Of course, you got blizzards in 38 states, but
I don't. And look, I wanted to say too. I know because I know how this works. Immediately, we're going to hear this is evidence of global warming. No, because we also had some of the coldest weather that I ever recall back in December. So we didn't claim we were moving to an ice age then because we set a record by 1 degree yesterday doesn't mean we're moving to a global warming either.
Well, I heard
it's called weather.
I heard a friend.
Climate.
I heard a friend of mine and a big supporter and fan of the show that's a pastor in Mobile, and I was listening to the message he did this last weekend, and he was taking on. We got to stop using the word unprecedented. He said we say things are unprecedented that just aren't, right. So it was great that. By the way, I listened to that, Kevin. But what I was going to say to that too, the problem you have with that line of thinking also is in our very same state tomorrow the high is 62. What happened to the climate then? Because then it goes back to normal temperatures for this time of year. So anyway, those of you that are trying to figure out coming from all over the country to the Man Church Conference this weekend, I've told you to pack T-shirts, and some of you are coming in tonight, but tomorrow the high goes back to 62, and then it's going to be like 72 on Saturday. So you might want to just kind of You know,
look, this time of year in our state, I'm wearing shorts, but I have an assortment of coats in the car.
No,
complete with toboggans, gloves, and coats, and I'm wearing shorts. So you just never know.
Well, that's what I did. We have some new T-shirts that we've got that I wore yesterday and another one today coming out this weekend. And I told Sherry, I said, well, I'm gonna wear them Wednesday and Thursday because that's the only 2 days it's going to be warm enough for it.
Yeah.
I said, then by the time we get to Friday, I'm going to have to go back to other stuff. So, yeah, so you can wear them for a little while. But like I said, Bubba, have something standing by ready to go. So,
Rick, back to the weather up north.
Blizzards,
and the
blizzards.
Midwest, freeze.
No, blizzards.
Did you see the number of flights canceled, too?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 7,600 flights delayed or canceled.
Mm-hmm. How about that right there?
Been a tough time for the airlines, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. You got computer glitches, you got weather, Jimmy Jam.
Yeah.
So we got nearly crashing each other on runways.
Oh, yeah.
Near misses like crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So anyway, wherever you may be, it could be wildly different, and we won't even get into what we talked about with John Thomas yesterday. Then when you start talking about climate, you got to get outside the United States of America.
Yeah, like the big picture.
Yeah, you got to go around the whole wide world. So anyway, there we go. It's kind of like, so many times as Americans we think this is the entire world. And sometimes you have to clarify and go, well, now in this country, this would be true because it's not necessarily true somewhere else.
Right.
That's
John Thomas reminded us, as you said.
Yeah. Well, and like we talked about, I say this all the time. Sometimes it's even proper when you have some kind of indictment, on the church. Sometimes you have to clarify and say, well, I'm speaking of the Western church because what I'm saying right now isn't the case with churches around the world. So just because something's wrong at your church doesn't mean the church is in trouble.
Right.
So as a matter of fact, in a lot of places, it's quite vibrant. So anyway, we'll unpack a lot on the program today. Your phone calls will be part of it. Got some updates on stories that we've already brought you.
Did you get your Trump water yesterday?
I did not.
Yeah, he was passing it out.
I heard that. I'm sure that'll be celebrated.
Mayor Pete will visit today.
Night.
Updates from the sports world and a whole lot more.
Got another update on that story involving Alabama and their basketball player. Got a little update on that.
Did you see the video of the lady that was eaten by the alligator?
Yes.
They released part of it.
No,
attacking.
don't say that.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, you know what?
You're getting. I mean, when you do that,
yeah, I'll get it back.
Now you're going to get something back.
Yeah.
Is it calling somebody?
Now, I'll tell you where.
Is it bad if I pretend like I have a harpoon missile on the car and I launch it with my thumbs on the steering wheel?
That's good.
Is that like an air-to-air missile? Is that bad?
That's therapeutic to me.
Yeah, they don't know that's coming.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this in all seriousness.
When I get them lined up with that crack in the windshield,
in all seriousness, I've come a long way on mild inconveniences. But let me tell you one thing that's still. And I honestly think rightfully so, even though you need to handle it the right way and you certainly don't need to put people in danger or anything like that, is I get very, very upset when somebody's stupidity, texting, puts us and my family in a dangerous situation.
Sure, yeah.
You nearly hit us. You nearly killed us. That really, really angers me.
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, your stupidity – and your stupid cell phone or your stupid drunkenness or whatever it is, you nearly killed us. Yeah. You could have killed us. And that I had a real problem with.
And should.
And I really struggle with that.
Yeah.
Now, the mild inconveniences.
Everybody makes a human error and tries to change lanes too close sometimes. But, when you're obviously impaired or doing something stupid, that does. I ramp up on that.
Yeah, I feel bad when I run up beside this old lady.
I do too.
And then I call myself.
Well, of course, I've given y'all some things to look out for.
Yeah, and
of course, I've never understood
pass that
this.
along to my kids.
I don't mean to be mean. This is
ready for anything.
There we go. This means you're going to be mean.
Yeah. But I've noticed this too. Just because you have a handicap sticker,
there it is.
Your right foot probably works.
Oh,
you can hit the. You know what I'm talking about? It's like you see the handicap sticker; they're going real slow. What is your handicap? I think
just
you can
look.
still.
Y'all send it directly to Greg at Rick and Bubba. Don't
you know what I'm saying? Because a lot.
Hey,
there's a lot of them with that sticker that are going really slow, and I'm thinking, I get it where you get to park good. I got that.
Well,
but I don't know unless you have are missing a right foot. I think you can go fast.
There was a moment. I won't say who it was. I don't even remember. Do you, Bubba?
No, I don't.
But I was riding with somebody one time that the first time that those license plates became available, stickers, and the person said to us, and I don't know who it was, "Get ready for anything."
Yeah.
Unless you were.
It's funny how that
Greg,
works.
you just said unless you're missing a right foot.
He just said,
if that's your handicap,
I'm glad you weren't
okay,
trying to be
I'll
mean.
give you that.
right, you're saying what enables you from going
All
the
right,
speed
let's
limit?
say that you got a bad back. You can still push the gas. Or let's say that you don't walk very good, but you're behind the wheel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You should be able to hit the accelerator and drive a car.
No, you're
I'm
right.
not asking you to run from here to there.
I'm not
you
even-
obviously can't do that.
I'm not even going to forward the email. You got to send it directly to Greg.
But I don't. But there's a high percentage. I always. And Lisa got on to me for that one day because I said, "Well, my goodness, I get it that you can't. You got to park close to the building. I got that. But on the way to the building, let's run the speed limit.
Still talking.
You're going to go right to the front.
Right.
Got it.
Right. Thank you, Greg. But
Just be timely about it.
One thing I also stopped, but I've gotten better on through I think sanctification and being changed. There was a time where I simply had to make eye contact with whoever did the stupid thing.
Yeah.
I had to.
I want you to know I'm
I had to get up beside you, and when we had to look at each other, I want to see you in the eyes on how stupid you are.
Rick, and I'm going to do this.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll do this.
Like, what are you doing?
I tell you the worst thing that Sherry said that she was so glad. See, I had not driven her car a lot, and her car has a weird location of the horn. And she goes, I'm not even going to tell you where the horn is. and I said, she goes, you love that horn. Wow, you'll hit that horn. I said, I'm all over the horn. And I want everybody to know that, hey, but I also have become very gracious with the person who gives you the my bad.
Oh,
and I've had to do the my bad. That's on me.
If you give me the my bad,
that's on me.
It completely wipes it clean. Right?
Yeah, because you recognize it and you get over.
Yeah.
How about when you come up
Or
on
you
traffic?
thank somebody. When you're in like bumper to bumper traffic, somebody lets you over. I'll give them the hey thanks.
Oh yeah.
Well, and I changed our whole intersection where I live with the if it's green, be mean. If it's red, go ahead.
I do that all the time.
This thing of letting people out of these adjoining parking lots when the light's green, traffic's got to flow. Traffic's got to flow. Now, if it's the light's red and you got room to let them in to get in line, that's fine. Mm-hmm. But if it's green, we got to be mean. We got to roll because you're really keeping traffic moving by doing that. It's actually the better strategy for all people involved. We can't stop on green lights and let people come out of these adjoining parking lots.
Yeah.
Now nobody's going to make the light. Let's go.
Let me ask you this. Are you a quick horn on people at the red line? It changes.
Yes.
And are you quick or do you give them?
No, quick. It's a two-hit.
My horn is too quick on red light.
I give them.
try to get
you know
it.
the time I give them from my hand, from the wheel to the horn.
That's as quick as you.
I'm about 3 Mississippi.
I give them a bing, bing.
Yeah, as I said, and it's on
I
me.
don't sit down on
Listen, and it's on me. It's one. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, well, I'm looking at things that are still to come on the program today, and I'll tell you what, if you were any fan of the Tonight Show and Letterman and all that gang, anytime Wild Animals comes to a talk show, you don't know how that's going to go. And later in the program, scheduled to appear here today is a big owl. It's just simply called a big owl. It's on the list I have here.
Yeah.
And an albino red-tailed hawk. So
say that again.
Yeah. Bubba asked a great
albino, a red-tailed hawk.
What if it goes nuts in here?
Exactly.
And pecks somebody's eyes out.
Yeah.
That's great radio.
Rick, Bubba asked a great question. Should we put the coyotes up?
That's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
What about that stuffed owl in there?
Well, what about Big Boy?
Big boy.
What about hams?
What about? Well, let me say this.
Let Hank the camel
Put hams up.
I watched, and I never can remember the guy's name. Never can. You and Greg were talking about, and then that, of course, that made it bother me about Nick, whatever his last name is, Tennessee kid.
Bargatze.
I never can say his last name.
Funny
This
man.
very funny comedian. But now y'all have made me. I can't get past that he's using a microphone with a cord.
Yeah.
And why in the world y'all let me know that? And now I can't even watch the man's new special without staring at that cord and him dragging it
Plays
around.
with it a lot.
Yeah, he does.
Messes
That
with
may be his
cord
thing.
all the time.
Nate Bargatze.
What'd I say, Nick?
Nick.
I meant
It doesn't
whatever his
matter.
name is.
Hey, Nate.
Really,
friends call him Nick.
really funny guy.
Yeah.
Very
And so
funny.
as you
Tennessee
know,
kid.
and he's uniquely funny. That's what I like.
Yeah.
I don't really like watching duplicates. I like
his
when you
delivery and all
go, okay, I can only get this from this guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, the clever, love clever, clean, but he does the bit about eagles. and that some people have had experience where an eagle has actually come down and touched them on their heads. And he said he didn't know that. And he said he's the kind of person when he Googles, he can't help. He said he even tries not to look at frequently asked questions. He said he can't get past it. And one of them was he was noticing that there's a larger number of people that he was comfortable with that have had eagles come down and touch him on the head. And he said when he researched it that he said, I've really got bad news for the bald people. He said it's mainly bald people.
Really?
And he said that what they're trying to do is they think your head is a rock. And they're trying they're trying to crack like a turtle or things that they pick up so they can eat it, and they're trying to crack it on your head, thinking your head is a rock.
That's true.
Yeah, and
that's a good reason to wear a hat.
So, of all of our concerns today, even though these aren't eagles, they're still birds of prey. I'm concerned about Speedy's head.
Yeah,
and deadly talons.
Yeah. Let me tell you, when he
Will
said,
you hoot at it, Greg?
Yeah.
Make it hoot back.
I told you I had a owl really almost get me on the grill the other night.
Yeah,
came right over my head.
Really
scared me to death. Let me tell you what.
They create a lot of wind too.
Yeah.
We had one swoop at us walking out
Exactly.
bow hunting one year, and I'm gonna tell you, it was like I thought a plane went overhead.
Listen. So I'm outside grilling, and it just got dark, which means he was about to start his evening. Apparently,
Right.
So I'm out there. I'm out there on the grill, because I've got lights on my grill, like I like it, and I'm on the grill, and this is what you talk about spook. I look down on the deck.
See the shadow,
and I see the shadow of giant wings, and I'm like, "What in the world?" And all of a sudden, right over my head. I mean, I could feel him go over my head, and I saw him.
That's another reason to have a Rick and Bubba spatula.
It's like, what's your grilling?
Right.
Please look at the face that wise old owl has. Give it again, Speedy.
Yeah.
What's your grilling?
That owl's gonna hit something because his eyes are closed.
So
for you all.
All right.
So the Alabama Wildlife Center is supposed to bring them by, and there's
fun.
some bird charity thing going on. So, we'll talk about that.
And
you had me at Birds of Prey in the studio.
Yeah, well, that was a quick answer for you.
Love it.
Oh, look, give me Birds of Prey in here all day long. We've had it in the past.
Yeah, y'all remember we had the eagle in here? Wasn't this studio? It was 2 studios ago, and they got to flapping and the dust that went to flying everywhere.
Did Birds of Prey ever come to the broadcast plaza ever?
I don't think so.
We had a lot of stuff.
A lot of camels and
a couple of monkeys.
zebras. And we never got a bird of prey in there.
Mary Ann from the
Had a wallaby.
Raptor Center was holding the eagle, and I asked her if she'd ever been bit. And she said no, and at that exact minute, it bit her on the nose and started bleeding. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
I was like, what?
Well, don't ask her today.
I said, there's no way that eagle understands English.
Yeah, don't do that today, Bo.
Yeah, so that's coming up a little bit later on. So we'll talk about that. So and then we've got
all right, guys. I will do that the rest
Who
of
cooks
the
for you?
Before they get here,
The owl probably won't make it now.
Give me a who
run
cooks
over-
for you, who cooks for you all.
Will you run over? Will you run over to the C-store and get a lollipop, and let's see how many licks it takes?
That's good, Bubba.
Tootsie Pop.
C-store. I hadn't heard that in a long
When's
time.
the last time you had old Tootsie Pop?
Oh, it's been a while.
I haven't had one in a
I
while.
try not to get too many suckers.
Favorite color?
Crack something.
Favorite color?
Oh, Rick, the chocolate one was hard to beat.
Really, I like red.
Red was good. Orange was good.
No, yeah, what about purple?
Oh, I'll take them all.
Purple's my favorite.
I knew you were going to say that, by the way.
You did great. Yeah.
I knew it.
But what if
I'm
it
a grape
sees,
guy.
What if it sees a coyote
You're
and
clear on that.
goes nuts, starts flying around in here just
That'd
pecking
be
people?
great, Bubba.
Huh?
Be awesome.
Well,
Well,
I'll see me get on this desk.
Look, you and I have seen some animal exhibits go real bad.
Yes.
Go real bad.
Bubba, it looks like it's been pecking on your hair a little bit. It's sticking up in the back.
You like that?
Yeah, we got to get that down.
No, I'll fix that. That's special today.
I'm going to do you like I do my dad.
It is
I'm gonna
special.
calm it down.
It's like
For
a
sure.
rudder. It's like, I think my.
If you would like to do a commercial for My Pillow, we could just look at the back of your head.
No, that's good.
What's wrong with your hair?
Looks like the owl's already been roosted in it. doesn't it?
I was about to say, a bird of prey has set up a nest back there on the crown.
It's kind of warm in here.
Please keep your eye on Speedy.
There's
I'll
lots
take
of
it.
food in my hair.
Rick, I don't know what he's doing. Man of 1,000 voices and faces today.
Somewhere there's a bird going back to the other saying, it's not snow.
What a nest! What a nest!
I like to see them when they stand there and they'll scratch with one foot and scratch on it.
Sure.
That's good.
I don't know what just happened.
That's good. So we'll see. I'm sure it'll go smooth. I'm sure bringing live birds of prey inside the studio won't be any problem at all.
Yeah, with stuffed coyotes everywhere.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna do.
What if they came in, flew around, and started knocking stuff, went crazy, and they left, and the pop came back?
That's funny.
I gotta say, I'm worried about this owl I've got behind me here.
Yeah,
we've been discussing
We have
that.
to throw a blanket over it or something.
You talking about the one you broke a state law with?
No, I got grandfathered in literally, so y'all can stop emailing me about this. My grandfather gave it to me, and then if an immediate family member gives it to you, it's from like before my dad was even born.
Yeah,
so,
they were legal then.
You can't have it now, or I could never sell it or give it to anybody outside my immediate family. But hopefully the hawk sees it and just goes nuts.
I got confused with all the owl and the flag emails, and I thought we just had the owl in the wrong place.
Right. we'll get a flag email too.
You flag people. You missed a great opportunity to be a Pharisee.
All right.
Yeah, the flag
gonna be all day.
Can we stop doing it?
Can we?
We're gonna have to do something.
Guys,
else.
do y'all want to get out of our system here so it doesn't? Are we just carrying?
do one more.
Is this
Good. That's good, Greg.
Is this
You know
going to
what we
carry?
need?
Is this going to carry through the whole show?
Yeah, we need a song to get in our head.
We got
need an
it
earworm.
going one time like this.
Oh, we did.
Couldn't quit doing it.
Oh yeah. Every time this comes up, we can't stop doing it. That and Braves chants.
Yeah, I forgot that one too.
What if we hooted a Braves chant?
Oh boy.
And we'll come back. We'll jump into some of the stories today. That's coming up late in the show, though, so just FYI on that.
Watch him not come now.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Archive from yesterday's Bible study is available now. The letter to the church in Philadelphia, the Faithful Church. So catch that on the archives if that's your thing during the week, or you'd like to start being your thing. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
1 minute. Get off the phone.
It's 100% on me.
And it's happened to me.
I am not capable. Greg, I'm not capable. I've tried. I'm not capable to take a casual car ride. I'm not capable of it.
I know.
Yeah. I for some reason, no matter if there's a time frame on me at all, there's something that overtakes me.
Pressing.
We gotta go.
You know, it's
pressing. Greg, where are you? My gosh, you're going to the botanical gardens. You're right. And by golly, we better get there.
You got plenty of time.
What's so pressing about this? You don't even want to go.
You're going to the dentist.
Your wife's making you. You don't even want to go. Like I got a teeth cleaning. If these people don't move on, get out of my way.
I gotta go get a physical.
Like I said before, I've said on there, I really believe, I don't know why they would let me drive myself there, but it works as the analogy. They probably wouldn't. If I was going for a beheading, I'm talking about as soon as you get here, we're cutting your head off. I'd be like, I got to get up. I got to make time. Who's this idiot doing? Let's go. I mean, it's
heads gonna roll.
I mean, you know how some people, literally. There's been days I'm not on the time frame at all. I mean, I should be enjoying the vehicle. I should be enjoying the scenery. But when I get behind that wheel,
you got to make good time.
I got to make good time. And I can't make myself stop. I've tried. You know, I did one the other day where I pulled a goofy move and left something somewhere that I was supposed to. The whole reason I went, and I left it. And I called them back, and they were like, I said, when do y'all close? They said, we close at 5. It was 18 minutes to 5. And I looked at young Broderick, and I said, I think I can make it. He's like, Dad, you can't make that. I said, I can make it. And I pulled up, and they were walking out the door and handed it to me.
Oh.
But that wasn't that important. You could have just gotten it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I thought to myself, I got to see if I can do it. I think I can make it.
I've got a bad habit of trying to beat my last time. I know my best time going from point A to B.
Oh, I'm going to my nephew's graduation night, and I'm already thinking about, can I set a world record time?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
So, Bubba, I know that we got a lot going on this week, and you said you had a little announcement or a little thank you.
A little shout out here, Rick. We've been caught up in graduation festivities, and Caitlin has been down on a beach trip, and Betty was down with their group for part of the week, and they were coming back last night, her and Jamie Anderson, a friend of ours, and they had some car trouble along the way, had air conditioning go out, and that's not good. Not in the humid confines of the Gulf. But Betty and Jamie both want me to give a shout out to Tim and Charlie at Precision Automotive and Truck Service in Dufiniac Springs, Florida, for their help.
I know Dufiniac. I go through there all the time on the way.
So, guys, thank y'all for taking care of the ladies.
Yes, so they got the air conditioner running again?
Yeah.
So was it Betty's car or the other car?
It was Jamie's car.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want that coming back to the house.
No, I don't think it was something complicated, but if it ain't working, it ain't working. So
yeah, but anytime it shows it won't work, I mean something gets squirrely.
Yeah.
They got back home, but you don't want that sitting in the garage.
No, you don't. No, that's a headache today for somebody, right? No, but they got it going. So thank you guys, Tim and Charlie, for the great job.
Thank you,
They
Tim.
listen to the show.
Thank you, Charlie.
Awesome.
Yeah, we get a lot. We have people come on ticket seats from Dufiniac Springs. Anytime I get to Dufiniac, I know I'm almost there. Almost there on 331, rolling through.
Almost
headed to 30A, about to make something happen. All right, so this is kind of a downer going into Memorial Day weekend. This study about standing close to a barbecue raises your cancer risk by letting harmful chemicals soak into your skin. It's not a it's not a happy grilling weekend story. I mean, this is not.
Anytime you got chemicals or fire, it can be bad for you. We had a study. Again, how these things contradict each other. We had a story. I guess it was earlier this week about the 5 things that you can do to help prevent dementia. We didn't do the story on the air, but I'd read it getting ready for the show, and one of them was to have a glass of wine every day. Well, we had a study out this morning that says if you drink a glass of wine every day, it takes 30 minutes off your life.
So it goes back and forth.
Yeah, it's just another thing.
It wasn't long for your mom to be vindicated. All right, so still, I love that story.
I love standing by the barbecue.
Well,
Rick.
okay, cancer-ridden person.
Come on.
Grilling releases chemicals called polycyclic something. Aromatic hydrocarbons.
Watch it.
Says that these compounds have been linked to lung, bladder, and skin cancers. Scientists have long known that eating smoked or grilled foods exposes us to the carcinogens. Did I say that?
That's it.
New Chinese research. We not know grilling. It is 35 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so Field of Greens, you've heard us talk about this. Got another email yesterday. By the way, I'm going to try to do this in the actual commercial today because a lot of you are asking me this. Hey, Rick, which one of these do you take every day? I'm the original. I go with the original, okay? I know they have one that's wild berry and something else. I haven't tried those. I'm original. Green. I take in the green canister, the original. That's the one that I take, and I love it, and I'm seeing the health results. And it's not complicated because, our body is made, we believe, by the one and only living God. But however you think we got here, our body is set up to run on fuel. It needs a certain amount of vegetables and needs a certain amount of the food groups and fruits. But I don't know about you. Me trying to pull that off on my own doesn't really work if you're living any sort of active life. So the one solution is the science-backed formula, like Field of Greens. They've gone out and they have specific fruits and vegetables that you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition does a lot of things. It reboots your metabolism. So you naturally burn calories faster, lose weight a healthier way. I've certainly seen that. Field of Greens is also helping your immune system because when you're feeding your body properly, your immune system also operating at peak performance. Now more than ever, that sure is important. Getting a good, clean energy, not having something that gives you, the shakes or the jitters or a stimulant. Actually, you're having energy in a natural way coming from nutrition. So this is a great product, and I could not be more pleased with it. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba, and you'll pick up 15% off. You also can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and really enjoying the emails of those of you coming in. But feel free to send those and ask questions, but hopefully we've answered most of those. I don't know why we're doing this. This feels gruesome. It doesn't feel good, what we're about to do. I just talked about feeling good. This is not going to feel good.
Well, no, it's not. You're not going to see the gruesome part of it, but you're going to see how far this lady was from the edge of the water, how aggressive the alligator was. And as Greg had pointed out, you see it coming through the water, but she's not paying attention to the water. This became available yesterday. We're not going to see where she's actually attacked, but you're going to see it come out of the water.
There is footage of it.
Oh, yeah, and attempt to bite her dog, which the dog jumps to the other side, and then the alligator is right there at her.
So just in case you're not sure what we're talking about, yesterday we did a story about 84, 85 years old, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Woman in some sort of retirement community or something.
In Florida,
in Florida, is walking her dog and unfortunately is drug off and killed by an alligator. But that actually, as we will see now in the footage that they have, it's going for the dog. And that's unfortunate.
Then it sues her leg, I guess, because it got even with her.
Right. The bottom line is, I don't know why, to Bubba's point, and he's been saying this for years, he is the Paul Revere on this one. Why are we letting these alligators get to these numbers, and why are we not eradicating them the minute that they are seen when they're in these type of bodies of water that are near people, especially people that are feeble? It just doesn't. It's a terrible, terrible formula.
Yeah, it really.
And don't walk your dog on the edge of the water if you live in an area where there are alligators.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing you're going to notice real quick. We might want to rethink man's best friend.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine a lot of times the dogs want to go down and get a drink of water. You know, they're.
I got a bowl at the house.
But anyway, let's just take a look at this. I'll tell you what is amazing to this: the speed the alligator closes.
Oh, they're unbelievable. Remember that footage we had of the guy that was swimming that time?
To attack an unsuspecting
I see right there. She don't see him.
She looks like she's looking right at it.
She does.
Why does she see it?
The dog sees it. Community in Fort Pierce, Florida, was caught on a wildlife camera.
Oh my God! The alligator.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Okay.
The neighbor. Listen, the neighbor was calling 911.
It was. It really came up quick.
She called 911. It was trying. She had a sticking something out, trying to let the lady grab it. So she's having a conversation with her.
Oh, no.
And all of a sudden disappears on the water.
It's terrifing video of an alligator.
Is she not looking at it?
No, she's looking up the bank.
Yeah. 85-year-old grandmother.
I like the dog to already be doing something.
I think the dog sees it now.
Horrifying drama at a retirement community.
No, it's not paying attention either.
Florida,
No, it's not.
was caught on a wildlife camera.
Oh my
Goodness.
What the worst part of this is that, but the neighbor describing, I should say, that, hey, swim to me and I can't, the alligator's got me.
Yeah. Then she disappears on the water.
The alligator's got her.
The victim's frantic neighbor can be heard on this just-released 911 call.
An alligator has a woman. How big is it? It's a huge gator. It's huge. I don't have anything to get to her.
The call was made by
Bless her heart.
76-year-old Carol Thomas, who was watching from her lakefront home as
that
Gloria
dog was going for the water, Bubba.
See, Bubba, to your point.
He's going to get a drink.
Don't let the dog walk you.
Man's best friend? I don't think so.
Grabbed the dog and took her. Fell down. Is she alive? Yes, she's alive. She's holding her in.
Oh, my.
She's holding her in the lake.
She fetched this pole to try to pull the stricken woman
Good
to
thinking.
shore.
Yeah, I was good thinking.
It's too late. Oh my God! Did you pull her under? Yes. Oh no! I was trying to stick a pole out for her, and I was calling you at the same time, and she's gone. Okay. She's gone. It's
horrible for her family.
Oh, that's terrible, man.
What a nice neighbor, though. I mean, she really tried hard.
She did.
She did, man. That's
Man,
tough.
it closes the gate.
That's tough.
A gator of that size, 85 years old, it's not a good combination.
The little pole she had looked like a little umbrella almost that you stick a potted plant on in the garden or something.
Well,
Rick, you remember we were younger. You never heard of these. I mean, they used to have these numbers beat down, very controllable, and then the environmental wacko bunch got in there, and you have to have one in every pond now. And this is what you get.
We said it on the show yesterday. It's got to be said again. If you live in one of these communities and you have some sort of body of water like this, and you're in an area of the country where gators are plentiful, these dogs are just bait.
Yeah.
You're drawing these alligators to you with these little dogs on leashes, walking along the water, and the dog is instinctive. I mean, the dog did not think to itself, "Oh no, I better protect my owner." Its instinct was to move, and so it wouldn't get bit, and then it's you.
And if it's like our dogs, it will go absolutely nuts when somebody comes to the door to deliver food or something. But then it won't bark at an alligator coming across the water.
Well, because it goes into the mode of I'm small, it's large, I'm food.
Right.
If it thinks you're in danger, it's one thing. If they think they're in danger, that's when it goes bad.
Yep.
Just be aware of that. And I don't know why we don't. I mean, we've had people taken out in Disney World. I mean, taken out in retirement communities. What are we doing? I just don't understand.
We've had
the
a couple of them in our area spotted in creeks and lakes, and they're moving north like coyotes moved east.
Yeah.
So always be aware.
Yeah. So there you go, and so what did they do with the alligator? I mean, we saw it be taken in, but
relocated it somewhere.
They didn't kill it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they did.
I think they do once they kill the human. They do.
Okay. I was watching Greg, this thing you turned me on.
As required, by the way.
Yes.
Was it Wild Crocodile Country?
It's in Australia.
It's Australia, and so this guy he goes around and. Like, say, for instance, a farmer has noticed an alligator on his property, maybe killing cows or whatever.
Sure.
He'll go in and take this croc and move it. And I'm thinking the same thing. Why are we not just euthanizing it?
Well, it's not. It's not like we're hurting on numbers anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I mean, there's no harm.
But
to
the
that.
process
you just took a problem to somebody else.
They go through, and the terrain is awful. So they're having to bring helicopters in, and
he's got a quite setup,
massive trucks, and just to relocate these animals. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I wore my Crocodile Hunter shirt today since we're having the animals coming in. So pretty
okay. Just saying. Is that one of those?
That's pretty cool.
Is that just I'm just saying?
Yeah.
Is that what category that falls in?
Yes.
Okay.
And I wanted to be him, by the way, when I was a kid growing up.
I'm sure you did.
I wanted to be.
This was after you wanted to be a dog, right?
I grew up. I grew up past
that,
and wanted to be Steve Irwin. And when he passed away, that was a sad day for me.
Well, it was a very sad day. Yeah,
it was.
Tell you what, we just saw is pretty sad.
Yeah, rough.
I mean,
nature, man, it'll get you.
Well, it's falling out there. It's not the way it's supposed to be.
And that was one of the products that we used to sell in the TV world on the PI job that I was doing was Trials of Life.
Oh,
Time Life, Trials of Life, and you talking about some documented brutal attacks.
We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Early phone calls. Let's chat with you. What's on your mind? All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
New Chinese research shows that smoke absorbed through the skin, standing next to the grill or grilling, poses an even higher exposure risk than inhaled grilled smoke would.
What the?
So it's just coming through your skin, standing next to it, getting that smoke all over you.
What about standing next to a pile of leaves that are burning?
Same thing.
They say that the smell you get from a gas pump is very bad for you too. That's why they went to these plastic covers on there to try to knock the fumes back best they could.
By the way, Bubba, this may be a nice plug for our new fishing shirt, the old royal blue one we have right now, because it's supposed to keep you cool even though it's long sleeves. The Chinese research says that if you're planning to cook out this summer or this weekend, cover as much skin as you can.
What?
And then get out of that soaked clothing as soon as you're done.
Guys, if you are out in the yard and all of a sudden you smell one of the neighbors is grilling out, you smell that and you're like, oh, that'd be awesome.
Mouth gets to water.
Makes you want to go do it yourself. I've done that.
Do you grill a lot?
I don't grill as much as we need to.
Well, I was just wondering because you had so much skin cancer.
What?
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
is there a link?
Me and you both.
Greg?
Oh yeah.
You'll grill one
in a minute.
See?
Well,
I don't grill as much.
I grill quite a bit.
We need to grill more.
But you know
That's
what?
it. We're doing it.
I think I'm going to push through and chance it.
So I got to cover
Me
up
too.
and wear a
I'm gonna-
respirator and long sleeves just to cook out.
And get your clothes off as soon as you're done grilling. Put something else on.
Come on, y'all.
The way it says.
And look, this is a
You know
study.
grill. You know grill speed racer.
This is a study out of China, Rick. So
We
I mean,
cut some more skin off top of head.
They're just trying. They're just trying to stomp out our way of life. Our
They are.
culture.
When I saw the
They're
Chinese, let's
haters.
face it, we were suspect of when we saw Chinese.
Sure.
Because we thought they have some kind of ulterior motive to make us not grill.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know if I'll be grilling
That's
this,
how they
this
get
weekend or not. But I think I'm going to push on through. I mean, I understand. It just look. I've come to the conclusion every time I look around that if the Lord decides not to return during my lifetime, I'm probably going to die.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a safe bet. Rick.
I keep looking. You look on the schedule. Old death seems to keep winning.
Yep.
Now look,
Undefeated.
we're talking about earthly death. Now we know that eternal death. Hey, the greatest hero of all time overcame that.
Yep.
But as far as our bodies dying, it looks like they're going to.
Yeah.
From what I've gathered from looking around.
So then you look back at a quality of life issue. So
Yeah.
and I think grilling out definitely fits into that mold.
What if somebody says I lived to 92 as opposed to 89? Why? Well, I grilled.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. So, it also says, Rick, to take your clothes off right after you barbecue and change into something that doesn't have the smoke on it because it'll linger. And
Yeah, I just said that.
I mean, but what I'm saying is, so you got to change and like, I'm finished, honey. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
and go
that's
change
what they're saying
full
to
clothes
do.
and
Yeah.
everything.
That's what they're saying to do.
So it gets trapped between the clothes and your skin.
Right. What I normally
That's
do,
bogus.
What I normally do is I'll go ahead and grill, and then I'll run in there, take my clothes off, shower, and eat naked.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have
'Cause I don't-
time.
'cause
I don't
Sherry
have
says-
time between the end of the grilling to the eating part.
Well, Sherry doesn't want us to keep getting clothes dirty. So one way to do that, if I got to get rid of what I just grilled in, then I get. All right, so phone calls are coming in. 866 We Be Big. Let's take them on and see what's on your mind today. Early phone calls, loving that. Let's start with James in Sweet Home, Alabama. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey guys, I was talking about global warming earlier, and I just wanted to say two things pertaining to that a lot of people don't think about. The frequency and intensity of these storms, hurricanes, tornadoes, blizzards, what have you, have not changed a single bit. It's just the fact that more people are living in these areas and like to exaggerate the damage that has been done on that. And also this weather data that we have, we really didn't start collecting it until 150 years ago,
Correct.
170 years ago.
Correct.
And a lot of people don't like to think about that.
And I'll tell you,
guys know and you're
another point on that, James. The very early instruments they were recording it on were not near as precise as we are today. I mean, we have digital thermometers that record temperatures down to the hundredths of a degree, and back then, I mean, it was a glass tube with mercury in it that was not calibrated. No, I mean, there's a lot of things that have happened over time. I know there was like one monitoring station. I remember seeing a story on it, and it used to be out in the country, but now it's at the end of the runway where jets. It's washed with jet wash all the time. So, I mean, things change. The temperature, the climate does fluctuate. But if you'll watch one of these documentaries on our solar system and about our sun and how big and hot the sun is compared to the Earth, and you realize there's so many things external to the Earth that are so much bigger, so much more powerful as opposed to what's happening on the Earth that could affect the temperature. You go into magnetic fields, you go into the Earth's core, there's just so many things to look at. The magnetic storms coming from the sun, the temperature of the sun, the orbits. I mean, there's just so many variables out there. It's hard to say. Now, look, again, the flip side of that is nobody wants dirty air and dirty water. And we've said that all along.
That's a whole different thing.
But some of this is just absolutely political agenda to get control of industries and to dictate to you how you live, as opposed to really good science based on the whole big picture of the solar system.
Well, let's break this down on what you've said and he just said again. This is something that there's no debate on what I'm about to say next, okay? No debate, none. And this was covered in the message, too, that I heard about, using the word unprecedented. If you believe that this Earth is millions of years old, or you believe it's thousands of years old.
Right.
Either one.
Yep.
If our recorded climate records, and even Bubba says they could even be flawed, is only, because that could be debated, I guess. I mean, I do agree with you, Bubba, that that's been proven. But let's just say you don't believe that.
Right.
None of us can get past that we cannot call anything unprecedented that you've only got 150 years of records if you believe the Earth and its climate is thousands of years old or millions of years old. You cannot say that anything that goes back more than 150 years is unprecedented because you don't know. Another thing we know, no one debates the Ice Age. We've talked about that, right? Did that happen?
It looks like it.
Some people debate on who caused the global flood, but no one debates there was one.
It looks like there's plenty of fossil evidence to support it.
Right. So we can't say that the weather yesterday, wherever you are, is unprecedented. We have no idea whether it is or isn't. If whatever happened more than 150 years ago, we have no idea. And we know these climate major shifts happen, so we just don't know. Does back to Bubba's point, does the climate change and fluctuate and have some weird things? It does, apparently. But what causes it? That's the real question.
Well,
that's the real question.
Rick, here is another question, and I don't know, but I think it would be very interesting to look at it. And we know we haven't had temperature monitors there that long, but why don't we look and see what the temperature on Mars is, and has it changed over time?
Right.
Now, that would give you a huge indicator if it was internal or external cause, right?
Yeah, absolutely. To Tony, Mississippi. Tony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Go ahead, Tony.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on, buddy.
Go,
I
Tony.
just want to let y'all know, Nate has a bit that's about, it's like kind of like a 1-star rating. Y'all need to listen to that. It's about a crocodile eating
Oh, yeah. No, I have heard that.
Snake and crocodile.
I've heard that story. It is unbelievable. And the fact that he says it's got one, who gave it any stars after that incident?
Yeah.
That wildlife thing that he went to and the alligator got out. And he said, I noticed it still has 1 star from the person that was there. And look, it was really, really good bit. But to me, the new one in the new special, when he talks about that his parents were like 80s and 90s Christians, which means real Christians. And he talked about, he said, I didn't get to do anything. And he was talking about that. And he said, I wasn't even allowed to say the word sucks.
Yeah.
Look, he goes, and here I am trying to do a family. Now I brought this trash into it.
Oh, that's good.
I like when he goes, and excuse my language, stinks.
Yeah. That's so good.
We are currently
Messing with the cord the whole time.
Speedy and I are currently working a connection that a family member of his and trying to get him on the show. So hopefully that will happen soon.
He's funny.
Come on.
Let's go to Garrett, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Garrett, go ahead. Garrett.
Go Garrett.
Jarrett. Garrett. Gary. NIL deals.
Yeah,
you
if
want to
you're
talk
talking
about
NIL
NIL deals?
Good night. Come on.
All right, so
Good grief.
yeah. I thought that when we got this deep into what we do, I would think that doing talk radio would become easier to me.
You would think.
But now what's happened with phones, it's actually become more
I
difficult.
wish an alligator would eat cell phones.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Out of Georgia. Jordan, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Green Acres, but I'm from South Georgia, about a 2 red light town, but I've been working in Alabama out of Russellville.
Yep.
And driving up the Mississippi, and I'm just wondering how y'all deal with left lane peggies that hold up the left lane for about 6 miles, and when you pass them, they're eating a hamburger or they on their cell phone.
Yeah, it's traffic in Alabama. Sherry and I were talking about this yesterday. It is. I mean, you literally have to be ready for anything.
It's illegal.
It's
to
wild
block
out
the
there.
left lane, by the way, too.
Yeah,
That
it
is a law now.
It's a new law.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not enforced.
Right.
Yeah.
I had one the other day, and I went by them, and they were reading a book.
Oh,
I kid you not.
Oh, that doesn't
They had a
surprise
book
me.
on the
That
steering
doesn't
wheel.
surprise me.
I thought, what the?
Let's go to Shane in Alabama. Shane, go ahead.
It didn't even have pictures in it.
Hey, I just wanted to ask, I listen to y'all on Z93.1.
Thank you.
And how come every morning they go to, commercial when they come back they play a song? How come y'all's is always a Boy George song?
I have so we don't have any control over that. I don't know. That's shocking. Maybe Bubba's making those requests. I don't know. Yeah, because
different stations do different things, and that's just kind of what they're doing.
Yeah, you always think of the Culture Club when you think of us.
Yeah.
That's. I bet that's an odd mix.
Boy.
Yeah. But that's a game changer too. I wasn't quite going to stick with this show till you dropped that Culture Club song in. All
right.
Now you got me.
I'm locked in.
Now you got me. All right, top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Make a note. Did a little traveling yesterday. You know how and Helms talked about it too, how we love documentaries? I think it is headed to Netflix right now. Steven Tyler.
No, that'll be a dandy.
I like that.
Documentary. Brand new Steven Tyler doc. Be careful. Proceed with caution.
Proceed with caution. He's been in the business a long time.
Proceed with caution. But I just thought, there's a new one.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So
Helms just gave me a little gem I got to watch.
Mm-hmm. Guys, buckle up. That's all I'll tell you.
Is that the one where y'all thought it was a real story and it wasn't?
No.
That was
This is a real.
And
this
it is
Wild, Wild Country.
Careful here.
He said he's 3 episodes in because he wanted to get ahead.
Did y'all know about the religious cult? I'll put it at that. They have some things going on with their cult that's.
Well, all cults do.
I know, but so
it's always
where I'm going
nakedness
with that.
involved.
Okay,
some reason.
But the cults always include.
So do y'all know about the Rajneesh that took over?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Rajneesh that took over Antelope, Oregon, in Wasco County in Oregon. Back in 1981.
Yeah,
I do not.
Hey, wow.
I do not.
Rajneesh.
What's it
Give
called?
it a look. Wild, Wild Country.
I remember. I remember when all that went on.
The religious part of it, you can kind of take to the side. What amazes me is these folks from India,
right,
came to the United States. Some of them were from the United States that went to India and then came back, but they purchased basically a 64,000-acre ranch, turned it into a city, because you can do that, or you could back in the day. I'll leave it at that. It is one of the crazy. I did not know this was a part of our history.
Okay.
I knew about Waco. I knew about
Does it
Ruby
make Waco
Ridge.
like nothing?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Gotcha. I don't remember
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
And then they end up changing the name of the city. Now, I've been watching this for about a week or so, but I haven't brought it up because I didn't want to bring it to the table and then you get ahead of me and ruin it for me.
Yeah.
So I have
That's
purposefully
wisdom.
watched 3 episodes before I brought it to the table because I feel like I can finish it
before you finish it. At this point,
how many episodes are there?
6.
Yeah, I'm too active. I can't catch
See, I was trying to watch the Unabomber.
I knew your schedules.
I tried to watch the Unabomber, but every time something was about to happen, I would go, "Yeah, Rick said this was going to happen." I just quit watching.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that was good.
It's a curse. I'm open about
The
it.
good news, I can't remember everything you said about it, so it'd all be new to me. So.
See, I have this. You talk about weird. You talk about weird. You know, I like knowing about something before I see it.
No, you don't.
I do.
Rick, how would you like to know?
I said it was weird.
I mean,
I didn't say it was normal.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Greg, I just said it was weird.
You want to know what's going to happen before you watch it.
It doesn't bother me.
Well, I'd say it bothers you, but you prefer it?
Yeah, sometimes. I want to know what I'm getting into.
Rick, to your point,
I didn't end up seeing some people eat a bunch of human beings because somebody told me there was a horrible scene coming up in Bone. What was it called? Tomahawk
Tomahawk or something.
Bone Tomahawk.
I don't know.
I knew they said the scene was so disturbing that people said I don't even know why we put that in the movie. So I knew not to look at it.
Well, I'll give you that. But
Rick,
but on the Unabomber
bizarre.
thing, you can watch it because he didn't ruin it all.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, no.
Well, it's history. Some of it, I mean, you know.
There's a lot of it that you did tell us.
Nope,
but there was
he
lots
ruined
that
the entire thing.
It's a curse. I'm not proud of it.
But
he
if,
warned us. I'll give him
But
that.
if you sit through and you live through the time, you kind of know what's happening anyway.
But I didn't.
Documentaries to me are not something you can learn the punchline.
But you don't know the
to.
details.
Yeah.
There's details.
There's
that you
details
learn.
like I'm leaving
You know
out.
what I mean?
in
Did I
regards
ruin
to-
the Unabomber for people? Yes, I did.
You
I
did.
don't think you did.
But
You
so
did.
what?
You did.
I
You
knew
did
that
ruin it for me.
Ted Kaczynski-
I still enjoyed it, Rick, but you ruined it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm
yeah.
not defending myself at all.
Right, I know.
That's true. It isn't like you're arguing.
No, there's no disagreement over here.
You know what you're doing? Yep, I ruined it.
Sure did.
Deal with that.
Right.
Punk.
That's right. It's kind of like that time. Remember when somebody finally had to declare who broke that chair?
Yeah.
You just finally
Listen, I'm going to clear this up.
I broke the chair, but I don't care.
Rick,
I never forget that. It was so good.
to your point on Wild Wild Country on being real, when I first got 15 minutes into it, I had to stop, go look it up to make sure it was so awful. I mean, it was so awkward, and I did not know that. I had to go look and make sure, is this even true, what happened? It's amazing to me.
Also,
it's amazing to me that nobody knows about it.
Well, you know what? Just by the way, some people also, and Speedy's already warned me about this. Morgan Freeman, better known as Bill Cosby, Part 2.
Rick.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's like hearing the Bill Cosby story all over again.
Well, did I see Harvey is going to turn himself in? They're going to finally charge him.
Yeah. So, guys, we're living in a world where Bill Cosby and Morgan Freeman are sexual predators. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. And we are glad that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. The gang's all here. Welcome back. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we start this hour with an update on a story we already brought you.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Rick, the Brandon Miller story with the University of Alabama basketball team is still making headlines. Last night, Alabama traveled to Columbia, South Carolina to take on the South Carolina Gamecocks. They won an exciting overtime win. Winning on the road in the Southeastern Conference is tough, and Brandon Miller showed out with a 41-point performance, his career high. Apparently, the chance of lock him up only made him mad.
Well, I will say, if anyone thinks that this is distracting Brandon Miller, apparently not.
No.
He
found a way to get away from it, and that is get on the court and shoot.
He said if people were not trying to accuse him of being part of a murder, he probably would have scored 80.
Right.
But anyway,
I couldn't concentrate.
Right, I had a hard time. But anyway, so yesterday, and this is the thing that the times that we're living in, and I don't know what it is. We've all become this mob mentality, and we go off half-cocked and not fully informed and this kind of stuff. And I just don't recall. And we've tried to learn from that. I mean, I certainly have made mistakes in the past. Tried to learn from the fact, and we've learned that on any of this kind of stuff, you always want to say due process. You want to say, well, we'll see if we get clarification on this. Hey, let's see how this goes. And if you're saying those kind of statements and then there is an update, which you said in your commentary, let's wait for updates, and then you get the update, that really shouldn't lend itself to shouts of, y'all ready to walk that back yesterday? Rotate? And I'm like, what are we walking back? I mean, we said these are some new accusations. Here's some things that are being said, so much so that the head coach himself apologized for his original statements and said that he had been told there was nothing new, and now he apologized if there is anything new. Everybody was saying, look, if there's something more to this story than what we've been told, let's find out. Well, Brandon Miller's lawyer has, which I think is wise, has gone aggressive because of all the talk radios and sports talks and us and people. It's a big story in the sports world, especially the way he's playing right now and the team's playing. And so his lawyer said, I'm going to go back again and clarify everything involving Brandon. And I think he should have done that. And if all that turns out to be, confirmed in the process of how the investigation goes, and everything is as his lawyer says it was, and Brandon says it was, then he'll be cleared of it in his association with it. And then if it turns out that the lawyer is given one version that cannot be corroborated by witnesses, then the courts will deal with that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But there's really nothing to walk back when you say.
Matter of fact, I thought we went the other way. I thought we leaned more towards the kids' favor yesterday.
Yeah, but fandom. You got to watch fandom.
I mean, my goodness.
You got to watch fandom.
Yeah. And the lawyer did come out and put together a timeline. The lawyer says it is supported with video evidence and text and timestamps and all that kind of stuff. And maybe it is. But again, lawyers are not necessarily looking for the truth. They're there to defend their client, okay? Prosecutors, too. Mm-hmm. We all know that. If all lawyers were just looking for the truth, we wouldn't need two sides, okay? There'd be one side looking for the truth, and that'd be the final word. So his lawyer's doing what he should do, and he says there's evidence to back it up. The court will see that, and, that will be the final word in it.
And I do agree with this, which I know, back to Helmsley's point, I thought that some of the people think, well, sports, y'all, just one thing for sports and one thing for everybody else. I thought those people were going to be mad at us because we have the audacity to say if the kid is innocent, he ought to be allowed to keep playing.
Right.
And until somebody says he's not, there's no reason for him to be disciplined.
Right.
Yeah, and I thought those people would get mad at us saying, how can you say that?
Well, they did. They did get mad at me. Yeah. When I laid out the scenario yesterday when I involved Speedy, sorry, Speedy, and evidently the attorney heard it and wrote up her article based off of it, or his article, whoever. But I did hear from those people saying, when it came out later, and then I quickly asked them for an apology.
Yeah. Well, Bubba and I have been asked to walk it back today.
That makes zero sense. That makes zero sense to me. I don't.
Saying due process and let it play out in court is I really can't walk that back.
No, you can't.
And saying that a player should not be suspended or removed from the team if he's not guilty of anything.
Right.
And if if it comes out that he is guilty of something, then you discipline him. If he's not, then why shouldn't he be allowed?
And we were also talking about yesterday, if you have confusion.
Right.
Sometimes it's better that you pull that athlete and let them sit till the smoke clears and you figure out what's going on.
Well, I will say this.
But the university, through the athletic director, the president, and their legal department said, look, we've looked at this. We don't see a problem with this. They're not charging him. The intent doesn't appear to be there. This car blocking thing was somewhat vague about all that. So we're not going to sit him if we don't have to, which I think is the right decision.
And March Madness is almost here.
right.
But I will go back
and
to
he proved it was right by dropping 40.
Right. But let me tell you this. Let me tell you what I don't apologize for, though. The point that was made yesterday that might have caused some of this. This is not there was a party where the music was too loud.
Right.
I don't apologize for that.
Right.
This is much more serious than that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why there may be more seriousness, to all the aspects of, hey, what's the word that we all love now? The optics.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The optics are a little different than we got a guy playing that was at a party where the music was too loud and the police had to be called and there was a fight that broke out. That's a little different than a kid that's playing that they say, what role did he play in this murder and this killing? That is different.
It's a capital offense.
Yeah, but his lawyer has said the reason why he's not being suspended or anything is because here's the timeline. There's Bubba said it, video evidence to support this. Mm-hmm. The investigators have all this information. That's why he has not been charged. And if you're the coach, if the player has not been charged with anything, and no one yet thinks that they are tied to it in any criminal way, then there's no reason to sit him. Yeah. Okay, and then if all this stuff is confirmed, he'll be fined. If it turns out through the legal process that there's some of the story's not quite accurate and some witnesses say that's not how it went, then that'll all be worked out in the courts. And we said that yesterday, and I'm not sure. When we get new information and then report the new information, why that's walking.
You better walk it back.
Walk it back.
Mm-hmm. I tell you who walked back with South Carolina last night. He dropped 40 on them. Okay, all right, well, good. Yeah,
that is a good response when everybody's heckling you.
Yeah,
it really is.
It is.
Yeah. He is a phenom, and he's a generational type player, and it would be a shame for him not to be in the NCAA tournament for whatever reason. I even told one of the emailers.
Yeah,
that,
right.
So.
Unless all this isn't right. And this is the story, and it seems to be accurate. And if it is, then he'll be fine. Mm-hmm. And of course, Helmsley, you can't speak to it. You're blocking people and going dig seats.
That's right.
That was the most.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are,
Mr. Buddy?
You want to walk that back,
Mr. Blazer?
People are
Some
amazing.
Some people have too much power.
I mean, look, it's a struggle in my world to like people anyway. But when you do that, come on.
And Greg, you ain't got nothing to say. You make fun of fat people.
That's true. And that caller was right. Lisa didn't think it was funny.
I knew she wasn't. I told y'all. Amanda didn't either.
Can I say on that?
But I didn't disagree with the caller. There's a lot of things that I say that Lisa don't
your
think
point,
that's
Rick,
right. Every day.
It ain't got to be about a fat one.
And I asked Amanda this. If Bubba was sitting on that Gator, would she laugh? And she said yes.
Of course, there you go. See,
that's
well, what are you saying?
That's inconsistent.
Well, Rick said it. I didn't say it.
Well, it goes back
what
to
are
this.
You saying?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm saying.
Why don't y'all find another example?
You were here when he said it.
I told you this in the break.
I ain't sitting on no Gator.
One. Got more sense.
But I said this in the break, and I'm not saying that this is the way we should be.
No.
Don't hear me saying that.
Right.
But Bubba and I, and really me more than Bubba, I have had a weight problem for, overwhelming majority of my life.
Yeah, me too.
And so we have been talking self-deprecating fat humor about our fatness and fat people for years.
Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe we've lost a sensitivity to it. And I'm not saying that's okay and everybody get over it, and I appreciate the woman pointing it out to us. She asked me an honest question, did I think that was funny yesterday? And I honestly did. So I wasn't going to be someone who makes fun of fat people and
a liar.
So I said, yes, I actually thought it was the best bit of the day yesterday. That doesn't mean it is. You asked me what I thought about it.
Right.
But what I'm saying is this. I have always not been sensitive to fat humor, and a lot of the fat humor is based on truth, okay? Yeah. So, but where she's right and I am wrong is I shouldn't assume that everybody has the same sensitivity.
Right.
And sometimes I think if you're a part of the heavy community, you're in here with us, and it may really bother you and hurt your feelings. And that's not my intent.
Look, we'll agree to disagree.
If you search alligator attack on Twitter, the what Adler put together is in the top 10 as far as searched.
And nobody said that this woman was unattractive. We just said she was large.
We said she had great hair.
I said she had a great
large.
personality. She looks like to me.
Sir Mix-a-Lot said, "What's the problem?"
I don't think y'all are making it better. Hey, the gator ain't moving, is he?
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we'll get into some of the stories today. I was not really ready for, there's always that little terrible feeling you have when a member of the show walks over and just mumbles something to you, and you realize when they say it, there's a huge story that you don't know anything about. Speedy comes over, we're getting ready. He's putting out stories of the day. We're going to get ready to start. Us joining.
Sharp.
We're going, and Austin, he goes, Austin, this is it. And this is our comment. Morgan Freeman. And I went, oh, gosh, what has Morgan Freeman done? And
Rick, put it this way. We've got some new lines we're going to get Frank to do as Morgan Freeman.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and he'll be with us Tuesday.
Who, Morgan Freeman?
Frank, who just mentioned.
I was about to say, if we got Morgan Freeman.
Frank's close.
We could
Our
put
timing
Frank,
is
we
incredible.
could put Frank in the other room with a wireless mic, and Morgan is here.
We could interview him about it.
Do you think?
Y'all, more than a dozen people have come forward
just-
to discuss how his behavior was inappropriate. And
there's a record.
I mean, we even have
right
a
now.
CNN reporter who details when she was interviewing him about a movie, what he was saying. Some of it on camera.
There's a big reckoning coming, and rightfully so. If these people have behaved this way, they should be held accountable for it. But it's the reason why I said this is Bill Cosby Part 2, because when asked the question, why so long, why not immediately point out, it's the same old thing you heard about Bill Cosby. Very powerful man in the business. You cross him, it could be the destruction of you. You're afraid to go after him because you think he's untouchable. It's all the same old stuff again. I mean, it's almost identical.
Well, but his in fairness,
except he's not drugging people.
Yeah, he's not drugging people and
I just
basically
mean
raping them. Right?
I'm just talking about
that's what Bill Cosby was doing.
I'm talking about just the reason people didn't come forward saying this is inappropriate behavior, and
I think the comparison would be that, I mean, Bill Cosby was the American dad. I mean, good night. He was. I mean,
Morgan Freeman played God.
Well, Morgan Freeman.
Thank you, Bubba.
He's your guy. That if your movie's not very good, you hire Morgan Freeman, and it's going to do well at the box office.
Yeah.
I mean, and so in Hollywood and in the movie world, he's kind of the man. And so to hear some of this stuff going on, and even other actors that were in movies with him would tell him, hey, stop what you're doing. I mean, this is inappropriate what you're doing. And ladies and producers and assistants, when they knew he was coming, they had to dress a different way and stay away from him.
Well, it sounds like to me with Morgan Freeman back to being not exactly the same. I was just talking about the powerful.
Yeah.
Obviously, Bill Cosby drugging people and raping them is more heinous than this. It sounds like to me, reading this article and looking it over, what Speedy gave me, and we've all been there, is that Morgan Freeman was what we would call a hound. And he was going to be flirtatious. He was going to make innuendo. He was going to say inappropriate things to you, sexually advances. And everybody knew that about him, and you tried to adjust to it. And it sounds like that at one time he lived in a society that said that was rude behavior. It wasn't criminal behavior. You're undesirable, but we all just tolerate it. And now we're living in a time where this kind of behavior is now considered to be unacceptable, when at one time people just would roll their eyes or something and move on. I mean, you read it because he come out and he says, anyone who knows me or work with me knows I'm not someone who would intentionally offend or knowingly make anyone feel uneasy. I apologize to anyone who felt uncomfortable or disrespected. That was never my intent. And then these women are saying, well, he'd try to lift my skirt up and ask if I was wearing underwear. You guys, we've all seen this guy. We know the guy that's creepy, and he always wants to hug you and pull you up close to him. He always makes comments. He'll put his hand on your back and rub your back, all this kind of stuff. I mean, and say something off color, and always try to get into some kind of conversation about sex if he can. I mean, we know this guy. I mean, you've been around him 1,000 times, and there was a time when those kind of men, people would just roll their eyes and move on. But now it's a different game. And so,
80 years old now.
Yeah.
But he said this was on his bucket list.
Okay.
That was a funny movie.
Alan Arkin even had to step in and tell him
to leave that one girl on.
Yeah.
Now, and I'm not, piling on here, but you remember, I think it was 2012-ish, rumor of him and his step-granddaughter having a relationship, and they denied it. But now she since was killed by her boyfriend, like in 2015. But I remember he had all that accusation hanging around him for a while too. Which it was his, one of his wife's granddaughter that they helped raise, and they were accused of having a relationship.
Well, it goes back to what Bubba said. You know, we certainly thought Mr. Huxtable and Fat Albert was a big deal, but Morgan Freeman did play God Almighty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show tonight. Man Church, Hopetown, and Huntsville, Alabama. Blake Prime there tonight as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy. If you want to plug into that, they're at Hopetown Church in Huntsville. Be there tonight for their Man Church. It's free, but they do want you to register. Might have something to do with food or something like that. We do have a Trump update.
Very proud of
Trump update.
You can't always get what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something,
Trump update.
You might find deal or no deal. You get what you need.
I don't wear it to play. It's my hair.
All right, so 23 minutes past Donald Trump, and it's East Palestine, right? That's how you say it. East
Palestine.
Palestine, not Palestine. East Palestine, and he has been critical of the Biden administration, and many have been critical that the people of East Palestine can't get any help, but anything the Ukraine wants, they can get. So Ohio is the place, and Trump has decided that he would go there himself, and we do have some to bring them all sorts of things that they need, water and the basic essentials. And here is Trump with his visit to Ohio, and you hear the chants. They're chanting Trump, Trump, Trump. You know, Ohio, back to what you've been teaching us, Bubba, which is correct. This is one of those groups that kind of decide what happens. You know, you've got those that always vote Democrat and those that always vote Republican. Then you got those that sometimes can make the difference, and Ohio's full of those.
I see Trump is staying with a trucker hat.
I see that. He's not going to let it go. And he's so that he brought all sorts of supplies to them.
He did.
And to let them know that he stands with them. And
Like this. Come on in.
Here he comes.
This is Trump at his best.
Oh, of
when
course
he's out
it is.
in a crowd of supporters.
Biden not showing up. You showing up before he did.
Terrible. I think it's terrible. You know that. Oh, let me see that.
You know that.
Get him out of here.
So the people love him. He has donated thousands of gallons of cleaning supplies, a dozen pallets called Trump Spring Water. They went and put his name on it.
Uh-huh. You know it.
And of course met with the local officials and with the community, and is trying to provide for them some of the things that they need.
Here he is at McDonald's, Rick. He's buying breakfast for a lot of the first responders there in the area that had to deal with this tragedy.
Can you imagine? Do they say in the microphone, instead of "we have a bus, we have a Trump"? We have a Trump, so there he is doing that.
Mayor Pete will be there today, the transportation secretary. So,
right. Yeah, and I see here on is Pete getting down there? I see here, he's been through disasters, Bubba, when he was mayor of his town.
Right.
So does he? Do we? What is 3B in all this? I know he's talking about the voter ID stuff, which he feels like played a role in the fact that he did not win the last election, and he's accusing the GOP governors of not pursuing it with more fervor. Is that correct?
Yeah, Speedy sent this to me, and
Okay.
but you got it. He's accusing GOP governors of not pursuing voter ID and same-day voting as well.
Right.
If you guys want,
because they're afraid.
Let's
they're
hear
afraid
it.
to be
Was
called
that-
racist.
Was that yesterday at the same
Speedy,
place?
was this was before he went? I guess he was still in Florida.
Now he is going to use a little bit of slang here that on your sensitivity
Barnyard.
level. Yeah. Here we go.
So you can't get voter ID because they want to cheat. There's only one reason you don't want voter ID, and that's because you want to cheat. But if we get in office, one of the early things, I have to be honest. I'm going to clean up the border. We're going to get the criminals out of this country. We're going to do a lot of things. But one of the early things we're going to do is same-day voting, paper ballots, voter ID. Now, one thing I have to say, very important, again, and I said it before, and I'll say it again because I don't know. I don't see any action, although Alabama is doing this and has done it, but I don't see any action on same-day voting, voter ID, and paper ballots by Republican governors. So Republican governors, get your asses out there and get it done.
And there it is.
I actually agree with him.
Welcome back, Trump. Missed you, Trump.
Yeah, I started to say there's a side of me that misses that every day. Yeah. But Rick, he makes a great point. Now, I've tried to study this from both sides, and it just appears if you don't want people to give their ID to vote, the same way they give it to get deposits, get money out of the bank, to buy movie tickets, for crying out loud, to get into anything else, it just appears that you are wanting to cheat.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like. Now, the other side will say, well, no, we don't want, some people are intimidated by law and law officers and all this kind of stuff. Well, they're not intimidated when they go to the bank to get money out. They're not intimidated when they buy a movie ticket.
Ridiculous.
It just doesn't make any sense. And you have to know who is who so that everybody can vote and every vote counts.
We said it 1,000 times.
And you got to, Rick, even the optics of something shady. Yeah. See, if you don't like politicians losing elections and saying that it was stolen from them, the way you fix that is you make it all above board and transparent, so there's no
total
argument.
Transparency. We've said it 1,000 times for some of you youngsters that are being taught definitions of words that are not accurate, like fascism and being a fascist. But let me try this. It cannot be racist, okay, if everybody's held to the exact same standard.
Right.
The only way it would be racist is if you said, well, people of color have to do this, but white people don't. Everybody has to do this.
Let's just say the same standard to get on an airplane to vote. What's wrong with that?
Right. All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll chat with you. All 10 lines are available, actually 9 of them available, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So if you, I mean that is a big deal. I mean, to be this, even though I know it was,
sure, yeah,
not exactly a correct depiction of the great I am, but it,
yes, yes, there was many holes in that role.
Well,
but,
Morgan Freeman playing God is how sadly people want God to be.
Right.
They want him to be a folksy old grandfather with some fancy things to say and some good life, and he's just like us. He's a little bit flawed and. And he's fun to be around, and and that's and you get around people like that all the time, which means they've never really encountered the presence of God, because usually that drives you to your knees and you cry holy. But anyway, so anyway, it's another. And we're just gonna have these stories going on, and what it's saying is there's a generation of men that behaved in a way that is deemed by everyone's standard now to be unacceptable, and there's a reckoning for them.
Yeah. Harvey Weinstein will surrender to New York City authorities. Apparently, he will be charged in some of these crimes he's committed.
Well,
that'll be a far cry from head of a studio and hobnobbing with Hollywood everywhere. I mean, one of the most powerful people in Hollywood.
Right. Please look at line 2. Our city stroked a really big check for Morgan Freeman to be the voice at the airport talking to you when you come in.
Oh, did they?
Wow.
Hey, you're looking good in them hills.
Keep the line moving there,
It's Morgan
sweetie.
Freeman. Welcome to Birmingham, Miss Hot Pants.
Okay. That's pretty good. We've been working on it.
Rick, you're imitating Frank.
I'm Frank. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. If somebody else will do it, I can mock it. I hear it enough. I'll try to get close. So Morgan Freeman, the latest, and then as Bubba said, Weinstein looks like he's going to face some charges.
Yeah,
Morgan Freeman is apologizing if he ever offended anyone. He said he would never do that intentionally.
Okay, buddy.
Meaning I didn't know. If it bothered you, my bad. We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big, our number. We are thankful that you are with us and looking forward to talking with you. Don't forget on Monday's program, as we all take time to give thanks to all those who have given their life to continue to pay the debt that must be paid in order for us to experience the liberty and the freedoms that we are afforded. It is never paid for, and many have continued to pay that price. And they'll all be honored and remembered, and the families tied to these individuals on Monday. But we'll have a Rick and Bubba replay here. We will not be giving you a news show on Monday. Everybody back together on Tuesday. So, Bubba, we're in these 2 weeks. May for our family is just it's usually an active month anyway. This year it is super active with, let's see, 2 different graduations, a wedding, various birthdays, all sorts of things going on. So starting yesterday, I will drive to the county that we are from, about an hour and 20 minutes from where we are. Last night was a graduation. Tonight will be the rehearsal dinner for the royal wedding, and then tomorrow will be the wedding. So we're in that run. So I was Sherry, my wife, went to our nephew's graduation party. I was not able to do that because of spring training and football. So the son that was playing and I went over to the graduation while Sherry and the other son are down at the beach for the graduation trip. They'll be coming back today for the wedding. So he and I rolled over to see our nephew, my nephew, his cousin, graduate last night. This is my sister's son. So this is in beautiful White Plains. So we were headed over, and it was so good to be back into some of those country roads I'd not driven on in a long time. Yep. Of course, this is the land of the EYs. There's a lot of EYs in this part. Buses.
Oh, this is where my crew grew up.
Mm-hmm. Isn't this where the line is with the EYs and the IE?
No, that's I-20. Right?
Is it? Okay. Yeah. So Highway 9 is clearly.
Oh, this is EY. This is that's where my dad grew up plowing mules.
Yeah.
And stuff.
So the first thing I noticed that when I look at the
before he went to fight against the Empire of the Rising Sun.
Yes. When I look at the program, I noticed immediately there were Burgesses and Bussies.
Yeah. Side by side.
It's
funny to see them in the program, yeah.
And the Bussies are kin to you, the two that were there somehow.
Yes.
Right. And so the Burgess, I don't think is kin to us, but how about his first name was William? So I thought that might be one of ours, too.
Yeah, it's way on down the line.
But anyway,
but
so
you had kin folks graduate.
Yeah. So I knew which one was my nephew. Right. I knew which one was my sister's son. Right. So anyway, we're there and we're locked and loaded. And of course, the Burgesses are going to get there. And let's open up the lines and let the people speak. Greg Gregory is on the phones. The real Greg Burgess. No chatting with Greg. This is a phone troll. That means here we go. We're going to get it going. Let's go, everybody. Fire it up. All 10 lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can make a comment. You can ask a question. You can bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those will get the instant buzzer. The good news is there's a lot of lines available. The good news is we move the line briskly. The bad news is don't meander around. Don't go all the way down County Road 44 and come all the way back around. I mean, you gotta get in there and you gotta say I've got my thoughts together. This is my comment. This is my question. This is what I'm bringing to the table. I will not do a shameless plug. I don't have any kind of shout out, and I don't want to do a baby prediction. I just want to come in here and I want to bring content to this award-winning Rick and Bubba show. And I joke about that because we've never won an award. But so bring it in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. To the men that are coming to Oxford, Alabama this weekend, here's where we are. And there's a lot of things that are happening here in the last few days. If you didn't get tickets, the only hope for you at this point is that somebody who got tickets and now can't use them, that we can somehow get you with them. Now, I will say this. We're trying with that, but I want you to know that at this point, if you want any of the few tickets that some people have extras and whatever, and I've got, we got members of our team that are working on coordinating all of you and the emails and all that. Keep in mind, if you're coming from a market that will require you to have a hotel, you're out. You got nowhere to stay unless you want to sleep in your car. or you want to, drive back, you're close enough that you can drive back, there are no hotel rooms available. So it would be better if you're still looking for a ticket to contact us and say, I'm actually around the Oxford area. I'm in that region, and I wouldn't need a hotel room. We probably can help you, but I'm talking about handfuls of tickets. I'm not talking about a lot of them. So we're working on that. But if you're coming from another market and you're going, I want to see if I can't be hooked up with a ticket and a hotel room's out. That's not going to happen. Not at this point. So just FYI. But if you're local and you can get there and not have to have a hotel room, we have a few that we can connect you with. All right, so just email me and I'll take care of that. Let's start. All right, we got Rob in Alabama. Rob, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing this morning?
We're good. We're fired up.
Hey, love hearing you guys. Hey, y'all were talking about that South Carolina-Alabama game last night. I get why South Carolina didn't help on that drive at the end of regulation. They didn't want Miller to pass it off to a shooter.
That is too soon.
It's too soon.
And it is highly sensitive.
Goodness,
but let me
too
tell you
good.
something. That right there is funny. I wish I wasn't. I wish I
That's
wasn't.
awful.
It is. It's horrible.
Yeah. Too soon.
I found myself grinning. When
Hypersensitive, way over the line, but clever.
Very clever.
Gary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I may have missed it, but a couple of days ago on my Google newsfeed, there was a video of a Komodo dragon swallowing a pig whole.
Ooh.
And I thought, you guys should see this.
Wow.
Ooh.
So
That'll
just
give you a nightmare,
Google
won't it?
it. And, yeah, I mean, no chewing involved, just straight down the gullet.
I've seen them do a deer like that, a small deer. I've never seen them do a pig.
Same on that.
Yeah. That deer is, wow, that's something.
That's impressive.
Garrett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
We're good, man. Hope you're okay.
Hey, thank you. Just wanted to talk about NIL deals and where you see them going in the future. I read something about a Florida commit was wanting something around $250,000 a month as a freshman, and then to go up when he was a sophomore. I just want to see how you guys think it's going to affect college sports in the long run.
Well, we had the reports of the quarterback that Florida had signed that he was going to get or was about to sign. He'd committed to him $5 million. But then the people writing the check for that backed out on it, and I think he ended up going to another school. So I don't know about those numbers, though.
Well, two ends of the spectrum, like Bubba said. You got problems because you've got that. I was told somebody would pay me this, and then they backed out on me, so now I don't want to be here anymore. Then you've got here's what I'll come for. I got to have this amount of money. There's good, bad, and ugly. You can just say to people that ask for $250,000 a month, no, or you can go find it. But then that player may get there, not develop the way everybody hoped. Then the person providing the $250,000 wants out. Then that person leaves you and goes somewhere else. So
it's really crazy because the universities are not supposed to have anything to do with this, other than once the deals are made, they have to get a copy of the deal.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be independent. So if you're out recruiting a player for the university, you really can't promise them money.
No.
That has to come from a whole different private group.
So if they demand money, you have to then hook them up with people who might provide it.
Right.
So
it's kind of the wild, wild west. I'm sure at some point there's going to be some regulation of this, just to put everybody on the same level. But it's crazy out there right now. Now I do think that the athletes ought to be getting paid. But if the NCAA had handled this inside their own structure years ago, it wouldn't have got to this point. But they've lost control of it now.
Yeah. So there you go. But it's going to be wild, wild west, like Bubba said. Here's the good news. You can build a good team really quick, but you can also destroy a team really quick.
Yeah, you can go from the penthouse to the outhouse pretty quick.
Dean in Alabama. Dean, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Calling from Green Acres.
Oh, I'm glad you called.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Wanted to know what y'all thought about all those counties out in Oregon that want to be a part of Idaho.
I don't blame them. We've talked about
it's a large part of it, by the way.
Yeah, we've talked about that, but has that gone anywhere? We did a story on it months ago, but has anything happened?
There was some voting scheduled. I don't know really where that stands.
Anybody got an update on that at all?
I do not.
Let's go to Tanya in Gadsden, Z93. Tanya, go ahead.
Hi.
Tanya.
Yes, I'm wondering if y'all have watched the Chosen series, and what do you think about it?
I've watched some of it. I haven't seen much of season 3. And I was on it for a little while, but then it just this time has not allowed.
I saw the first 2, love it.
Seen the
have
first
not
2.
seen 3.
Yeah, so yeah, it's been. I know there's some things in there now where this, that, and whatever. I say about the Chosen, kind of what I'm saying about the Ashbury and all this. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
But
I really enjoyed it. I thought they were doing a good job.
Yeah,
I don't want to be overly critical of it because I feel like they're moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
And we certainly could nitpick any presentation to some degree.
Right. So, I've seen some of it has been really, really moving and really, really well done. And then there's been some where I'm kind of like, I kind of want to stay on the biblical narrative. Don't know if I want this to turn into a soap opera where all of a sudden I'm in, Peter's marriage problems and that kind of stuff. That kind of not that I think that that's a bad thing. It just bores me. I'm like, let's get back to Jesus and these guys he picked advancing the kingdom of the world.
I'm sure those kind of things went on. We really don't know in a lot of cases, but I think they're speculating on what human problems were probably going on at the same time.
The word plausible is used a lot.
Yeah, plausible.
Greg in Mississippi. Greg, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
I've got a ticket and a hotel room that you'll have to share with a biker-looking dude, and I begin the bids at $1,000.
Yeah, I said in the Bible study yesterday, we're going to have to check where the Lord is on scalping for conferences involving ministry. Isn't that? I mean, can you do that? I don't think you can do that. That's funny. Let's go to Paula in Alabama. Paula, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes. I was in Cracker Barrel the other day, and I saw this a cup you would buy. I thought I would get a kick out of it. Common sense is a flower that does not grow in everybody's garden.
That is true. I had to work to get that because the quality of the phone. Common sense is a flower that does not grow in everybody's garden. That is funny. Right. That's funny.
Thank you for the translation, Rick.
You know what?
I feel like I was at the UN and I had to wait for the translation.
Let me tell you, I just took a step forward in my hearing.
You really did.
Ed in Alabama. Ed, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I want to tell you a funny story. Growing up in Birmingham, a couple of miles from the airport, and we had one of those drainage ditches behind our house. And, as preteens, we'd play in that thing and all kinds of drainage stuff go through it. And so I remember my mom coming out and looking and said, those are pretty colors coming up out of the water there. She pleased with that. But also we lived close to the airport, and we used to catch the little flakes from the airplanes back then.
Yeah.
Some of the
played Nose Creek.
Yes, we did as kids. Not good.
Not good.
I was just talking, Rick, to a friend of ours who was reminding me about him and his brothers playing in the ditch.
Oh, yeah.
Coming out of a chemical plant where we lived. And,
sure.
Of course, he's done good with his cancer treatment. So we were discussing.
Yeah,
that.
I don't know how we have lived as long as we have. We grew up near a military base that dealt with chemical warfare. Mm-hmm. We had a depot that at one time was trying to dispose of the chemical warfare stuff,
Rick,
chemical weapons.
They had 8% of the known nerve agents in the world stored there.
Yeah, Monsanto, all that tragedy was in our town. So we got a lot of our deck is not very good.
Well,
it's,
a lot of us got the scars to prove it.
Right. How's your liver? Christian, go ahead, Christian.
So Christina from Centersville.
Oh my goodness gracious! Sounds like Charlie
Rick,
Brown's mom.
You move forward, but you're gonna have to really get on that.
Gracious.
I think we need to test a FaceTime call on the staff here.
I think you're right.
Tim, would you be the test subject with Speedy? Just make a call on the phone, FaceTime, and let's see what it sounds like.
Yeah. Why not?
Let's do that.
Let's
try
do
it. 14 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going to be there early, and always enjoy talking to your teenager about why we're going so early. They just think you can show up when something starts and get a seat. I don't know why they think that, but you can't.
Yeah, those things that kind of sell out.
They'll learn that out in the real world. But anyway, so I was sitting there. A couple things I didn't think I would ever. There was one uncomfortable moment, and by the way, I want to compliment the students, including my nephew, who had to give a speech. He was the class vice president, and he gave a little inspirational word and did a great job. The salutatorian and the valedictorian did great speeches. And of course, I will tell you, and I'll just leave it at this, and it's one of the beautiful things about small town America. There's a lot of things the rest of the schools are doing. They don't do that in small town America.
No,
they'll put stuff in their speeches that that is quite honoring, and they really couldn't care less what the rest of the country thinks about it. But anyway, so there's my nephew there coming in, Pearson, and graduating. So I was watching and see this line. He's walking down a fence right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like on the track.
So all of a sudden, I look at the line of students that would come down the track into the field and go to their seat.
Mm-hmm.
So you could hoop and holler and all that. And that's me making noise at him, and that's the face he's giving me. And all of a sudden, I look, and you know how you see something the first time you don't think you see what you see?
Right. It's kind of like Bigfoot.
Yeah.
You go, what?
And I noticed one of the students has a goat.
A goat.
A goat?
Yes.
Rick.
Why?
Is that a support animal?
And I thought, was this one of these comfort animals? Yeah. And it's a pretty big goat.
That's a big goat.
Good night. That's a big goat.
A beautiful goat.
Surely you had to get that approved, and they said yes.
It's a good, healthy goat.
So when he comes to get his diploma, Goat Boy right here, when he goes to get his diploma, he gives the goat to the principal.
That is, Rick, I'm going to say that is a dandy right
and
there.
said it was a gift from this year's senior class.
Is he saying he's the greatest of all time?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm being serious.
The goat.
Maybe the guy wants a goat.
What did the principal do with it?
Well, the crowd said if you don't think you're in rural Alabama, the gift to the principal is a goat, and then another person on staff. Matter of fact, I tell you who ended up with it is Coach Randall, the basketball coach. Ended up with the goat on holding it for the principal. And
Chris is qualified for that.
And then the principal acknowledged to the class of 2018, thank you for, I guess, apparently my goat. And
what in the world?
So that one, and then I saw a Speedy moment. So the goat was by far one of the oddest things I've seen, but then there was a terrible Speedy moment. So Speedy,
Rick, I can't get over the goat. You were just going to move on.
Well,
somebody walked up with a goat.
I did, and the goat
gave it to the principal.
And the goat behaved pretty well throughout the graduation ceremony.
Did he ever get him?
No,
pretty disciplined goat.
One time he didn't want to make the turn down the aisle to go see it, and he kind of buckled down.
Did he eat anybody's robe?
No, not that I could tell. No, he may have.
How in the world can any animal eat 10 cans?
Right.
I mean, how?
He did take a dump during the alma mater.
Did he?
Yeah, right in the middle of the field.
The ceremony was just too long.
Which was fantastic. But anyway, so I tried to inquire about this, and they said that this has become the new thing that each class will give the principal. They said last year you got a chicken. That they keep
different farm animals.
Yeah, they keep giving them a farm.
Well, I'll tell you, I think a goat would be easier to get up on stage than a chicken.
I don't know how you get the chicken.
I'd like to see them bring a cow.
But it was
that's next year.
It was fantastic. I enjoyed it. I'm looking at time. Speedy, I think that it's possible that you would have melted into mush and and ceased to exist, because it was one of those moments where you're kind of like, okay, I need this to get resolved. You know what I mean? I need this to, and I will tell you, I'm not real sure what. It seemed to be an obvious thing that we should have done, but maybe I'm not that well versed, and I'm not. Is anybody here well versed on motorized wheelchairs? Because I'm not.
No,
I'm not that. No. I'm not that well versed on them. And what I
thought, talking about what could go wrong if one doesn't perform.
What I thought of is that there was a simple solution. It appeared from me watching. You know, the one you would have had to jump the fence and do or something. I mean, I don't know what you would have done. You would have had to do something to rectify the situation.
Oh no!
Because you couldn't have done what we did, and that is sit there as it seemed to go by for. It would seem like an hour, even though I know it was only probably a minute and a half. But I will I'll come back and share that.
Oh no!
And somebody can maybe in the world of motorized wheelchairs can say, well, what you think they should have done, you can't do. Okay. That's all I can think. I mean, because if not, it seemed.
You thought you had the answer.
I did think.
Let me ask you this: would a goat have helped out?
No.
Yeah, why not? Time to go to it.
No. Well, Bubba, you have to understand. You have to understand, Bubba. When this happened, I'd already seen a goat walk in, so I thought, well,
Rick, if that goat could have got to cutting up, dear.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. MyPillow.com right now. Buy one, get one free on the MyPillow 2.0. Bubba and I loving 2.0. You're going to love the latest edition of the MyPillow, and you can get it right now. Buy one, get one free at MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also, some other great savings there on other products. You find a link to at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So Greg was with me a minute ago, and you know how I love. There's certain things that you've seen me do forever.
Rick, I know
you know
got a bad habit of doing this.
So you know when
Speedy does it too.
It's right up there. Well, his is different than mine. But you know how you take it.
Well, I know why.
My favorite. I love to take a piece of paper, hold it out, and everybody reach for it, and I just keep pulling it back a little bit.
Yeah, I've had to do that for many years.
I love that one. And so anyway, and my siren is not always on. Sometimes because
sometimes your voice is tired.
Yeah, because the siren involves me being able to get up there to those secondary vocal cords, and so
it was on.
And so anyway,
are you going through the building scaring people?
Yeah.
Again?
So we've got Mike who's charge of production.
You've got Mike a few times.
I've got Mike a few times on it, and then of course Dana, who works on the flagship station, and sometimes board ops the show if they need her to. But she's always here in the building. And so I was coming around the corner, and it was it's one thing to be able to get one, but if you can get two. So Greg could see me, but they couldn't.
Because she was explaining she's wearing this elbow pad, looks like Stan the Man Hansen.
You're right, yeah.
And
with a lariat.
But so she wasn't even paying any attention to Rick, and he hit that siren.
Yeah, and so
she jumped.
So I came around the corner. I said and look, let me tell you something. He jumped. I mean,
she got her.
I seriously, you know that guy that we saw the day that won the dunk contest?
Yeah.
Dana's feet were just a little, almost that high.
That's true. And then Mike was outside the door, and he's got PTSD from you doing it to him so much.
Right. Yeah.
I think he picked a little bit of it.
Right, he did. He got hit in some shrapnel, and of course she had a statement for us.
It was great.
We can't.
It was so honest.
I'm sorry.
All right.
On behalf of Rick.
His final reaction. It was great.
Y'all, it is so weird.
She started slapping him.
Let me tell you, when we were at the broadcast, and if she hadn't had that Larry, don't you'd have got me. But you remember at the old plaza, we had Stalker Hall.
Yeah.
You know that door, the golden ticket door. You go into Stalker Hall. Where the stalkers kill people and murder them, drag them off.
Right.
And they finally put some light there, but it's so. I would be. We had a camera where you could see outside that door.
Oh yeah.
Okay, because you need that for Stalker when it was actually working. And so I at times would be up at the office by myself. I mean, I wouldn't do it for anybody but me. And I'd see people and they get right up near the door. I go,
you can see them on camera,
and then watch them on the camera.
What is wrong with you?
That was so good.
Y'all coming out there, got us.
So give me Mike's reaction again.
Mike got hit with a little shrapnel. I didn't mean to get Mike,
No,
but
Mike
I
was
did.
on the outside.
I've got
No,
Mike.
I witnessed
My
that
favorite
one.
is get Mike at the urinal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I witnessed him
Might
coming
need to
around.
clarify.
Rick, just hear what you just said.
I witnessed the whole Mike thing one time. He was coming around the corner and was looking down at his feet.
Oh,
and
if I can walk in
I had
there-
to close the door like I wasn't there.
If I can go into the bathroom and Mike be at the urinal and me go right behind him and watch him run up into that urinal.
What's wrong with you?
You're real bad.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Well, if you don't, that's a blast. So, but
she jumped.
So another thing I was talking about, you know how you have little quirks and you're like, is it just me? Now I know for y'all,
It is.
we all,
It is just you, Rick.
we all have our different, things that we like, entertainment wise, don't like, whatever. So I actually, to some degree, I'm not like, I don't dress up and I don't know all the comic book things, but I tend to enjoy these superhero
Which is surprising.
brands. I like these movies.
Okay.
They're good action movies. There's
I don't hate 'em.
there's the
I don't wear T-shirts like you do. With
I
them.
don't wear T-shirts. The yuck factor is
pajamas
is
with
the yuck factor's way down. It's,
Okay.
it's, which is hard to find.
That's
these
why
days.
Speedy won't watch.
I can't even watch 1923 anymore. But anyway, so
Just fast forward to that
No
part.
reason for that.
Yeah.
so anyway, so I tend to, but I even like this actor.
Oh, I know what you're going here.
But I will say that there are certain superheroes that I just can't get interested in, and I just can't. Even I like Paul Rudd. I think Paul Rudd,
he's funny.
I think
he's
Paul
funny.
Rudd,
everything he does
but
is
I
good.
can't watch Ant-Man. It's like Ant-Man.
I know. I'm the same.
I just don't. I don't like to see people shrink, and I just.
Yeah, I want your regular size if you're a superhero.
Yeah, I don't like. Why am I?
I don't like the
why am I
Hulk. He's
going
too
to
big.
shrink world? I'm going into the shrink
Well,
world.
you can get in places other people
I
can't.
know, but an ant. I mean, Ant-Man.
Here's what I do to
mean,
ants.
it's-
Stomp. And there it is.
It's almost. Here's how I feel about it. It's like they've taken the actor that I didn't want wasted, and they've wasted him by making him Ant-Man.
Which
Because I can't.
which
I can't,
superhero should he have been?
I'd like to have seen him been like like
Hawkeye?
when they had Robert Downey Jr. and made him Iron Man. That was perfect. So I'd like to see him be something that's a little more. I just don't like Ant-Man.
Can I ask?
I don't
a comic
like that
book,
narrative.
Can I ask a comic book question? Was this a fairly new invention, or has there been an Ant-Man since the 60s?
Oh no, it's been around a
Yeah,
while.
oh, yeah.
It goes way back comic books.
He
From
gets
that old
big.
weird guy that did the books.
He gets big too, Rick.
Yeah, he
not
gets
just
normal.
small. Not just
See,
small.
I don't like all that. I don't want that to be your super.
Do you like him better when he's small, Adler?
Why?
I just didn't know.
Why? Why would I? What does that have to do with me? Okay. I hope a hawk drops a turtle on your head right today.
Oh, that's funny. I just
Well, you
don't.
may
I thought Adler was Ant.
I'm not interested in the Ant-Man movies. I haven't watched one of them. I'm not drawn to it.
neither.
I think we wasted Paul Rudd.
Yeah,
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I just.
You didn't like the other.
Could
What
we
was the
not
doc?
have given him something else?
What was the doctor that had all the magic, Rick?
Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange.
You didn't
I don't
like it. You didn't
I don't
like him either?
I don't like that either. Too much CG.
A lot.
Yeah.
I kind of like the main ones, like Batman,
Yeah, me
Superman,
too. Yeah.
Spider-Man. That was kind of
They stopped right there.
Yeah, I like the Avengers. I think the Avenger movies are some of the best that have been done. But now we got
Spider-Man's
Ant-Man
good.
trying to get into that too. And
Do they have Dog Boy? Is there a Dog Boy?
no, not that I know
Did
of.
you just say
I'm
Dog
sure there
Boy?
is somewhere.
If
Probably.
there's an Ant-Man, why not a Dog Boy?
Dog boy.
Well, there is a cat girl, so
Cat
dog
woman.
boy makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Cat's
wish it was-
Batgirl. They
I
just
wish it
won't
was
let
Dog
nobody
Man.
watch it because
I
they
wish it was-
canceled it.
Wish it was with Greg.
No, they did.
They spent millions, tens of millions on it, and said, "Eh."
This is one of those things where in the fake world they try to create demand for something there
there's
isn't demand
Dog
for.
Boy.
Yeah.
That's Dog Boy.
Yeah, but that is
There he is.
That's
right
just
there.
if you Google
He could
Dog
be
Boy.
he could be half human, half beagle.
Oh yeah. He smells
There you go.
crime.
And
He could
chases
run
rabbits.
down criminals, you know.
Yeah.
But if a rabbit comes by, he gets distracted.
That's just kryptonite.
Or squirrel. Squirrel. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big's our number. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ceremony and started doing his talking off.
What if
Yeah.
he got the button everybody? You know how they butt
Hey,
everybody.
did you notice that's a pretty? I mean, that's not a mild goat.
No, that's a big goat.
That's a strong goat.
And you know they want to get up on something high. So
Yeah,
what
oh,
if he jumped up on the podium and you wouldn't come down?
So we'll be back.
Spread out now, Wolfie, doctor, come cut loose their mama's ring.
Now the old headlines about more. Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, unnamed intern, and also intern Sweet Chin Music, earning their degree in common.
Yeah, glad to be here, Rick.
I'm glad you're here, buddy. Somebody say. Graduation last night. Very proud of my nephew, Pearson. He gave a speech and got a little word of inspiration. Did a really good job with that. He and my sister and Pearson's dad were all there in the stands, kind of sweating that moment since she had asked Pearson to talk to me. And, of course, Pearson's dad's also written many speeches in public relations and marketing and all that. And both of us were talking about how the fact that Pearson, my nephew, his son, had basically disregarded any and did not want, said, hey, I got this. So his dad was just up there sweating profusely, not just from the Alabama heat, wondering, how is this going to go? But he did great.
You mean the color man on the White Plains Wildcat Radio Basketball Network?
That's the one. So anyway, so it went great. Well, so there's always this one did not have your normal speaker, meaning I'm a speaker from somewhere else and I have a word of inspiration for the graduates, the commencement speech. They didn't have one of those. The valedictorian gave a speech, the salutatorian gave a speech, and my nephew gave a word of inspiration, and then they just kind of handed out the diplomas. But I noticed there was someone there that was a guest, and they were in a motorized wheelchair, and this was a person from the Calhoun County, which is the county. This is a county school that was going to give some sort of award or presentation to the class of 2018.
Now, this is not the keeper of the goat.
No,
okay.
The goat.
I just want to be
at this
sure.
point, the goat is with with the graduate. No, not the principal yet, because this is before.
Oh, it's before.
So does it just sit in the crowd?
It went.
It's right there. See,
but no, that's them come and get their diplomas. You got to understand that goat's been back there
with the class,
with
the class hanging out.
Yeah. Down the road. This kid.
And
was
you're right. He's a pretty well behaved goat. He appears.
He was not bad. As far as goats go.
Look,
so
they
can get right.
So picture, because this is crucial, Speedy. First
it's
of
a
all,
good-looking goat.
First of all, I would like to compliment White Plains High School for their PA system. It was crystal clear, and you could hear everybody perfectly, which was fantastic.
Isn't that fun when you actually go somewhere and you can hear people?
It was fantastic.
Great.
It was. I mean, I cannot
Listen,
applaud.
White Plains does it right.
Might have been just where I was sitting, but I could hear it beautifully. But the microphone they were using was not wireless.
Okay.
So you can't move it a whole lot. Okay. So picture, if you will, you have the podium with the mic inside of a holder. Okay.
Right.
Podium, big WP on front for White Plains.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have two groups of chairs. If I'm sitting in the stands, to my right are teachers, school administrators, and up front of them, a little distance from the podium on grass, is the representative of the Calhoun County Board of Education's who is in a motorized wheelchair.
Got it.
To my left is the class of 2018. You see the two groups of chairs?
I got it.
Yeah,
I'm there.
And then there's a gap in the middle.
All on the football field.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, where is the goat?
The goat's about the third row from the back end in the class somewhere.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, I give high marks to that. I love that.
So
bring a goat.
I wish I'd have brought one Sunday.
So then, who I assume to be the principal, I assume it's the principal, says we will now hear from this person from the Calhoun County Board of Education, who has a special presentation for the class of 2018. Now, this person is obviously in a wheelchair, so the wheelchair has to come to the podium.
Right.
Okay.
Again, the mic's wired.
Right.
It's now.
It's important. And the part that I don't, and this is where I don't understand motorized wheelchairs, sir. She goes to throw it into the Ford Go Mo.
Yeah.
And it does not move.
Oh no, it's
Is it spinning?
No, it's just not doing anything.
Got a dead battery?
It's kind of bogged.
Transmission's on.
It's kind of bogged down.
Do you have a key to put it in gear, and then you go with the gears?
Normally, you just have a little toggle, and you.
It was a toggle. The toggle.
Yeah.
Because
but don't you have a switch to cut it on to begin with?
Or is it? It's wet grass. Is it stuck?
Hey, trust me. She's hitting that toggle. over and over
Is it
again.
spin? It could be just going.
But it wasn't even trying to spin, or could you tell?
It didn't.
It's not moving at all.
It did not look like it was.
It's bogged down.
It did a little bit of this.
Oh, it's bogged down.
Yeah,
but there's no spinning. It's like it's not getting any power.
Somebody push her.
The
How
grass
far is she
was the
from
grass
the
too?
I would have to. I would.
So
A lot of rain.
Not another one there to jump it off.
So to play the role of Speedy,
Hook the goat to
this is where I need some help on motorized wheelchairs. I thought this is real simple. All the coaches and the principal just push her.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Well, if it was in gear and it wasn't freewheeling, they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
move her
it's
anyway.
locked up. It won't
so
go.
they couldn't push her?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Slide her on the grass.
It's got to be a neutral.
I was going to say,
Understand it right now. Here we go. 6 minutes pass from the No Name Studio, the bleeding edge of technology. Thank you for being with us, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. We'll get to more of your phone calls this hour. We got wild birds coming later in the program today. That may lend itself to drama. We'll see how that goes. Things that you need to know. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be out this weekend. Does anybody remember John Brenner? Anybody remember John?
About John.
Brennan. How about John Brennan was part of the very first Real World that was on MTV. Do you remember that? Cowboy hat guy?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the chief of staff.
No, that's a different one. Yeah, so this is Brennan. So John Brennan will be with us. He'll be our guest. We'll find out what's been happening with him since all that, and he has launched brand new music, because you remember he was an aspiring country music singer. What is happening with John Brennan?
The whole Real World thing kind of kicked off the reality TV thing.
It was the first. It was that first step into reality television. So he'll be our guest this weekend. So catch that. And if you're looking for yesterday's Bible study archive, as we walk through the Revelation, it is available to you now, in audio form on our podcast channel, and of course video form on our YouTube channel. So Bubba, we're running up on another word that is difficult for us to say. Would you like to take a shot at it? Huh? Would you like
No,
to?
not really.
This is a talk show made up of people who cannot speak. Also, his name is also going to be extremely difficult. But does anybody know how to correctly say?
Goodness.
I'm going to try it. See if I get this right, English teachers.
I'd rather try that than his name.
Man, yeah. So let see if we get this right. Ambidextrous.
Oh yeah.
Is that correct?
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous.
Boy, Rick.
Ambidextrous.
Nobody's sitting.
Yeah, nobody's sitting. Thank you. I'm here all week.
It's AMBA, right?
AMBI.
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous.
That's an I. I don't know how you say that.
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous. Ambidextrous.
Say it quick.
Close.
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous.
Almost like somebody goes you. Ambidextrous.
Yeah.
I barely know her.
There are people that can use both hands equally, or they use their offhand pretty well. We've got a young man, he's a freshman at Mississippi State, who can throw either way, and I mean good.
Are you talking about Angelo Sanja?
That's good, Rick.
I'm here all week.
Yeah.
Sanja.
You can tell I got things happening.
Yep.
Well,
Angelo
think
Sanja.
about how outstanding it would be, and you're going to see him do this.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Hey, you try to bring a right-handed batter up, I throw right-handed. You try to bring a left-handed batter up, I just throw left-handed. And he has a glove that switches.
Yeah. And there's strike three called on the outside corner. 3-2 pitch.
Wow.
And there's strike three called on the outside corner.
So that was that left-handed?
And strikeout number 6.
Left and right.
Yeah.
You're seeing a
3-2 pitch
there.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I didn't look at the bottom thing.
Yeah. He struck out 7 against Louisiana Monroe.
Wow.
In 4 scoreless innings during his first collegiate start.
I wonder if he sticks to the whole lefty versus lefty, righty versus righty, or does he go by stats that say, well, this guy doesn't do very well against righty, so I'm going to stick to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It looks like in
what
these
is his routine
highlights, he's going lefty versus lefty.
It does.
But you're right.
There'll be
somebody, though, that will
Foxhall or somebody will say, hey,
Plus,
we got this.
Let me ask you this. Can you change which hand you're throwing with during throwing the same batter?
Great question. I don't think you can.
I don't know. Do you remember the switch hitter that
start.
had the ambidextrous pitcher?
Yeah.
And they kept switching, and he kept going to the other batter's box, and finally the home plate umpire said, stop. You stay here, and you stay there, and let's go. Because
I don't
switching back.
I don't
forth.
think you once you
start,
you have to finish that at bat.
Yeah.
What is amazing about this, because there are people can throw with both, is he can throw in the upper 90s right-handed and in the low 90s left-handed.
That is impressive.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
Bubba, are you talking about the ambidextrous Angelo Sanja?
Yep.
That's
it.
That's good. I love your confidence.
How about
I
love watching that video of him changing back.
Having a son that pitched, you always having arm issues. I can't imagine having to take care of both of them.
Well,
good night.
How about this?
If you get sore, you just swallow it.
Right.
You're right, though.
Would it be less wear and tear, you think, if you're throwing with both?
Possibly,
Yes.
yeah. Depending on, how many they got in the lineup that's know left-handed and right-handed.
That's crazy.
It really is something else.
I throw like a girl with my left hand. I don't know about y'all. Something about it.
He's got
his top
He's
speed.
got to throw 2 pins every day.
Yeah, his top speed yesterday was 97 from the right side, 92 from the left.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Good night.
I didn't mean that like to be offensive to girls.
Angelo Sanja. You ambidextrous person, you.
Yeah.
They said
so
that he is a natural
in your
lefty.
face, Thurlow.
Natural lefty. He learned to throw right-handed.
And he throws harder.
That is incredible. But y'all ask legitimate questions. I mean, don't you have to keep both of them warm?
Yeah.
And don't you have to rest both of them?
Yeah.
I mean,
and you've also
if I'm warming up, don't I have to
If I'm
throw?
a coach, do I say, hey, tomorrow throw your pen with the right hand?
What is
and
pen?
then on a bullpen.
Practice pitches. Get in shape.
Okay. Bullpen.
Gotcha,
Pen.
Keep those kind of questions to yourself. Just
I thought you were saying like P-I-N.
This is where you.
Even when you don't know, don't say it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help.
It's not a skateboard segment.
Oh, wow.
That was Bubba.
I'm just trying to help by
Can
asking
you
the stupid
skateboard
questions.
ambidextrously?
No.
Okay. You know, let's go back to this though.
I
Honestly,
can do a little bit left-handed because I broke my right wrist growing up, and I had to learn to write left-handed and throw left-handed. So I can a little bit, but nothing like that.
No.
And my daughter throws right-handed, but she writes left-handed.
Interesting.
Writes left-handed?
And it seemed like she colored with one hand and wrote with the other one. Something
And
weird.
Tyler, he threw left-handed, batted left-handed, but writes right-handed, and shoots the rifle right-handed. He's right-eye dominant. That's just all weird.
Bubba eats potato chips with his right hand and crackers with his left hand.
That's so good.
Usually, Rick, contrary to this, I use both hands at the same time. And just shovel.
I tell you, Mississippi State's baseball uniforms are fantastic.
They are.
All of them.
They sure are.
What about when they come out with what about when they have the cream? Oh, that cream one. It's fantastic.
Kidding me.
But
Doobie Noble.
Yeah, it's not Doobie.
Oh,
I was waiting on that.
Yeah.
You always.
Yeah, and I can't believe you hadn't brought up the other, but yeah.
Was that old man?
Yeah, there we go.
Goodness.
There it is.
Well,
Jack
why
Crystal.
You don't
Jack
have
Crystal.
to upset everybody every day.
Met Jack Crystal,
We did.
the legend.
We met him.
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was.
Just give him a little respect.
Who's Jack Crystal?
Billy Crystal's older brother.
Oh, okay, cool.
Great actor.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
and Greg's still with us.
Greg's scared of my dad. No, he passed away. Greg.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. We
Greg,
did a segment about
I'm
it.
gonna have my
whole
dad.
thing about that.
I'm gonna have my dad call you because I know you're
Look
scared
at
of him.
Jack. Right. I won't bother.
Yep.
But yeah, I can't believe at
least
that
I met
level
him.
being able to pitch that well. But that means he has to do double everything.
Yeah.
Double arm care, double long tossing, double pins, like you said, everything.
Double
everything
ice
double,
bags.
Everything.
You'll never make it.
But what I'm wondering is, does he do double that?
I mean,
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
You would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, by the way,
2014.
by the way, that takes a lot of time.
He may alternate back and forth. I don't know. I don't know what your schedule would be.
But it looks like if he's going to pitch 2 batters in a game, so he has to pitch from either side.
Yes,
of course.
Yeah.
So if he swaps during the game, both sides have to be ready.
Right.
There's no way around it.
Yeah, so when he's getting ready and
what does he
he's
start
gotta
pregame?
get- He's got to get up.
Here's
When
the
does he
thing,
start
though.
pregame?
It actually may be better for him because he's a PO. Adler, that's pitcher only.
Okay, I thought it was something else.
And so they
Adler's,
have
Adler's
a
like, what's he upset about?
They have a
lot
lot of time on their hands, so he may not have as much time on his hands, which is a good thing.
That is true.
He doesn't get as bored
That's
interesting.
POs will get bored.
They will.
They'll start talking about wanting to hit in the lineup.
A lot of hanging
stuff
around.
like that.
Yeah.
Hey, coach, let me bat one time.
Because a lot of them probably were good hitters when they were young.
They were, no doubt.
Interesting. Well, Jack Crystal was the voice of the Bulldogs, and he passed away in 2014.
Hey,
Greg and I met him.
Greg doesn't even know.
It wasn't that long
Legend.
before he died,
Legend.
evidently.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I'm worried about Greg today.
That was 8 years ago.
I can't remember who he
9 years ago. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes
I
past.
met him.
Must have been a while ago.
Yeah, it was.
866 We Be Big's our
Just
number.
started working here.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This whole presentation, a goat's gone in. We've had welcome everybody, and here comes the big moment of the Board of Education recognizing this class with a proclamation.
Oh, goodness.
And so there's a moment where you have, there's not a seat in the stadium on the home side. There's family that's come from
so nervous.
everywhere. And now it's just that, and there's indoor silence and then there's outdoor silence.
Yeah.
Right.
Outdoor silence for some reason is more uncomfortable.
Well, there's crickets.
You know what I mean?
That's all you hear is crickets.
Yeah,
frogs.
And you got to get done before the fog moves in, too.
So then comes the stuff that would have killed Speedy. Then you got the principal, I assume. He's kind of looking like, can I get the mic to you?
Oh, no.
And look, and then it's just toggle, nothing. Toggle, different kind of toggle over
Now
here.
the battery's
Somebody
dead.
help her.
Somebody behind it kind of going.
Could you back up?
I don't know what to do.
Did she rock? She try to rock it out of there?
Great, but Speedy and Bubba, it just bogged. Everything's just bogged.
So she's not had 4-wheel drive experience.
And then there's that uncomfortable where I see the principal thinking, "Can I get the mic to her?" Then he comes to the conclusion, "I can't."
Oh, she just went quite close.
Just shout.
And then
you know, we should have done, picked her up and carried her.
Well, I don't think I haven't been thinking about that.
That's what
Either
you
that
would
or
have
get the goat like a reindeer
Don't
and
you
have her
think
hang onto the leash and see if it'll pull it out.
that would have been a great
Or
idea.
let her ride the goat.
Well, that's a good one too, Greg.
It's a pretty big goat, by the way.
It is. Greg.
But anyway, but could you would you? I really think you would have jumped the fence and said, "I don't know how we're going to get her to this podium, but by golly, we're going to."
Speedy would have carried her.
Two things: I'm either running away and leaving, like running to the car, or I'm running to her. Either one, but I can't sit there.
It is fascinating that
do-
is one of the two things you would do, and I've seen both of them.
Yeah,
in
I can't.
action.
I can't sit there.
Well, see,
keep
what
in
I
mind,
would have done.
Keep in mind, I'm in rural Alabama. Okay, I'm in rural Alabama, which means it's almost like Now, if this had been a vehicle, everybody could have fixed it.
Sure.
You already heard them saying, "Hey, I don't know that toggle switch." And everybody starts talking all that, and I said, "I don't know what." But you could tell nobody was an expert on motorized.
No.
Well,
Everybody got a towing rope.
If we have a pickup truck out there, we fix this thing like that.
Yes.
You got an ATV, we fix it just like that. Everybody knows what to do. Nobody knew what to do to get a motorized wheelchair to get going.
See, I immediately think, how can we use the goat?
Well, let me ask you
That's
this.
what I think.
Because you think, well, you got to go.
We got a goat. Let's use that baby. Maybe he can get behind the chair.
Sat there a long time.
I think it was stuck.
Rick, maybe he can get behind it and butt it. Get it out of the rut.
Did she ever go forward?
So here's what happened.
Eventually, she has to leave, but
So
she's still there.
Eventually, and I don't remember who it was, it's her wheelchair. You would think she's an expert in it. You know what I mean?
It may have been a new one, Rick. You don't
Might have
know.
been that somebody went up there and started keeping around with a toggle, and something happened. They flipped something or whatever,
Yes.
and it did its first lunge forward. Now, we sat there a while on this, okay, which
There's got to be a key somewhere, some switch that comes before the actual driving.
Listen. They get it finally moved forward. They get her moved forward enough they can get the mic to her. And she does a beautiful job and a great speech and is very well spoken.
So we got a dangling cord pulled to her now?
Yeah, she didn't
Did
get
she make a joke about being stuck? When
No.
you know how you
I
normally
wish
do.
she would have.
I thought that would have helped
I
us
didn't
all.
think I was going to get here.
Was there a
Could have
ramp?
taken the stress off situation to make one side comment. That would have been helpful.
Rick,
real quick.
was there a ramp to get up on the?
It's just straight grass right over
Yeah,
to
it's
the
just
Heard the
So
whole
it wasn't a
podium's
podium.
not on stage.
The podium's there, but you just come up behind it on the grass.
Right, I
the
got
podium's just sitting on the grass.
Okay.
No stage.
Now I see. I got it now. I see.
And but then of course we finally, by the grace of God, get through the proclamation, and then what's got to happen? She got to back. She got to back it up.
Oh no! Now she's in the way.
And it ain't
Get her
back-
out of the way
now,
for
now
the
it's not back.
festivities.
Now it's not backing up.
doing
there.
it again?
no.
Yes, now it's doing it again.
Come on.
And
you know, probably what happened. Probably went riding around the Quintard Mall before she got there, and battery got
didn't
low.
have a charge.
Yeah, probably.
I'm just thankful that
Can you not-
what if the bottom would have dropped out about then with rain?
Now, if it rains, great, she's in a.
Oh, I've got to pick her up and run now. I do.
And if you run, are
Yeah,
you
we
laying
just-
her over your shoulder with her
with
head
some help.
backwards, or if you hold her
Fireless
like a
carry?
baby?
I'd have held up 4. I need 4 men.
Yeah, what I'm wondering is,
You got 3.
Can somebody answer me this question? Can you not push a motorized?
Well,
wheelchair?
if it's locked in
get it out
gear,
of
like
gear,
like
right?
we're saying, if it's
gotta
locked
go
in gear,
neutral.
then
Yeah, you
the
gotta go
wheels
neutral
are
somehow.
tied, and you can drag her off.
It'd be like an ATV, wouldn't it?
I did get her off, Rick.
I don't know. After it was over, everybody
She's still out there?
Everybody
Rick,
mobs the
she
field.
stayed there the whole time.
Yeah, she sat through the whole service. But then after it's over, everybody mobbed the field. I don't know what happened to her.
She may still be there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today, hanging out. Looking forward to chatting with you as the show continues a little bit later on. So let's go with our Biden stuff today, Adler. Here comes our Biden stuff. Here it comes. Diddy-doo. Dee-da-da-da-dee-da. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da. Egg and Joe. All right, so a couple of Bidens. Got a Kamala in here, too. So let's start with Biden. Apparently, we go from giving the president a pass and watching somebody else in his administration or the press corps fall down Air Force One steps. But just when we were moving on, he tried to depart Warsaw, Poland, and apparently has fallen up the stairs of Air Force One. So here is the president in video 1A. Here he's boarding in Poland. That wasn't too bad.
He got up quick.
Yeah, back down. Well, he's a lively older fella, and so just a little bit of a slip going up. I don't think this one. I mean, hey, whoa, watch out now.
Not a bad recovery.
I hadn't seen anybody fall
Considering
on Air
he
Force
can't
One
speak.
This much since Gerald Ford.
Oh, he was grown.
Well, they asked Biden.
He had bad knees.
They've already asked Biden about this, and he said that when he grew up in Scranton, I don't know if y'all knew he did.
Yeah.
That when he was Polish, he said he walked up some working class steps and he learned how to get back up after falling.
Right.
Yeah, and his daddy said, Joey.
I get knocked down.
And his dad said, Joey, when you slip up the steps, get back up and keep moving. I learned that in Scranton and my blue collar, hard working life.
Cold.
And I had hairy legs.
With all my Polish neighbors.
Mm-hmm. I had hairy legs.
One of my names to be Bidanowski.
And I learned just then how to help gay people and minorities to get up steps.
They love each other.
They love each other, Joey. Yeah. All right, so then the
Joey baby.
The next Joey. Next, we are going to watch him answer the question about Putin has pulled out of the New START treaty.
Yeah, the nuclear weapons limitation treaty.
All right, let's see what he has to say about that.
Not sure.
Oh, really lost.
Mr. President, any reaction to Putin saying he's pulling out of New START?
I don't have time.
And it's Ash Wednesday.
Right on his forehead, yeah.
Right. He must have fallen.
I knew it was either that or a bruise from the fall.
Yes.
Yeah.
He did fall.
Yeah.
Well, he's a good Catholic, y'all.
Yeah. When is Resurrection Weekend this year?
It was Ash Wednesday yesterday, so
that starts. What is that? 40 days out, right there.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's going to be April 9th.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. The by the way, I hate to bring this up to you two, but Read Across America is coming again.
He looks so confused. He looks so confused when everybody's standing there normally. He's like, I'm lost.
All right.
Sorry about the Read Across America.
Boy, it really flips around quick.
Wow, that's like next Thursday.
I thought we had done away with it.
Comes around quickly.
Really sneaks up on us.
Did we do it last year?
I don't think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
All right. Anyway, so sorry, we're having a meeting out loud here.
Sure we did.
But the
I got a memo.
Where's them
here
birds
that
at?
says it's not necessary if we don't want to do it.
Yeah. The
good thing is we
actually,
put it
I
out
heard
a week
Dr.
out.
Seuss was canceled.
Bubba would like to see us try the foot book this year.
Oh, that's good.
It's just a nice change
Right,
up.
just this change up there.
Kind of like left hand, right hand.
Everything has an expiration date. So he is saying he doesn't have time to try to be edgy about that, but you can see where he's standing there. That look on his face is just that. I'm telling you, it's just it just continues. All right,
Rick,
now
have you which clip?
I was going with two, Kamala.
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
I heard you mention that too.
Yeah.
that Kamala.
Kamala. Hey,
yeah,
Kamala.
It's still it is a is Kamala Harris is going to be again trying to convince us that why does this administration try to convince us that the prices that we see in our bills are not what they are? It's just the weirdest.
I think they're used to the media being an accomplice with them, so they can say anything and it'll get repeated.
That caller's going to call back about Boy George.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be right.
All right.
Let's all sing to it. Here we go. Hey.
Do y'all sing this when you hear it? I need to know.
Yes, I do. I bounce around a little bit for some reason.
It's a snappy little tune.
Here is Vice President Kamala Harris. Everybody, ha! Kamala, Vice President of the USA. What? Kamala.
One breath away, one breath away.
Is she a woman or can we say that or not? Can he make her
blind?
Don't you know that even Kamala goes, you can't even be the first vice president female.
That's a nice phrase.
But anyway, here she goes. She wants you to know that your heating and electric bills are down.
And Biden has done this, and so now you have more money in your pocket. That's what she's saying.
Every day, Joe Biden and I talk about and work together with our partners, like former leader Hoyer, current leader Hoyer, to lower the cost for the people of our nation, because you are a leader. For working families, we have reduced heating and electricity bills. So folks have more money in their pocket to buy things like school supplies,
has anybody changed your rate?
or take a family vacation.
They'll just say anything.
Has your power bill, has the rate changed per kilowatt hour?
They'll say anything.
Here is the national average. Electricity, and this is year to date, electricity prices are up 11.9%. Fuel oil is up 27.7%. Natural gas is up 26.7%. All of that year to year.
So why do you just go out there and say things and go, maybe they won't know?
It makes you give you.
I don't see how they. I mean, golly. Even if everything was neutral,
right.
if it was neutral, I don't see how she can say electricity bills are cheaper. Because, like I say, no one's lowering the rate on kilowatt hours if I use the same amount as last year.
Yeah, I haven't.
But now they're adding extra things into your bill.
You know, they regulate it and check it and all that. But I don't remember this great rate decrease.
No,
or even,
I don't either. I don't know where you get it. I guess you just if you say it long enough and you have a band behind you, everything's fine.
Well, you're right. Again, this is not complicated. If you said, well, actually, electricity costs are up 11.9% from last year. Fuel's up 27.7 and natural gas up 26.7, ma'am.
So I don't have more money in my pocket to buy school supplies.
In the best case scenario, I don't know if it's up, but it's definitely not less than I paid last year. I can tell you that.
Well, no, the national average is up across the country what it's costing.
Yeah.
Well, ours may not be, but somebody else's.
But I go back to this again. Why would you say something that's so easily refuted?
I don't know.
Well, you think you've got cover. That's the only reason you would say it.
And it's a good little sound bite. Nobody
there's a lot of people who
researches
will just believe it and
They'll
not
just
check
believe
it.
it. That's exactly it.
I'll tell you why they said it. They said it so that all of us got a token liberal here or there in our life.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Every family has one.
A progressive. Sure. And that progressive was just given that soundbite to go. Biden's got cost of all our utilities down. I mean, you wrong about that.
You got more money in your pocket,
and you're like, you know that's not right. Well, I just heard the vice president say it. Because you probably didn't watch that because you're over on Fox.
Won't y'all be working on the price of food? How about that?
Yeah. You don't need to be on Fox to know the prices have gone up. You just need to go to the local grocery store.
Well, you just need to go.
Rick, also the Department of Defense has released a photo. You remember the spy balloon, the Chinese spy balloon we were taking a look at? What? And we said all along we were surveilling it, we were looking at it. Have you seen the digital picture that the pilot took from a YouTube plane when he zoomed by it? He actually took a selfie with it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, we'll look at it when we come back. We'll get Adler to pull it up. It's pretty funny.
866 We Be Big is the number. We'll chat about that when we return. When the Rick and Bubba show continues. Have you ever wondered all the different Rick and Bubba availabilities to you? To get the show in its entirety, go to rickandbubba.com.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're a good father. It's who you are.
We work our way back. Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Monday. So everybody enjoy the day off here at Rick and Bubba Incorporated. And all right. So, Bubba, you had questions tomorrow. For those of you that do not know this, tomorrow, Greg's daughter, my niece, Chandler Burgess, will be married to Riley Jones.
Riley Jones.
I don't think have I met Riley before?
I don't like a country singer.
It does. Yeah. He's great.
Performing tonight, Riley Jones.
Solid young man. We didn't know whether he would make it, when he first started coming into the family, because when you're trying to consider if you really want to connect to the Burgesses, it's not a given.
They're very loud.
No, it's not.
They're very loud people.
And Chandler made it very clear that when you marry me, this bunch comes with it to a degree. So
we're extremely.
He is
he's
great
good.
guy.
We're really blessed.
Great young man. So tomorrow will be
him there.
Yep, will be a very, very special day.
I hope it is.
That was them with the marriage. Wrong. By the way, can somebody clarify something? I don't even know who to ask, because this is
that's him.
and we haven't talked about this, but and I was extremely honored
Is he related to Hobie?
Yeah, they look good.
Could be. He's tall like Hobie.
Is Chandler came to me and asked me if I would officiate the wedding, which I was very moved by. And at first I was like,
I was a little scared by it.
I don't think. And she said that she kept on with saying, I wish you would go ahead and finish what you need to finish to be able to do that. And I said, I'll pray about it. We'll think about it. We'll talk about it. And there's a tie-in because she's also getting married the day before Bronner was born. And she said, at the memorial service, that was kind of the day that she started solidifying her walk with Christ. And she has been a solid woman of God ever since. I'm talking about a Proverbs 31 woman, no doubt about it. And so she wanted me to do that. So I'm honored to do it. But doing the wedding is something that is going to be a great honor, but I don't know what's going on with our state right now with marriage. Am I supposed to say anything about the state of Alabama anymore or no? I know what to say at the end, by the power.
But they got a marriage license by the state, right? Isn't that what they were just holding up?
Yes, but I went to because now
I don't even know if you have to have that anymore.
They're still giving license out.
This was about 8 months ago when she told me she wanted me to consider doing the wedding. So ever since then,
power invested in me.
Every time I've been to a wedding, I've been listening, and the pastors that I've heard in the last few weddings I went to, they don't mention Alabama.
I wouldn't
mention
it.
About the power.
All right, I'm not going to mention that. All right, no. But of course, a little pressure.
The paper's there.
Hey, a little pressure when hey, Greg, a little pressure when you officiate a wedding.
Now, Rick, this is what's
nobody wants
be,
you to mess it up.
This is what's going to be tough for you, Rick. You're used to being the center of attention, and you can't be. It's supposed to be her day.
Right.
So how can you turn that down a little bit? You think?
Of course, absolutely, yes. I know how to be appropriate.
Yeah. I went by yesterday and we were going over some details and stuff, and there's going to be one problem with Dad if he realizes it. Right behind where the bride and the groom stand, there's a creek.
Oh no!
And y'all's friend Bobby Watkins took me over there and said, "Look at them, and there's bass all in that creek." And he said they had a wedding another week ago, and all the groomsmen were supposed to get in their picture, and they're over pulling bass out of the creek. If Dad gets over there and gets to fishing,
oh my God,
we'll lose it.
Uh-oh.
He'll work his way down the bank.
So there could be fishing going on.
It's there.
We could absolutely lose it.
Oh boy!
He showed pictures of some they pulled out. There's some good ones in there.
Yeah. So what are some questions you had, Bubba?
Well, I was just wondering if they had cheese straws.
Is that it?
Bubba, I'm not sure, but I have to feel like that we do. I wasn't involved in. I was just involved in the check.
Yeah, I got
hey, and it was a good one for the food.
Yeah,
man.
That's where they get you.
But you got to have it anyway. So, I hope they are because I'm as big a fan of cheese straws as you are.
Right down right there what a wedding runs nowadays.
Oh, and mine's way below what some people do.
Give me a ballpark.
Hey, look.
You don't have to say it.
Bubba.
Just write it down.
Let's say a cheese straw was $1,000.
Yeah, that's what
How many
that's what
cheese
I thought.
straws?
I think, Greg, they nobody gets in it any cheaper than that. Nobody. Yeah. Nobody. And yours is going to be worse than that. Bubba, I can promise you that.
May not be.
You think Little Princess is not going to want it to be a big affair?
Oh, that's times two.
See, Chandler's pretty. She's pretty simple.
You got to understand, Chandler is not your typical female as far as she's frugal.
It's going to be nice, but yeah, she's simple. But I mean, it's going to be nice, but it's not going to be over the top.
Mm-hmm.
But we love where the venue. What I love about
I want
it
you
is
to know
10 minutes
that
from
number
house.
right there is frugal. Just so you know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can blow that out of the water.
Yeah,
and it's probably more than that. They just didn't tell me. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Got some of that.
You'll get some bills later.
Yeah. That's what I think. It's probably
Greg,
more.
you're gonna be, honey, what's this?
Yeah,
we're gonna. I talked to a buddy of ours
I thought we paid this.
who's got 3 daughters, and he's already rolled one out, about to roll another, and he says it is the reception that takes your takes. That's where you go to die.
But we're excited, and
what if you did
everybody
a wedding,
that's involved in it? We got Edgar's Bakery, who does our cakes here.
Yeah,
that's a real good bass boat right there.
It sure is. Edgar.
$35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Well, I want to point you to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Are you looking to fill a position at your company? Got an opportunity for somebody out there? Well, let me tell you what you don't want to do. You don't want to make the wrong hire, and you certainly do not want to be stuck in an interview with somebody when all of a sudden you're like, and I wish I had not interviewed this person. And I'll never get this time back. It's gone forever. It's in the old time trash heap. So you don't want to do that. You want to be efficient. You want to be interviewing people that could potentially be an asset to your company. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba is set up for that very thing. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the right people for your team faster, and we give you an opportunity to post that opportunity for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. Use their screening tools to kind of weed out those that really are not qualified, so that when you sit down for the interview, you're only interviewing the best of the best. Small businesses like ours rank LinkedIn jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you were mentioning we're learning more about the Chinese spy balloon. Now, this is not the Ham Radio Club's balloon.
No. This was the actual Chi-Com spy balloon that we had up. And as it was going across the country, we were checking it out, looking at it. And we had a YouTube pilot.
You said YouTube earlier.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, it's just
I thought there was such a thing. I didn't know. I pictured
we
that
say
logo
YouTube
down the side
so
of
much,
the plane.
You know, you say it so much. He literally takes a selfie of the balloon out.
Is this
the window as
Bono
he goes
that
by.
did this, or who is it?
So you see the solar panels, you see the payload hanging under the balloon. Isn't that funny?
There it is.
He's close.
Yeah, and look at the shadow of the plane on the balloon.
Wow.
That's your big boy.
And the YouTube. I can't.
God love you.
We've said YouTube so much; it's hard to say YouTube.
And then there's the Superman that Speedy just referenced. YouTube.
That thing is hauling. It's amazing he got a picture at all. I mean, he may have had to shoot a whole bunch of them to get one that actually took. But that's quite a shot.
Mm-hmm.
And evidently it got legendary status. This little selfie was going around the whole like NORAD community and stuff. Which I get it. It's a cool picture.
Yeah, it is, but it's also the fact that we'd let this thing just roll along like this. I hope there really hasn't been all that much scrutiny because we keep protecting this fellow.
I hope that we learn something from it, you know, by allowing it to be up there and to look at it. And we were told they were jamming the signal so that no intel could get back out. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what we were told.
Well, we hope so.
And think about this: he went by that at 475 miles an hour.
Wow.
So,
That's
some good.
You got to give him props for a really good selfie.
But he may took 100 of them, and that was the only one that turned out.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
The Biden administration just released them video of them dealing with the balloon. If you guys want to see it, here's the Biden administration.
How about that? It's funny.
Gosh, that's good.
Biden put his best people on it.
Is those border collies?
It looks like it.
Yeah,
it's funny.
They are getting up on that balloon.
Look at that air. Oh, big air.
And I tell you, I could watch that for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
You know?
Fantastic.
It's like little seals out there.
Oh yeah, an alligator couldn't get them.
No.
One of our two cannot catch, and he hits everything like that. The other one can catch pretty good if you throw him something. The other one, bless his heart, he just can't catch it. He hits his nose every time, like he's a seal.
Yeah,
you're just like, buddy, you just ain't got it. I'm so sorry.
I try to throw to Kevin, and he just looks straight at the ground.
Yeah.
Like I'll arc it to him, and he goes straight to the ground, just waiting for it to fall. I'm like, buddy.
I saw a demonstration, a video of that too, and they had like a retriever. And they threw the ball up, and of course it jumps in there to get it. And then they had one of these house dogs, like we got this, a lap dog.
Yeah.
And they throw it, and it hits it on the head every time, and it looks around like, what was that? What was that?
So,
speaking of animals, Rick, did you see the moose that had attacked the lady walking her dog in Alaska?
I heard about that. I haven't seen it. No.
How about she said at first she didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden she realized that it was a moose that pushed her from behind, and she was walking her dog. And but think about being attacked by something like that. At one point, and this is it here. So somebody was videoing. You don't know what's hit you. Yeah. You don't have a clue.
Oh my
and
goodness.
she's screaming.
Audio.
She's screaming.
Can we play the audio
for help?
Recovering after she was kicked in the head by a moose. Don't worry, the woman is okay, but you have to see this video.
Should give her a heads up. Hey, watch out! Watch out!
Oh, it kicked her in the
Some
head.
people by say that they slowed down a little bit to let the woman who was walking her dog know that a moose was following her, and that's when the moose reared up, kicked her in the back of her head.
And then kept right on going.
Wow. Well, if you watch, the moose stops, meaning this was its goal.
Yeah. She says that she's already back to walking with her dog.
I'll tell you this, though. I'll take a moose kicking me in the back of the head 3 times as opposed to alligator dragging me in the ball.
She fared way better than the alligator lady.
Yeah, she did.
somewhere.
They needed that big girl to come sit on that moose while they moved in.
There you go again.
That's good.
There you go again.
There you go. What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, if you were going, Greg, but if you were going to get a horse for her, it needs to be the size of a moose.
For some reason,
now
today,
you're in on it.
Greg, I'll get in trouble for that comment.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Concussion protocol.
People give Greg a lot of
Is your
passes.
prescription out? Or you between refills? Is that it?
Yeah.
When y'all were talking about it on the
Greg,
kickoff hour,
Yeah.
I thought I was picturing like a mule kick from the moose,
No,
but that was
front.
like a straight up jab, like
Yeah,
a
it's like-
right hook.
Yeah, it's like
Right
it's
in the
just
middle
like
of a stride. Bloop.
What's
Wow.
in? It's a female moose, and so this is very similar
This is Rick's area.
to what does do. You know, they come up with their front hoofs and they bear down.
That's a great point.
I watched
Look,
mine.
right now the moose looks like it's. I'm good.
Bam. By the way, I know they're in a car, but I wish they had not
back
let the
kick.
camera get behind that mirror right there. We needed that piece of the video.
Is
there.
it better that the moose used its hoof to push her down as opposed to putting its head down?
Oh, no,
Female
female's kind
moose.
of deadly.
You wouldn't want a male moose to hit you with those, whatever. I mean, you talk about bringing some antlers to the table.
Yes.
But you wouldn't want that. But a female, I think I would take her forehead over the hoof. That hoof can hurt.
Yeah.
Lay your head up.
Sharp.
Yeah, lay your head up.
I think you're right.
Yeah, and you know it's
See, right here, she has no idea she's gonna get hit in the head by.
I wonder what's going on because it's not mating season. There's no little ones around. So what? Why
dog.
is it the dog
She
that
just don't
enticed
like
her?
people.
Oh yeah.
These
Just another
dogs
night in
Threatened by
Alaska.
the dog.
when these things smell canine in that whole canine world,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that triggers wolf,
Yeah.
coyote, you know, all the dangerous canines to them.
Yes.
And they go, canine must die. And everybody it smells like.
I didn't know they went on an attack like that though. I thought they'd
Oh, yeah.
just get away from the area.
Yeah, I get it if you're trying to get your picture made with it and you get too close. But
Yeah.
that woman was just.
No,
she ran her down.
No, this is what I've said and tried to warn everybody. Animals now have behavior that is intentional, and they're after us. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This
You're right.
this is not. We're getting a lot less of the. Oh, I just walked up. I'm in a bad area.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to walk my dog down a highway, and a moose comes and gets me, and is set out to get me. And as I make the point, after the woman is knocked down, the moose stops, like, and that's what I was here to do.
It's funny you say that. We actually, the moose was asked what it was doing. I actually have the quote from the
Do you?
moose. Yeah. What?
What is it?
I do. No, it's if you want to pop my channel up.
Okay, I didn't know if you were going to say it.
No,
we thought the man of a thousand voices.
Right.
I thought you were going to be the moose.
This is just what the moose said.
You, in the cartoon, we always had a happy ending, you know.
You went with the bull.
I would have much rather you have done the voice, Speedy.
I would have liked you if you tried. I'd like for you to attempt to do Bullwinkle.
Yeah.
That was great, Speedy.
There you go. Yeah. Bullwinkle's not that difficult, is it?
No.
It really.
You sound like an idiot.
It's not Mel Blanc. You know what I mean? It's almost like,
It's more about the meter than anything.
it's almost like the guy whoever did Bullwinkle was like, "What do you think about this?" And the guy's like, "That'll work."
Close enough.
You just be goofy.
So you think a moose sounds?
It's very close to Goofy, by the way.
Really?
You think the moose?
Hey, Rocky.
I wish.
I mean, we can all do it. I mean, it's
Even I can do that.
Not really.
now it's the count.
For some reason, you got to rise up out of your seat.
You raised.
Was this count? Is this Count Chocula?
I want to look you move.
All right, we'll be back. Phone calls are next.
How about a hoof to the head?
You're the count.
Yeah, you're the count.
You're the count. I want So we'll come back.
I'll take that. Enter that.
More Rick and Bubba coming up. All 10 lines are available. We'll do phone calls next and find out what's on your mind. You can dial us now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Doing the cakes, you know that'll be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And we got, we're having it at the venue at the Southwind Plantation out in Wellington. It's gonna be good. We're gonna have a good time.
But you getting a good deal from the Padre?
I don't know.
But all that is
I haven't
fine.
invoiced him yet.
But you better be texting Lisa. Hey, add cheese straws to the.
I know, Bubba. I'll grab a couple bags of Mook's Meals. And me and
I
you-
was just wondering. I mean, it
Me and
doesn't
you'll
make or
have
break the
Throw
event.
some in your pocket, Bubba. Be a little bit of a mess.
Greg likes Mooks like I do.
Oh, yeah.
Don't think I'm the only cheese straw bandit on this.
The only
bunch,
problem
huh?
is your breath is kicking when you
Bubba,
eat those cheese
But
straws.
the food is going to be very good, and please partake in it because there's going to be plenty.
I hate to bring this up to you because I know weddings have changed a lot.
Yeah.
They've really gone rural. I mean, nobody gets married indoors anymore.
Right.
And cheese straws were more of your indoor traditional. I'm at a church.
Well, they won't melt.
And the fellowship hall's got the reception. And then you go into the fellowship hall, and there's always cheese straws, and there's always those little cookies.
What I call sands, or most people call them wedding cookies.
The last several receptions I've been to, they look more like
they look like shrimp.
It's a bigger presentation now than it used to be. And usually cheese straws are found in your typical. We don't even have a main dish.
Yeah,
we got like snacks and stuff. Now people go with something that's almost like going to a ranch house.
Yeah, we got food.
Yeah, I mean straight up food. So the cheese straws, you don't find them as much.
Will you
as
bring
used
some
to.
leftovers in next week?
Absolutely. Hey, Rick, and I'm gonna tell you. Do you remember when I first started working here? And we know them because we went to school with them. Alexander's Great Events came for your birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Set up and had the chocolate
Great.
fountain. That's who's doing the
good.
cake.
Okay.
So you're going to have a chocolate fountain?
I don't know.
Hey, I've been to a number of their events. It'll be solid.
Because you remember they came set up out here for your birthday. That may have been the
you
first
know
or
those
second
sand
year I was
cookies
here.
I'm talking about look like shrimp, but it's like,
Speaking of shrimp.
wedding cookies. Oh, you're having shrimp too?
Oh, I don't know what we're having. I honestly don't.
He didn't know anything about the reception.
Speedy asked me what time it started, and I wasn't sure.
And I'm down about that. Give us some kind of heads up.
I wasn't there when they picked it all
Look,
out.
if I need to get a bag of mooks on the way and eat it just to be in the mood, I'm fine.
I will say this.
Hey, you know what? You know what we're
When
going
you
to do?
came
Why
to-
don't we just call the place?
When y'all came to
You know,
Taylor's,
when we come back, we call and say,
Bubba, I
all right,
hate to bring it up. You told Rick not to make it about him. You're making this about
No,
you.
I'm just asking questions. See, I won't. People won't even know I'm there. You know, matter of fact, people really may not know I'm there. I've been so quiet.
Yeah, you just could be in the back with cheese straws.
I'm cowboy casual. I'm here. Here we go.
Speaking of that, there's
Bobby's
a lot
waiting
of
on you.
conversation
I
about
can't
what you
wait to
wear
see
to these
Bobby.
outside weddings.
outside weddings not near as dressy.
I know.
As,
but a 6 o'clock wedding is a little bit more formal.
I didn't know that, but we're not going by that rule.
I'm staying with
What
this
is the rule?
outside.
Whatever you want.
I know what I'm wearing because
Greg,
Chandler's
I'm
already
wearing
told me what I'm
jeans and
wearing.
a golf shirt.
Absolutely.
How about I know what I'm wearing? Chandler's already told me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah. I'm coming from the lake, man. I'm in
You might as well look like you're
vacation
coming from
mode.
the lake. Yeah.
I'm not wearing shorts, Speedy. I'm going to wear long jeans.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we come back, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll give you a full report on Tuesday's program on how the wedding goes
Now,
tomorrow.
I know Adler said he had a question or something about the wedding.
It was
he does.
Is this the thing with it being 6 o'clock? And Greg says, but it's outdoors. And so what's your question?
The wedding's at 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. What time is Greg gonna start crying like a baby?
Adler, that's not very nice.
My name's Greg. I love my daughter. I'm gonna cry.
Adler,
What are you doing? What is this, Hank the Hound?
Greg, he loves
my
anything.
daughter. I love my daughter. What?
Adler, well, you're coming to watch Greg cry?
That's the main reason I'll be at the wedding. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, guys.
Well, you don't know that he may not cry. He may cry on the inside.
Funny.
So, I've got some pictures. In fact, we'll put up some pictures. We'll see
Okay.
if Greg cries right now.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What is he
boy.
doing?
Everybody look at the monitor here.
All right, what is he doing? He's putting up pictures that may make Greg cry.
Greg, get out of your laptop and look at the monitor.
All right,
Associated links. Get off
Let's
of that.
see here. Yeah.
Greg, there's only so many animal tags.
Oh, look
Yes,
at that.
Where do you get that?
Rick,
And he's wearing his Hendrick shirt.
Rick, play
No,
some,
that
play
was
some
not
like a
Hendrix.
really
That was not
emotional
a
music,
Hendrix
Rick.
shirt.
It was.
Oh,
I
that's
got
when
one just like it.
That's when they were singing Daddy's Hands in first grade.
Yeah,
Had to go
look
listen
at
to him
that.
sing.
Greg, what were they singing?
Oh, look at! I love my daddy.
Okay.
Huh?
Oh, wait,
Leaning on
All
him.
right, we get squat. Oh, wait a minute.
wow.
Wait a minute.
The bottle in the hospital?
Feeding him.
Look at me.
Look
How
at
young
that
I am.
hair.
Oh my gosh.
Good night.
Oh.
Hey, you may get me with that one.
Adler, you might have to start
Adler,
over here. Greg's Rick's
tell you,
about to find
hey.
some music.
Yeah, you may start over. I've got something for Greg. coming
Okay.
up.
Y'all need to cut all that out.
Uh-huh.
What are you
Look.
talking about? We got to cut it
No,
out.
Greg, hold on. Look at me.
Is
Look at
Stephen,
me.
is
Your left-
Stephen Waits going to sing
No,
Butterfly
he's singing
Kisses?
he's singing my wedding. Maybe we should have got encore.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's go. 866 We Be Big is our number. Phone call standing by, and we'll chat with you. A couple of markets that's got Rick and Bubba stuff going on are things that are tied to Rick and Bubba. The real Greg Burgess in Birmingham Friday. He'll be 11 to 1 there at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
right.
You can go by and see Greg in Beham with 104.7 WZZK. Grab some lunch with Greg Gregory before he heads over to Oxford for the Man Church Conference.
The Big O.
Spend some time with him. And then tonight in Huntsville at Hopetown Church, you got Blake Prime from Team Man Church kicking off the men's discipleship strategy there, and you can be part of that. Let's go to Trent. Phone calls are coming in. If you want to join us, come on. Trent, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
We're great. Fired up. That's all I know, Trent.
So I'm a retired law enforcement officer from Baldwin County, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach area.
Thank you for your
and
time.
I was tasked with providing security for the Budweiser Clydesdale.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
So there's a lot of logistics to it. They bring about 6 or 7 big 18-wheelers in, and whoever sponsors it is required to have a ranch area for the horses. And that turned into some mayhem because the 18-wheelers couldn't get on the ranch that was provided. So we ended up taking the horses to Jack Edwards Airport and putting them in an airplane hangar in Gulf Shores.
No, that's not true. They didn't get tangled up and fall, did they? That didn't happen.
It started getting ugly after that. So the cowboys that handle them are prepared for things like this that happens, and they actually have temporary stalls that they set up.
Okay.
Because of the mayhem, it's like 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. So they finally get the horses in there, and they get them bedded down and fed, and they turn them over to us. And the head cowboy gives us a number and says, "Hey, man, if anything happens, you guys call us, and we're Johnny on the spot, and we'll be right here." So the 2 police officers that I assigned to it, that I left there, both were pretty familiar with horses, and I left them in charge and said, "Hey, guys, if anything happens, call me." About a half an hour later, I get a call from one in a panic, and he has told me that the 6 of the Clydesdales have collapsed.
Collapsed?
On their sides, collapsed. And he said, "Man, I've never seen anything like it. I've been around horses my whole life. Something bad is wrong." And I was like, "All right, stand by." And I literally went from my house in Gulf Shores, sirens and blue light, and hauled behind all the way to the airport, slid up sideways, got out, and went in there. And sure enough, 6 of those horses were laying down. So I immediately called the cowboy in charge, and I said, "Hey, man, this is Major Dennis. I'm down here. I'm in charge of security, and we got an issue with the horses." The guy stops me in the middle of the sentence and says, "Let me guess, they're sick or they're laying down or they're dead." I was like, "Yes, sir, 6 of them are laying down." He said, "I meant to tell you this, guy. Clydesdales, they lay down to sleep.
Oh,
they're not like regular horses.
They don't stand
up, and they just gone to sleep." Right?
How about that?
We were terrified.
That's a big leave out.
Yeah, maybe let me know that.
You can't.
I mean,
leave
that on
out.
the notes for the babysitter, that needs to be like number one.
Do all horses not lay down when they sleep?
100%, guys. 100%. And it, because the guy explained it, he said, because of the logistical nightmare, I was just tired. You know, we're 4 or 5 hours behind, and I just forgot to tell you guys.
That's a big miss.
They're fine. It's a big miss, especially when I got 2 cats there that know about horses and have never seen that before.
Wow.
So we learned a lesson. Clydesdales, those big animals lay down, and in the morning when they came in there, I ended up staying the rest of the night because I was so shook up about it. Yeah.
Well, thanks, man. Well, yeah, you can't leave that. Oh, by the way, if they lay down, that's no big deal. I want to hear that.
You know how you leave a list of things for the babysitter?
Yeah.
That needs to be right up there at the top.
Look, they're going to lay on their side. Don't panic.
John, Alabama. John, go ahead.
Yeah, John.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
All right, Jimi Hendrix has gone down as probably the greatest, and well-deserved, the greatest guitarist of all time. Then Stevie Ray Vaughan came along, and he kind of took Jimi Hendrix's tricks. How much longer did Stevie Ray Vaughan need to live before he was credited as the greatest guitarist of all time?
You know, there's no doubt he's crazy talented. But, you know, some of these words we use, Jimi Hendrix was maybe one of the most innovative. He changed the way you played the guitar.
Yeah,
I would venture to say that they were probably those after him that may have been more talented with their abilities to actually play guitar, and Adler, you chime where you see. But he's a pioneer of the guitar, no question, and one of the greatest. What Eddie Van Halen did with the guitar.
He changed the way it was played.
He changed the way it was played. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, to me, did he have any of that? I mean, to me, Stevie Ray Vaughan goes on the list of an extremely skilled guitar player, but is he a pioneer of the guitar?
Right. I think and Stevie Ray Vaughan was in a more of a genre
blues.
Yeah, just straight up blues ripper, and I mean, unbelievable guitarist.
Unbelievable.
One of my favorites.
Yeah.
Great showman, great songs too. He's a great singer.
Yeah, he's
fantastic. So I think they're in different categories, but I think what you're saying, Rick, is that is right about Hendrix being more of an innovator.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, how do you ever say so-and-so is the greatest player?
Yes.
Yeah, tough.
I mean, it's so subjective. I did see a clip of Eddie Van Halen being interviewed about his style, and he said that him and his brother went to all the concerts at the L.A. Forum.
I saw that video, too.
Did you see that? And was it Jimmy Page, he said? He said from Led Zeppelin that was doing the one hand up, and then he actually put the other hand back in, and kind of that was the building block for it. He took it and ran with it.
Yeah, he was talking about him learning how to do harmonics and all that. He said, I didn't say I invented that. He said, what I did was I saw it
and took it to a new
and
level.
Developed it into places that had not gone yet.
And he influenced so many people that started playing that style.
Unbelievable. To the phones we go. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering if y'all have had a discussion about Dolly Parton's new song, "Don't Make Me Come Down There."
Somebody called in about it a couple of weeks ago. Somebody called that in, but I honestly have not heard it, but I've heard about it.
You should play it online because it is a Southern manifestation of God speaking to mankind, and it actually came from a dream that she had.
Okay. Yeah, somebody told us that, and I haven't heard it yet, but you're the second person to bring that up. Let's go
Rock and Roll Hall of Famer.
Let's go to Jordan. The number of Jordan, and I'm looking at the states. I don't think they're all repetitive. It's not the same Jordan. We have a number of Jordans.
All right, Jordan, a lot of Jordan.
Here's Alabama Jordan. All right, so Jordan, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How are we?
We're dandy. Fired up, Jordan. You know that.
Hey, two quick things. Y'all were talking about superhero movies a while ago. I don't know if y'all saw it. You may want to pull up the trailer, but one of the previews that was on during the Super Bowl was for the new movie The Flash coming out this summer.
Saw that.
And in it, Michael Keaton, 71 years old, is playing Batman.
Saw that.
Yeah, somebody asked me about that.
And also, real quick, I recently saw in concert the band Mammoth, and the lead singer and lead guitarist is Wolfgang Van Halen, Eddie Van Halen's son.
Knew that. Yeah. Do you enjoy it? I've seen clips of them, but I've never seen them in concert. Oh, I lost it.
He basically played every instrument, and then
got him a band for the road. Super talented.
Yeah, very.
But I've seen clips of him with various lead singers and stuff, but I've never really followed it. I know he's very gifted, but I've never really seen them in concert.
Does he sing too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does he? Okay, because when I see him, usually they've got some guest lead singer up there.
That album he released was all him.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Him singing and everything?
Yep.
Oh, I know what I saw. What I saw
teacher.
was somebody doing a tribute to Van Halen. And he played the guitar parts, but they brought out somebody else to sing the lead. So like somebody from another band. And I think that's when Eddie Van Halen died.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Top of the hour. If you leave us, find a way to catch the next hour. We've got wild birds. We're gonna have birds of prey in here, live in this studio. So catch that next hour if you can find a way to be with us. If you can't, you have a good day. Thanks.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lake closed.
Let's just keep. Okay, I get the point. No. It starts with his left eye. Watch it.
That's something wrong with my eye.
Sweet 16. Hey, he claims it's going to be a cry monitor.
You want me to move Bob Carlisle? He's only at 16. You want to get
Think about her first steps, Greg. Her first steps.
He's trying to make me cry, Chandler.
Terrible.
First time she said "da."
Gracie Adler.
Oh, hey, Dad.
Hey, baby. For some reason, Adler, I guess I don't know how this works off your social media, but he got that picture of me and you when y'all were singing Daddy's Hands in the first grade.
Oh, man. That's a good one.
It is.
Almost got him.
Chandler, do you remember the words to Daddy's Hands?
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember like 3 lines.
Listen, the whole class was singing. It was pretty funny. And the dads would come for the special event.
Well, how sweet is that?
It was good. But now they're all grown up. So.
Yeah.
Big day tomorrow.
I know, y'all. It's here. It's real.
Let me ask you something. I saw where you and Uncle Rick were swapping the script.
Yes.
Did y'all have got this worked out? Or are we going,
How'd you like the script,
Well-
Chandler? We'll adjust it tonight. How'd you like it?
I loved the script. I only had a couple of things that I wanted to adjust.
Not a problem. You're the bride. We'll do whatever you say.
No, but I loved it. I think it's going to be perfect.
Yeah.
You a little bit nervous? How you feeling?
I'm a little nervous. I'm just more anxious about this weather.
No, James, you hear James?
James was trying to pull through for us, but
Yeah, I mean,
just a 33% chance.
Just it's gonna
work
we
out
got a
great.
shot. We got a shot. At least we're not awash.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to work
That's
out
true.
great.
Bubba said he'll sing Butterfly Kisses if we want it.
And Chandler, let me ask you this: I wasn't there when
I
y'all
would
picked
love that.
when y'all picked it out. Bubba's wondering if we got any cheese straws going to be at the event.
I'm just wondering. It's no
See?
big deal.
Bubba, I don't think that we have cheese straws. I think that's more of like a shower thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
for baby
shower thing,
showers
yeah.
and wedding
Yeah.
showers. We had them at the
Yeah,
wedding
I
shower
think
because I ate them.
Well, Chandler,
Yeah.
what are y'all having, by the way?
Yes.
What's
What's-
curious?
What's at the reception?
We're having a taco bar. What else are we having? We're having like a little slider station, like barbecue sliders, and
6 minutes past from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. The number's 866 We Be Big. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. The gang is all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and hey, the birds are here.
The birds are here. We talked about this. We have 3 different birds with us that are part of the Alabama Wildlife Center. We have a charity gala that's coming up on March the 4th, big fundraiser for the Alabama Wildlife Center, and we have with us right now, Bubba, a number of birds, and you can hear the wings flapping. So Andrew is here. He's the education director. He has Andrew. Tell us the beautiful bird that you have there with you.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having us.
No, it's our pleasure.
So this is Atlas. Atlas is our Eurasian eagle owl, and he's actually the only bird we have at our center that's not native to Alabama. Was part of the exotic pet trade, confiscated, and has been with us for about half of his life now. He's around 8 years old, and we hope to have him for another 5 decades or so.
How long do they live without any sort of insult or whatever their normal lifespan?
Sure. The first year is the hardest, and if you make it past that for a big apex predator like this, 20, 30 years is possible in the wild. Maybe half of that is the average, but in captivity with us, we're looking for closer to 50 to 60 years.
Are you serious?
Wow. So how big is he?
He's rather large. He is a male, and across the board in the raptor world, the boys are actually a little bit smaller, 20 to 30%. So he's a small Eurasian eagle owl. With that being said, he weighs about 4.5 pounds and takes down things up to the size of small deer and sheep.
He looks so much bigger than 4.5 pounds. I mean, he looks like a beagle.
Yeah,
you know,
and it's a lot of feather in there. But he's got a cousin in Alabama that looks similar.
Sure, and that's our
and
largest
larger,
native.
Yeah,
our largest native owl, the great horned owl. They're essentially cousins that live across the Atlantic from each other.
I had one nearly get me Monday night while I was grilling. Horned owl, and it came right over me. Scared me to death.
You must have had some good stuff on the grill.
I think I did. We've been worried, and we told him to no offense, but that sometimes we heard these predators will land on bald heads. So
we got Speedy.
We had Speedy because they think it's a rock, and we had Speedy remove him. So watch out. Okay, so
he was looking at you.
So also we have Tracy here with Wild Birds Unlimited, and of course you're on the board. Because and you guys have a great business and advertise with us there in Alabama. So you have with you, tell us what kind of bird that you have.
This is an
move up to that mic. Can you move up to that just a little bit there?
Yes,
Okay, there you go.
Screech owl. This is Hazel.
Hazel, tiny. Is this full
tiny.
size?
This is actually full size. It's an adult, and it is going to be our smallest owl species that we have in Alabama.
But is that the one that makes a scary sound? It sounds like a pterodactyl that always gets us out in the woods. I'm like, hey, what was that?
Yeah, they sound small but mighty. But you're talking about a barn owl, which is pretty scary.
Owls. Yeah, they are.
These guys are a little less intimidating. It's almost like a little miniature horse in a tree.
Almost like a
horse.
Yeah, a little whinny like.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Yeah, he liked you doing that.
I guess he did.
He did like that. So we also have here, Chris. You have what do you have?
So I have a Mississippi kite. And so in Alabama, there's 2 kite species. They're not hawks. They're not falcons. They're going to be primarily eating insects and working with farmers as they're plowing their fields, making hay, scurrying up a bunch of pest-like bugs, and then they're going to catch them in the air in flight and then eat them and then continue that process. So they are migratory also, and they go down to South America in the wintertime.
Yep. So we have a Mississippi kite here who both of these birds, actually the eastern screech owl and the Mississippi kite, are with us because they have wing issues and cannot fly and be wild birds like they should.
Yeah, those of you that may not know about the Alabama Wildlife Center, and we go out, my kids have been going out there and looking at whatever we have that we're helping or is there for the rest of their life or whatever. But most of the birds you guys are involved in either the exotic trade or injuries. Is that tell everybody what you guys do, and that way we can understand the fundraiser coming up.
So with the Alabama Wildlife Center, we've been here for 45 years. We're located in Oak Mountain State Park. We primarily do rehabilitation side and then education side to connect people with birds and nature. But on the rehabilitation side, the Eastern Screech Owl and Mississippi Kite, they both went into our clinic because someone in Alabama found them and they were injured, either hit by a car or a wing issue falling out of a nest. And so each year we take upwards of 2,000 birds and rehabilitate them. And
2,000?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, it's a lot. It's a big number.
And our main goal is if we can't release them, we want to make sure that they're educational ambassadors, but we want them to get back out into the wild to live a healthy life, to create a greener Alabama for people to enjoy, because the better the bird life, the better the environment, which really creates a lot more green space and really beautiful environment of Alabama.
I know this is you may have to not be able to overly specific because there's so many factors, but say a 2,000 bird year, what percentage have you seen you usually get back to the wild?
We're upwards running about 50%, and that's pretty high on the national average. And so a lot of things that we can't help and bring back to the wild, we'll be able to educate people. Maybe not use glue traps. Maybe keep their cats indoors or spade and neuter those animals. Don't throw litter out because litter attracts rodents, and then owls and raptor species will go after that food source and then get hit by a car. So a lot of education goes in there to explain to the public what you can and can't do to help these birds.
Which one eats snakes? That's the one I want to come visit.
I guess
put him on loan
bet,
for
I
about
bet
a
that
week.
guy would get snakes, wouldn't he?
All three of these birds are going to be very happy to catch a snake. Just different size snakes.
That there can handle a big one.
This will take care of the ones that you're worried about.
Yeah.
But really, all of our raptors have a very wide-ranging diet. We're lucky to have them because they are really great pest control, not only for rodents like rats and mice, but also those reptiles like snakes and frogs and things like that.
So I would assume that their diet is, like you said, it's vast. I guess they're opportunists, right? They're not saying, well, I'm going to hold out for a rabbit. But if they see
they're meat eaters.
Yeah,
though, right?
So if it's a meat source, they're going to go for it.
That's right. And speaking of one of our native owls, a barred owl, we have one that hangs out within the state park, kind of close to our center. I've watched it catch earthworms. I've watched it catch chipmunks. The diet can be all over the map, really, for all of them. It's just the smaller they are, the smaller the prey items are going to be.
Yeah, we were concerned. Oh, there it is. He saw it, Adler. He saw it.
He's just got a lot of energy.
I watched the whole deal. He looked into Adler's booth and he saw some of the mounts we have in there. He saw it, Adler. He was going after that. Saw it as clear as I could see it.
Sorry about
I love to hear him make noise, sound off.
He's a very chatty one.
And their eyesight is incredible. I mean, the eyesight's incredible. I mean, it's just
look how big their
it really
eyes
is
are.
amazing.
Right? Yeah.
To get on an eye tangent for just a second, about half of the space inside of his skull is the rest of his eyeballs that we can't see.
Wow.
Which, when you have that much eyeball, you can take in a lot of light with there being very little light out there. So little moonlight, some twinkling of the stars is all they need to get a crisp, clear view. And then as far as the binocular aspect of it, I mean, it's 6 times the magnification.
Wow.
He really is looking right at it, by the way.
I told you, Adler, you can't have that in there. Yeah, and now with this kite here, I noticed when you brought that in, I think a lot of times I see them and I think they're falcons. But we don't really. I'm probably seeing that where we live more than a falcon, right?
That's correct. We have a pretty healthy population of Mississippi kites during the breeding season here. So they are, as Chris mentioned, a true migrant that leaves us during the winter for South America. But during these warmer months, picking up in the next month or so, they'll be pretty common in our skies. We don't have as many falcons as most people think in Alabama, but we do have some.
They're really beautiful. I mean, pictures don't do them justice.
And I've met Hazel before. I could tell she recognized me. That was out at going over to the facility, and we had a group that was out there, and y'all brought some over for the kids to see and all that. So she was part of that group. She seems to be a pretty good ambassador,
and that's our
she's
goal.
Pretty
with
well
all of
behaved.
them. She's amazing. They all are, and they help teach tens of thousands of Alabamians about, of course, their species, but also ways to be good conservationists and take care of them.
What kind of powers he got in those talons?
The largest of the eagle owls are going to produce about 700 psi, which is.
I mean, has he got a good grip on you there?
That's
Can you tell it?
He's a sweetheart.
Oh, he's
barely
so
hanging on.
He just
to be honest, this glove might not be thick enough if he really wanted to.
If he decided he wanted to bear down, yeah. because usually what they grab is trying to get away.
Yeah.
So I mean,
that's right. They're usually in the pick and lift mode.
Yeah.
Rick,
Do
so.
they do any scavenger at all? Is it always live?
No, actually, some of them, our most famous raptors, like bald eagles, will gladly push a vulture out of the way and start munching on something like a deer in a field. None of them are above eating things that have already passed away. It's just not exclusively their diet, like something like a vulture.
Who does he not like? Who does he not get along with?
Other bigger, larger eagle owls.
Really?
Otherwise, these guys kind of rule the nights where they're found, and they don't have too many issues.
So I've noticed, because we have bald eagles at the farm, I've noticed they are quite good fishermen. Very good. And
Excellent.
And they have just set up by the pond, and it's almost like, thank you so much. And we'll drive by sometimes, and sometimes every now and then they'll just go over on the bank and eat over on the bank, and you can see them, but they can go get them when they need to. It's amazing to watch.
That's exactly right, and kind of doubling back to them stealing food from a vulture.
Yeah.
A good eagle is a lazy eagle, and so if he's found your pond, you're helping to keep their populations healthy and have an easy go at it.
Yeah, I noticed that she brings her husband back there every year, and they set up, and they do a nest, and they dine, and they do great.
Well, the Alabama Wildlife Center is great.
They do great. All right, we'll come back, and then I'll tell you more about this fundraiser coming up, how you can participate. It's going to be Saturday, March the 4th, there in our home state of Alabama, how you can help this great work continue when the Rick and Bubba Show comes back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 23 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So let me get you the information you need, and thank you for your emails. We got a lot of people that have enjoyed being educated on these birds of prey. I think, if we're all honest, they fascinate us. They're just so regal and cool and amazing to watch how they operate. So if you want to help with the ongoing care and providing the services like the Alabama Wildlife Center, there's an opportunity to do that in our friends at Wild Birds Unlimited. Also, of course, helping out with this. It's called For the Birds, which I love that. And it's going to be at the Harbert Center, which is in Birmingham, Alabama. And this is an annual charity event that you can be part of that. And it will benefit the Alabama Wildlife Center. And if you'd like to get tickets to that or like to find out more about that, we've got all that set up in show notes today. And there's still time for you to register and be part of that. And anything you want to add to that for the people that are trying to be part of the actual event, if we have the link, there are still tables and seats available.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you go to our website or in the show notes, you can register online. And essentially what For the Birds is it's a celebration and to really enjoy these beautiful creatures and our work to preserve them in the state of Alabama. And so that night it's going to feature casino-style gaming. There's going to be a live music with a local DJ. There's going to be about 8 educational birds, including the ones that you see here, and then also some other species. And we have a brand new all-white rare leucistic red-tailed hawk. And so pretty rare in the bird world. So you'll get to see that bird, take pictures with it, take pictures with all of our education birds, and really get close to nature while supporting a great cause, because all proceeds go back to the Alabama Wildlife Center.
So it's in show notes, or you can go to alabamawildlifecenter.org. So let me throw this at you. With the albino, and it's a red-tailed hawk, did you say?
Yes.
Does that put that bird at a disadvantage like it would other animals in the wild because it's lost its coloration, it's not camouflage? I mean, I don't know that they have many predators, do they? What would, other than human beings and automobiles and the things we mentioned, do they have anything in the wild that is problematic for them?
Yeah, I mean, aside from other raptors, and we've talked about great horns. Great horns are pretty.
So
big
they
and
will
tough.
battle each other to death sometimes.
They could, and if you are a white bird like our leucistic redtail, you're going to stand out in nature. And it's kind of a surprise that she made it to adulthood, but she was an adult that we're estimating was around 3 years old when she was hit by a car and came to our center. And it's actually not even the wing injury. Our vets are great, and they got the wing fixed back perfect, and she has full flight. But she has some serious long-term scarring on her lungs from a fungal infection in the wild.
Okay,
and
but really the question, the answer to the question is yes. Being white like that, it puts her to disadvantage.
It's a detriment, but she was doing really well until a human unfortunately came into the picture.
Right. Yeah. Do you have some of the four-legged predators? I know they'll go after turkeys. Would they go after a bird of prey? Of course,
sure. Some of our larger mammals,
okay.
Our larger mammals certainly will go after these birds, especially when they're really young, because the first couple of weeks, even after you've left the nest, you're still hopping around and learning to have good flight, and that's a great opportunity.
Yeah,
for
bird on the
like
ground is not good. But bird on the ground.
No, if you can fly, I would.
Right. And we have some pretty stealth, like bobcats and things like that. Pretty stealth coyotes.
Yep.
Yeah, and so anyway, if you come to this event, there will be some of the birds there, including that albino bird.
Absolutely. You'll get to meet Mississippi kite, the Eurasian eagle owl. You'll meet a great horned owl, a barred owl. You'll meet what else we got, Andrew?
Let's see. We've got our red-tailed hawk, the regular one, and our red-shouldered hawk as well. And then this bird's, it's kind of her formal debut at the gala.
Cool. All right, we'll just cover their ears, okay? And I don't want you to play home team. Do you all particularly have a bird of prey that's your favorite? What?
I think we all might be holding our favorites.
Really? Honestly?
Absolutely.
Are y'all just doing that so they won't claw your eyes out?
Yeah.
No, I mean
You develop bonds with them over time.
Yeah.
Rick, that little owl, it almost purrs. It sounds almost like a cat when it gets
she's
to
something, isn't she? Yeah,
it's really pretty.
She's good. So cute. Yeah, it is. I guess I'm partial to the eagles because I get to see them so much, but I do find owls to be fascinating. They're probably as unique a creature as we have. They have a very unique look, don't they?
Are they as wise or intelligent as the old rumors about them being that way?
Those big eyes take up a lot of space in that skull. doesn't leave too much room for other things.
For thinking, huh?
They have really great natural instincts, and for what they do in the wild, they're the top of the line at it.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of it?
Did you hear that question, buddy?
He shook his head no.
A 3,
I don't know.
Yeah.
A 1.
Well, thank y'all for being here. This has been a lot of fun, and the birds have been well behaved, and I don't know if that's more credit to the bird or to the handlers, but they've done great. And
they're just really beautiful.
Yeah, and just seeing them and interacting with them, you know how important it is to help with the care that goes on, and you can do that. So if you want to be for the Birds Charity Gala, all that information at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And if you're ever in our part of the woods, and I know this weekend we got a bunch of people coming to our part of the woods from all over the country for our conference this weekend, the Alabama Wildlife Center at the state's largest state park is always a nice visit as well. AlabamaWildlifeCenter.org. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all coming.
So much.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think we're having a carving station, like with different meats and stuff.
Oh, we're cutting meat.
Wow.
Now, what's that?
What about the sweets? What do you have?
Oh, we're having a ton of sweets. We're having little peach cobbler, some chocolate things.
Yeah.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah. You hear Rick hitting the cash register?
But that's all. Look, the hay's in the barn, everything. We're all paid up.
Hay's in the barn.
We're all paid up, and we're ready to go.
So
Chandler.
Butterfly kisses.
Rick's working on that.
I think it's all going to be good, Greg. Now, granted, you're going to start a GoFundMe account next week.
Sure, I am. Absolutely.
Try to fill in the
Nothing
gaps.
wrong with that.
What would Greg do? Serious business. What would everybody do if we were sitting there and everybody was seated like that, and all of a sudden Bubba comes walking out, rocking his little Dickie jeans, and also you heard the keyboard. Also, he's like butterfly kisses,
And look, and he owned it.
People were screaming.
I'm
His
not
tone
known
was
for
perfect.
that song like Stephen Waits.
Rick with a cheese straw hanging like that.
Yeah. So no cheese straws, but taco bar.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's good.
I
Sliders.
mean, hey.
That's all good.
I get some
Maybe
cheese straws
that'll
at Bobby's.
replace the cheese straw for you.
Yeah.
Edgar's with the cakes. We know those will
Yeah.
be good. So there's just some sweets.
Right.
That's going to be great, Chandler. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I know it's going to be a great day.
Chandler, is it kind of weird to you? And I remember it was to me when you go and you actually get your wedding license, so you're officially legally married, but you haven't had your ceremony yet. That kind of felt weird to
Oh
me.
yeah, it was weird, and they like them too.
Oh, now here goes Chandler. She don't like spending money.
Yeah, and now
I'm just saying.
and I have
your daughter.
And I have to sign that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Rick.
Yes, you do. There's like a whole little bottom that you have to complete, but
Okay.
there's an instruction sheet for you. So.
Okay, thank you, Chandler.
Thank
See, because we thought the state got out of the marriage license business.
No, they just don't perform
Yeah.
the ceremonies, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
think
know.
that's it.
Well, I tell you one thing, I ain't gonna mention them. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk
proud
about.
of it.
We're gonna talk about the Lord only.
Yep.
That's right.
But I'll tell you what they did do away with, no blood test. Remember, was that still around when we all got married? The
Yeah.
blood test.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
you
have to do that.
No, you used to have to because
If the two different
blood
negative.
types would give you problems in children.
And I
later
think
on.
they were checking for syphilis.
Watch
Greg,
Seriously.
Greg,
I
Greg,
swear.
your daughter's on the phone.
No,
Your
I'm
daughter's
telling
on
you.
the phone.
Swear, Greg.
I'm telling you to stop.
There's a white dress
they-
hanging somewhere near her right now.
You look it up. Y'all Google it.
No, he's right. He's right.
Google it.
And
Y'all Google
one
it.
reason they did away with that, Greg.
I ain't googling syphilis.
Yeah. One reason.
Good point. Maybe not a
Yeah,
good
just
idea.
stay off of that. So, but
Sorry, Chandler.
one reason they did away with the blood test is now they have shots that
Right.
can take care
Right.
of those issues. So it's not the issue.
Not an issue anymore. All right, Chandler, we look forward to tomorrow. It's
We're
going to be
excited,
fun.
baby.
It's going to be great.
Thanks.
Daddy's getting emotional.
Chandler, we are very excited for you, girl.
Butterfly
So much.
kisses.
Love you, baby. I'll see you.
Love you, Chandler.
Today.
See you.
Bye.
See you tonight.
That's right.
Rehearsal dinner, baby. What we having for rehearsal dinner?
Barbecue.
Oh, okay, good. I think. All right. See you tonight. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. And, boy, I really think that that went smoothly. I mean, you're bringing three birds of prey. At one time, I thought when we were talking to the handlers and they said, y'all can go for a selfie with the owl. And everything had gone well up to that point. Speedy's got some great pictures, and I thought in my mind, okay, Rick, you know they've had the owl flap its wings behind y'all. You've had pictures with all three of the birds of prey, and now you're going to go for the selfie. Is that? I mean, should you get out while you're ahead and
I put most all of that on my Instagram story and dictated just the whole deal.
How'd the wing pictures turn out?
It really good. I actually took video of it.
Okay, cool.
and posted that, and I'll send that to you too.
I'll be honest. I had to leave. I felt like Atlas was sizing me up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
good.
did.
That's good.
I really did.
Did
I
he
felt
give you-
like
he
he was
gave you that
sizing me
look?
up. Yeah. Greg and I were standing over there, and I said, Greg, he's sizing me up right now. And Greg said, I don't like this at all. I mean, he kept looking back at us
those
like,
eyes.
hey, I know I'm in y'all's world, but I'll own this place.
Yeah.
Like I felt like he was saying,
I'll
that to
shut
me.
this place down.
I'm
I'll
in
start
your
flying
hey,
around
Helms,
here.
I'm currently in your spot, and I'll take it if I want it.
That's right.
That's what I felt like he was
yeah.
saying to me.
Every now and then I saw him flex his talons.
It's weird.
Hey, those things.
Hey, big.
Birds of prey.
And that little bitty one was cute as could be.
It was. I wanted to pet it.
Kind of wanted one for the
Yeah,
house.
you kind of wanted to get it and watch TV with it, but
Yeah.
I don't think it would like that.
No.
Yeah.
And I didn't know
There
what
it
to
is.
do with the third one. I really didn't.
The kite?
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't know what to do with
didn't
that.
know go around.
The-
he looked easily spooked.
He did.
The wing
Yeah.
flapping is coming up here in just a
Oh,
second.
okay, we're
on
looking at the
story.
video we got from it.
I bet that cute.
Yeah, that's the one that everybody
Look
wants
out.
in their
That
house.
one's so funny.
That's
He
so
blinks like at
precious.
different times with his eyes. Like
Yeah.
one will blink than the other
Yeah.
one.
That's just too
That's
cool.
great.
There's the one that sized you up.
You know, Adler, with this owl,
There's
you're
Atlas.
always worried about people facing the camera. You didn't have to worry about that with the owl.
Oh my goodness, his head's all the way around.
See what I mean right there? Look
His
at that.
head's all the way around. I will kill you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
what he
goodness.
was doing.
Yeah, I'm on your mic. I sure am.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what he
like,
was saying to
Yeah.
me.
Wow.
Whose spot is it? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm nervous. Look how nervous I am. I'm so nervous.
Watch out.
Because I'm violating a lot of my animal rules right there.
You are.
Yes.
He looked
You're
at Bubba.
attacking Greg.
Yeah.
We've talked about this.
I know.
Bubba's looking out of the corner of his
If
eye.
I would have been attacked by that owl, I deserved it.
Yep.
That would have been great.
That's true.
No, it would have been great.
Not great.
It would have been for the show.
I meant bad.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's
Look,
fantastic.
Speedy's eyes almost as big as ours.
That's great.
That's good.
Greg Hamilton
That was
said-
awesome.
Yeah, Hamilton says that y'all thought Atlas was sizing y'all up a little
He
bit.
was.
You see him with his head was turned all the way around?
Yes.
Yeah.
And listen, he'd just stare at you.
You should have seen him staring at Big Boy and Big Boy staring back. It was kind of awkward.
Wow, who wins that stare down?
Man.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were little bitty tiny owls.
Not
around
one
here.
blink in the
Wasn't
bunch.
she precious?
Yeah,
Yes.
and she said that you don't see them, you'll hear them, but you don't hardly ever see them.
And where did they? Because I missed the breakdown of that one.
Oh, it's-
Where did they say you would hear them? I mean, is it? Because I know the is it the barred owl we hear when we're hunting? You know,
There's no,
that one is the BARRED owl.
Yeah, they said that's the one you ever hear.
I thought it was always a barn
There's
owl.
one
for some
that
reason.
there's one that sounds like a pterodactyl, and I mean it's a terrible sound.
The one I'm talking about sounds like a monkey. Almost.
Yeah,
And they'll
yeah,
get
that's the barred owl.
Yeah.
And for years I've called it a barn.
I have too. My whole life.
Everybody
Rick?
does.
Didn't know it until today.
I didn't either.
What look?
I thought he said barn wrong.
the itty
No,
bitty
you,
one.
you thought he
what
was
is it?
wrong.
It's like
Sir,
a
it's
little,
pronounced
almost like a
barn.
horse neigh.
Yeah, that little one sound like Bubba said, sound like a cat purring.
Yeah, he would almost purr like a cat.
What did he do? That's the little one does that.
Rick.
That's what that was.
That was a horse.
Let me tell you, that barred owl,
Yeah.
Oh, they'd cut up.
a round face, Greg.
Oh yeah.
I see them there behind the house a
Now,
lot.
I'm going to tell you what you were interested in is them sugar cookies who brought them.
I did see
Hey,
those.
those are pretty cool.
I heard you ask about them twice.
I just want to know where they came from.
Right.
Yeah, that's why, because you're so thoughtful.
Did you go
That
get
you'll
off?
reach
I was
out
gonna
and thank
thank
them.
them.
Did you get
Oh,
off?
we're talking about Greg,
I haven't
not
yet.
Bubba. Okay?
No, I know. No,
I haven't yet, but I
You
will.
talking about your drinking buddy?
Y'all want to eat a beak?
A what?
A beak? You want to eat
A
one?
beak?
Did you get in them sugar cookies? Yes or no?
No, I haven't yet, but I am.
You been in Don Day's peanuts today?
I ate the whole bag.
Right.
I did.
I know.
He did that thing again today where he claimed that Don brought me some because it's got an M on it. It means medium, not Michael, but he does it every
Well,
time.
And for some reason, he don't want them.
Bubba, did he share any of the peanuts with you today?
No, we got
Any?
a couple spots. We got.
Hey, I don't think we ever saw them, did we?
No.
I mean,
There's another bag in there. Y'all can't have my own personal ones.
Okay.
Don makes them at a certain burnt part that I like.
yeah.
It's like it's been shut down.
We were hiding the food from the birds.
Greg, you had them in your office.
I did.
Greg,
But we were moving them away from where the birds
But
are. We
Greg,
like birds.
in everybody's defense, I said just put everything by the printer because the Edgar's bag still had stuff in it too.
Okay.
And even after I said that, you still took it to your office.
you did.
They were safer in my office.
Yesterday, we've talked about this. We've been updating you on Greg and his.
That is
really
a cool cookie.
Can I tell you what it's
I
become
don't want
like?
the one you've been thumbing.
Helmsy, Speedy, Bubba, Adler. Y'all know I'm not exaggerating. This thing with Greg and the guy that's in my Sunday school class and in the
You
Wednesday
talking
Bible
about
study.
one of the nicest people in the world?
But have you ever seen how people are when they think that the mob thinks they're not going to pay up this month?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
Can I get my own cookie?
like he missed last week and he came in and I thought. I mean, he was.
It's like Greg's
I'll
a
give him
peanut bookie.
Yeah,
Rick, I'll
look,
give
he's-
him one.
You're
week.
a peanut bookie.
Look, he's holding
Greg.
up the bag like that, and I'm like, Don, calm down. Greg's not even here.
Greg, how many do you
send me
need?
that picture.
How many do you need in front of you there?
I'm not eating these that he's been thumbing.
By the way, nobody thumbed nothing.
You had your thumb carrying
You did
them?
thumb it.
I was just holding.
I see
it.
y'all. None of y'all wash your hands in the bathroom.
That's
There
called
goes
holding,
Greg.
Greg.
We're
That's
right
just
in.
called holding.
What's better than an old sugar cookie with some icing on it? Seriously, straight up.
Not much.
It's
Not
good.
good.
Is that a good one?
They kinda
Why'd you eat
fall
the
under
beak off
what
a
my-
bald eagle?
They kind of fall under what my grandmother used to call a tea cake.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love a good tea cake.
What, I mean, a tea
Rick,
cake
that way
with,
you
with
can't
frosting on it. What in the world are we talking about?
No,
man.
no frosting.
You went straight to the beak, didn't you?
His beak's gone now. Ricky can't eat your fish down there. At the
That's true.
He won't touch these till you've been thumbing.
Yeah, holding them, thumbing
Thumbing
them.
them.
I put them down.
Did I ever have to tell you about
buddy.
the uncomfortable thing?
I think you're gonna lick them.
Did I ever have to tell you about the uncomfortable conversation I had to have with Derry Bear about Eagles?
Really?
Oh, yes, Rick. I
So
don't
no,
think
no,
About
you can't-
Eagles?
No,
Never mind.
You just hush.
No
You
way.
just
Rick,
start-
in
you
my
can't-
mind, I'm going, why would
No,
y'all be having
Greg, just
a
stop.
controversial conversation?
Your
Rick
filter
Burgess,
is
stop
unbelievable,
right
man.
now. Stop.
You'll
That
talk
is
about
not airworthy at all.
But you ain't going to be disappointed.
Stop it. Stop it right now. Stop it.
That face, I won't do it.
Please,
because I
no.
can tell that
No,
you
that
really.
was
It's
tell
going to make you uncomfortable.
Greg,
I don't know what it is. Tell it.
Hush.
Have you ever heard
everybody
all-
in the room? Hush.
Have
I
you
mean
ever heard
now.
off the record at all? Is that ever?
No,
I mean, have you ever said anything?
absolutely. I just said.
Well,
Oh my gosh.
I'm not going to
If
say
it's
what.
good for the show.
Do what, buddy?
He's a big Auburn fan.
If it's good for the show.
Hey, Derry Bear's a huge Auburn
Stop
fan.
it.
Auburn
Hey,
fan.
Stop it.
Yeah, they have a giant
am
eagle right on the
so-
sideline.
They do. When that thing flies
I'm
down,
not in this.
You know what? Can I tell you?
when
this
that
shit?
eagle flies off the top of the stadium and goes down there and hits in the middle of the field,
Much better than that.
Chasing that hot dog.
Did you think it was wrong for me to bring up how much I really like eagles when there were no eagles in the room? Should I have spent more time on owls?
You did go a little eagle heavy.
I did.
You were,
Well,
but I think it's okay because it's a bird of prey.
It's all in the same discussion.
What was the little falcon looking? He said it's not a falcon, but
I
it
know
looks
it's a
like
kite.
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 Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, easy.
Yes,
but
yes, Greg. Like
I
a
found
fly.
I found
Go ahead, take another
myself,
bite. Go ahead.
and I realized that I think that I see falcons when I actually see that.
I know. He said you don't see very many.
That's
falcons.
it.
I'll call falcon in my backyard to drop of a hat.
He said
falcon
that,
would
they
be
can fly
bigger,
high,
wouldn't
too.
What was that?
That was either Adler or Bubba. One of the.
Bubba, that's good.
That's really
not me.
That is amazing.
That messed with me a little bit.
Me too.
That's fantastic.
I thought the owl was in the hall.
I thought Atlas was still at my spot.
I did too.
That cookie good, buddy?
Yeah.
I mean, you crumbing everywhere.
Yeah.
That ain't worth it. Hey, that's better than what Atlas did.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that Speedy is thumbing and Greg's crumbing?
That sound like a song, don't it?
That's right. I like my little cookie. I'm going to take a bite.
Today's long day. Only about 4 hours.
All right, I'll be back.
Forgot about it.
Turn it upside down so the frosting's on your tongue first.
Oh, that's a veteran move right there.
Oh, yeah. 16 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls wrapping up the hour. We'll look at stories we may have missed. 10 lines available. Helms is going to get out of his seats, and Atlas was in there a minute ago. Told him to get up. He'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you, whatever you want to talk about, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, we have much to cover on the program. Our friend Frank Caliendo will be, he's on tour. He's going all through Rick and Bubba land, and he'll join us in studio for the first time in a very long time today.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Frank. I understand he's got a new impression today. It's of a tropical storm named Alberto.
Alberto. You know, we were laughing about it when we were looking at his tour. Nashville is sold out tonight, but we were laughing about this, you know, because it seems like he has this really, you know, southern, southeast, southwest run here that all seems to work together pretty good. But for some reason, he does Nashville tonight and then Washington, D.C. tomorrow. Then he comes back and picks up Birmingham, Huntsville, Charlotte, Clearwater, Orlando.
You know, the
West
Booker,
Palm,
the
Dallas.
Bookers probably said, "Hey, he's on the East Coast."
Right.
You
Yeah,
know,
of course.
he's on the East side.
Because the weather's good. But
Yeah.
all right. So anyway,
I bet
that
traveling's sweet
I
out
bet
there.
that'll be a blast. So anyway, he'll be with us today. We look forward to hanging out with him. Kickoff hour has dabbled a little bit. We'll look back over the long weekend, which included the Rick and Bubba royal wedding, as Greg's daughter was married this past weekend. We will cover that. Greg, that is behind you now.
Yes, it is.
And we'll look back at that a little bit. Some headlines that caught my eye. Of course, I heard this too. You know, Starbucks, if you some of you obsessed Starbucks people, they will shut down, not for siesta midday, but to have more racial bias training. They'll shut down today for about 3 hours, middle of the day.
Boy, you better look out.
And so
There's
anyway.
going to be some people without their,
Now that-
whatever they call it.
Now, there's not been a shred of evidence that they've ever been racially biased, not a shred. But they're still going to shut down and with all the sincerity they can muster, say they really want to deal with it to be sure they don't have any. So that'll be going on today. So I'm sure that'll go well. Louis Farrakhan says he would like to end all white men. That would be quite.
What kind of statement's that?
Well, Greg, I don't know, but it would. I'm gonna tell you this.
There's a real shortage of people calling it racist today.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Martin Short says history will shame everyone who supported Trump. Got that today.
Okay, just be funny, Martin. That's what I want you to do. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think you're that funny.
No, Greg, I've never thought he was all that. He has funny moments.
He does.
He's funny.
But I put him with Robin Williams. He comes in a little too hot. You know,
Yeah.
you can't just
He's
sit
in
there
that
and talk normal.
Yeah,
Right.
he's in that Robin Williams
He is.
genre. I saw a play that he did in New York one time called Martin Short's One Man Play.
Yeah, that's funny.
And of course, there was a whole bunch of people in it, and that was kind of the running joke.
Well, no, he can be funny. but
Yeah.
he's just not funny top to bottom.
Yeah.
You know, so
He has a silly moment.
right. And for some reason, we got some players in the NFL saying they're considering sitting out. If Kaepernick and for some reason now Eric Reed, we've thrown him in here now.
Yeah,
Well, go on and sit out then.
Yeah, if people don't, if somebody doesn't sign them, they're not going to play.
Oh, well, don't play. There are people waiting to fill your spot.
Right.
And also in sports, we're going to have the fourth time in a row Cavaliers versus Warriors in the NBA Finals.
That's unbelievable. And now I see something where Coca-Cola is going to have their first alcoholic drink.
Really?
Yeah, starting in Japan.
Alcohol, Rick said alcoholic.
Greg, I guess that was a Freudian slip. Well, if you look at it,
we're going to start it with it. Is that what it said? It does. I mean, am I wrong?
That's the way I would say it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think
a drink with alcohol in it would be an alcoholic drink.
Yeah. Really? Yeah, if it has alcohol in it, I guess that's what you
just,
well, you've seen the signs that say all alcoholic drinks contain so much, whatever.
Yeah, I've heard the term last call for alcohol.
Yeah. Greg, it's all right with the weekend you've had, man.
Oh,
look, how about how good do you feel
Greg,
today?
Your color looks better.
The wedding came off without a hitch. It was beautiful. It's behind you now, and you can breathe again.
It was absolutely perfect. It really was, and it was a lot of planning and a lot of people, pulled it off. It did good.
And I'm going to set up a GoFundMe account for you and try to
That's not a bad
recuperate
idea.
just a little bit of that.
Right.
I mean, if we could put a dent in it, a quarter of it.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We greatly appreciate it.
And then, and Bubba, you'll have to clarify today. At one point, we thought you had died.
No.
So anyway, it was a bizarre moment.
And boy, was it.
And I was like, what? Huh? What? And you're in the middle of mania, so you can't get information.
Yeah.
15 minutes passed. I even told Sherry because my phone, because of the debacle of the other wedding I went to, my phone was put up and turned off. We were riding home. I said, hey, fire my phone up and see if Bubba's alive. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brody, if you heard that one. Wow. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we'll take your phone calls to wrap up the hour.
Rick, I got a blue jay I hemmed up outside. I'm going to bring it in.
A what?
A blue jay.
That's the same. That's a pretty big domestic bird, though, blue jay. In that genre of bird.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big bird.
That's right. He's
How about
no
this?
finch.
Wait me when the day breaks. Come on. All right, phone
Talking about
calls.
the Crows before they became a jam band.
Oh, yeah. Greg.
First two records were great.
Watch out, Greg's Hack Show cookies.
He's
Greg,
rock.
you got a long day. Don't peek too early.
He's rock back. All right, to the phones we go. 866 We Be Big is the number. If you want to join us, you can too. John, speaking of Greg, in Sweet Home, Alabama. John, go ahead. How are you, sir?
All right. I want to make a comment about something Greg said this morning.
Yeah. Okay. Heard that before.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he said they were talking about how South Carolina was trying to lock him up, and he said, and I quote, "What if he pulled out a pistol and said, keep on?" So you know how irresponsible that is?
Did I say that?
Did you say that?
Nah, just kidding. That was classic. I just
Wait me when the
Y'all
day
keep on
breaks.
chanting. Keep on chanting.
Greg. All right.
He did start shooting, though. He started dropping them buckets.
He sure did. Jimmy.
Walk it back.
Yours was okay. It was insensitive like the other, but the other was more clever, what the guy said. That was still clever.
What's that?
When he said,
Oh,
that,
yeah.
that was
That
you
was
already
a
forgot.
good one. Well, I was doing phones.
It's okay.
Jimmy, Oakwood, Georgia. Jimmy, go ahead.
Guys, just two things real quick. I don't think y'all need to pay attention. What Kamala, whatever it is she was saying,
It's Kamala
is
Harris.
that we have more money in our pocket than when gas was at $6 a gallon. Even though it's way high now, we've got more money than we did. The other thing is, do you remember this when y'all were ranking things like, I don't know, Greg said, well, gay man doesn't even count anymore, and y'all were trying to rank which group was the more outrageous or whatever out there?
What was getting more attention?
That has more
pull.
More pull right now.
Okay, listen to this, and tell me if you think you ever beat this. Do y'all know what post-genderism is?
No.
Okay, it says, I'm going to read the first part. Given the radical potential for advanced assistive reproductive options, post-genderists believe that sex for reproductive purposes will either become obsolete or that all post-gendered humans have the ability, if they choose, to both carry a pregnancy to term and impregnate someone. So I'm going to try and say this as delicate as I can. How long do y'all think it'll be before a man or a guy that's got the male organs does his stuff and then saves it, and then he goes back and changes into a female version, and so now you've got a man actually impregnating himself. Now, how do you think that's going to work out?
Good. We ain't do that. That's not possible.
But he couldn't do that, though, because he wouldn't have the receiver for that.
Yeah, these so-called pregnant men, you see, they're women.
They're women.
You know what the first clue is?
Biological
The
women.
fact they're pregnant. That ought to give you a heads up.
A biological
Just because
man.
he's got a beard, I don't mean that he's a man.
I guess,
Yeah, I don't think that they are not doing that. They can't do that. I don't think they'll ever be able to do
No,
that.
you can't.
Don't make us play South Park.
You don't really want to know what they're doing right now and what they're making, because it is a butcher shop, guys. It's
buddy.
not an elegant thing, and it's just so whack. It's so messed up.
Curtis in Columbus, Mississippi. Curtis, go ahead. Listen, 96.1.
Yes. In 97, I lost 3 fingers on my right hand. I was right hand dominant. And so I had to learn to do everything left-handed. And before all my stitches was out of my hand, my mom had a small business. And I told her I was going to the spillway to go fishing. She said, I don't think that's a good idea. So anyway, went down there. Very first cast with my left hand, I threw the whole rod and reel in the dam. I was so mad it wasn't even funny.
That's funny.
I bet wiping was tough.
Greg, why?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah. I had to deal with that. You know,
I would get that done before I worried about my fishing.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what you call that's what you call a stranger in the house.
Yeah. Greg, but are the fish biting?
That's true, Rick. That's true. You can tape it to your hand.
Let's go to.
It just takes practice. You can train yourself to use.
Yeah, but
the
I don't
other
want
hand.
to.
But it takes work.
It does.
I think it helps a lot of times rewiring your brain, giving you more paths.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. To Landon in Alabama. Landon, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
If my language ones would
Hey,
just work, it'd be good.
I got 2 questions for y'all.
All right.
What do y'all think Gary's family reunion would be like if you ever went? And do you think Willie and Wanda attends that family reunion?
Well, I'm going to say that this is not as complicated as it sounds because we've all known Gary long enough. Gary would be the only one there because he doesn't like anybody.
Right.
So there would be no family reunion of Gary.
Every single person has offended him at some point.
Right. Yeah. If Gary,
from the one guy that said he doesn't believe in Tecumseh for turkey,
right,
all the way down to somebody said something about somebody.
Gary doesn't like anybody, so he wouldn't have anything to do with Willie and Wanda. He doesn't have much to do. I remember thinking that I'd finally found somebody when we first started spending time down there where he lives. He was like, "Nice out here. That's my cousin." I said, "Okay, good. I'll use him. I'll use him. He's an idiot." and I thought, okay, well then even
so
cousins.
kinfolk don't matter.
No, it don't matter. Wow. Let's go to Todd. Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins. Jesus loves y'all. How y'all this morning?
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that.
Listen, I heard they had a little interview with a guy that witnessed the moose kicking the lady, and he said, "I seen him coming up the sidewalk." I said, "Get from him." He had beautiful hair.
Thank you.
And then he went right back up that path.
Reliving a wonderful moment.
Fingers and 6 toes.
Remember we were going to take a trip up there and try to find it.
Yeah. Then you wouldn't go. You got scared.
I got scared. There was a falcon around me.
Chris in Georgia. Chris, go ahead.
Scared.
Hey guys, I'm kind of like that lady yesterday that was kind of upset with y'all over that gator and lady thing.
No, you aren't,
I'm really
Chris.
ashamed of y'all.
You are not.
Yes, y'all making fun of that poor gator and that fat lady was abusing him.
I saw that coming. I saw that coming so far away. I saw that.
Here is the key point to that. She was asked to hold the gator still so he wouldn't move, and she did.
She did a good job, actually.
I mean, that's what, she works with them, evidently. She's good at it.
Right.
You know?
She is.
You know what's the worst than when you're actually getting on people?
Trying to cover it.
Yeah, it's when you start this false attempt to care.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
I mean,
I'll be honest. I'm going to be honest. Nothing funnier than a fat lady sitting on an alligator. That's just funny. When they're trying to.
See, that's honest.
And we got to call her in the hole.
It's insensitive. But
See,
it's
normally
honest.
they have 2 people helping. But that day,
there was no need.
Yeah. Hey, it ain't going anywhere.
I need to stop. I done got in trouble about that.
But it's too late for that.
Greg, thank you for wasting time. I've never seen anybody waste words on themselves. I've wasted words on other people. You know what I mean? But
you're already through the intersection. All right?
I like how the caller
glass everywhere.
Yeah,
the caller thought that we would be surprised, like that if my wife was upset that I said it or didn't agree with it. Like everything, she don't agree with any of my jokes.
Well,
no.
There's a lot of things I think are funny that my wife doesn't think is funny. You know why? I'm a man, she's a woman. I know y'all think those things don't. There's no difference. There's quite a bit of difference.
Yeah.
You remember? I mean, my wife doesn't even think people breaking wind is funny.
Which is is one of the funniest things on earth.
Thank you.
I don't know why, but it is.
It is.
Neil in Mississippi. Neil, go ahead.
I hear it. I'm gonna
I work for the railroad. Talking about those owls. We were going down the track one morning about 2 or 3 a.m.
Right.
and hit an owl running 56 miles an hour, and it laid on the front of the motor for probably a mile, something like that.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we think it's dead. All of a sudden, it jumps up with its back to us. And the small gun turns around, his head all the way around, and just opens his eyes and looks at us and stands there and rides for probably 2 miles.
I wish I could have seen it. I wish I could have seen it.
You could talk, you'd be like, you thought you had me.
Now you should become a hood ornament.
Never mind. I'll tell you off here.
What?
Like sportscasters. Remember we did the sports show, the guy, and he hit an owl, and we called him about it. Remember that?
Yes. I forget who
What was his name?
Well, you know,
He was a local sportscaster at the time.
Cassio had an owl story, remember?
That's true. He did.
Yeah.
I had a
A lot of
I
owl
had one
encounters.
hit my truck one time. Passenger window.
I had one in the studio a little while ago.
One got stuck in my front grill.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.